Hey, this is Marjorie Wildcraft from the Grow Network, and I am in, so I have a second home in Colorado, lucky me, except that if you saw my home you would go, oh my God, that woman has so much work to do. But anyway, we've got this really fabulous yard here, and first of all, this is a clay soil. I've never grown in clay, and this is like, I mean, we're like Santa Claus, it's just right down the street. I have never been this far north. So I have with me a gardening expert to help me through this season, and I'm going to be shooting a whole series of little 5-10 minute clips throughout the growing season. And Lynn Gillespie of The Living Farm has a whole free series of videos called the High Performance Gardening Show, and then she also has a class called the Abundance Gardening Class. Yeah. And Lynn is going to show me her method, and we're going to actually do it. You're going to get to watch over our shoulders throughout the spring and the summer and all the way into the harvest as we totally design this garden and plant it, and hopefully
have fun.
And have fun.
We're going to have a lot of fun in this garden. It's so easy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So one of the values of the Grow Network, three of them are soil, sunlight, and water, and those are the first three things you should always look for whenever you're going to start a garden.
Definitely.
And well, we got sunlight.
We got a great
sunlight.
location.
This is great.
Here.
There's no real shade anywhere, so it's the most important thing to lay out your beds.
Yes.
And I've got a hose situation for irrigation, so we got water covered. Haven't set that up yet, but we'll drag it out.
Yep.
And soil, we're going to get to that in just a minute, but Lynn took me through a process where she said, Marjorie, we've got to figure out the size of these things. And she has this kind of cool worksheet. She says, what do you like to eat, and how much of it do you like to eat?
Yeah,
and then
that's one of the first things that I notice is some people will just plant like the whole packet of seeds, not knowing what they're going to end up with, and they make the garden too big, and so it's too much work, and then it gets abandoned. So yeah, the first thing we do is we just start with a little bit of planning to figure out, well, what do I need to grow and what do I want to eat?
Yeah, if you planted a whole packet of squash seeds,
oh my God,
people would hate you.
Yeah, it'd be stuffing zucchini in every car.
Yeah. You sneak. It would be. You've heard about those people that like take a bag of zucchini and put it on their neighbor's door and run.
Right.
We're not going to.
That happens here too. Yeah.
But so we sat down and we had a checklist, and we're like, okay. Actually, I got to tell you a little personal thing. So Lynn was like, do you want lettuce? And I'm like, Lynn, you can't grow lettuce in the summertime, right? I'm so used to living in Texas, like it would just die, right? And Lynn goes, oh, you can grow lettuce here. And I'm like, no, you can't. You just can't. I had this emotional thing, like, I just can't grow lettuce in the summertime because it just dies, right? And Lynn goes, we're going to plant you some lettuce anyway because I want to prove to you.
We're going to grow it the entire season. Because now you're in zone 5, and before you were in zone 8, so yeah.
Yeah, we were in zone, actually we were in zone 12. It was right next to hell, it was pretty hot in August.
Yeah, you're going to love this.
Yeah.
This is going to be an amazing summer for you.
Great.
But new skills. We'll just pick up some new skills for you.
And your specialty is growing a huge amount of stuff in like little spaces. So
yes. Getting the garden size down to where busy people can handle it. So it fits into their life and doesn't take over their life. So yeah, we make the space small, we make the nutrients high, so we get really high production out of it. Yeah.
So in this video, all we're doing is just checking out the site, which is what you're going to want to do.
Yep, that's where we start. Well, we started with the planning.
We started with planning.
Now we're looking at where do we
And
want
Lynn
it.
figured out that I needed 2 beds in her system, which are approximately
about 12 feet.
About 12 feet by
3 feet.
3 or 4 feet once you put the cinder blocks in.
Yeah, 4 feet.
So we're going to do 2 beds, and you like to orient your beds here east, west, north, south?
We want them to be the long side on the south. And the short sides on the east and west.
Okay.
And then we'll also have, obviously, the long side on the
So
north.
the beds are going to be this way because that's east and
east, west, and then we got north behind us, south in front of us. It's going to be perfect.
They haven't changed those around.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's still that way, yeah.
That's good. That's good.
They're messing with the time. Like, oh no, all of a sudden it's an hour earlier, but you know, they haven't messed around with north, east, south, and west yet. They'll give Congress a little more time, and I'm sure they'll
change our orientation.
Fix that up. And we're going to do 2 beds that are about 12 feet long, right? And we've decided we're going to do 2 right in this area. Now this ground I'm going to have to do some prep work?
Yeah, it's unlevel.
Yeah.
That's the first thing that we want to do is we want to come in and level this. And this is a really aggressive grass that we got growing here that will want to come up in the beds.
Yeah.
And so as we level that, we'll get the grass under control to give us a really good start without any weeds and the grass growing up in the beds.
And then these, even though I love these guys, these are Chinese elms. And they're going to have to go, unfortunately, because they're going to shade out what's going on.
But the material can be chipped, and you can use it, as a mulch if you want to. So yeah, that'll be really good.
Okay.
And we're going to build raised beds. We're going to come up out of the soil. What we find is that a clay soil is not the favorite of vegetables.
Yeah, right.
They can tolerate it, but
saying it nicely.
yeah, we want a plant that can live to its full genetic potential, and we don't want to stifle that potential by growing it in soil that it does not like. So we're going to make some secret soil mix that the plants love, and that's what causes the explosive growth.
I like that
and
idea.
The high production.
The secret soil mix.
Secret soil mix.
Secret soil mix. Okay.
It's in the Abundance Garden course. We lay out all the secrets in the course.
And you've also got the charts and the worksheets that
We
you
have
took
the
me through
charts,
there.
yep, everything to lay it out, because a lot of people in the beginning, when they're first starting to garden, they're like, I don't know where to start. So we take them step by step, and they just go through a checklist so that they can figure out how to start and how to be successful the first season. 1 year.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, Lynn, that's awesome. So I guess my homework now is going to be to get this leveled out. And I'm thinking of talking your sweet husband into doing that. So
He's the best.
It's always good to have friends.
Yeah. So yeah, this is going to be an amazing location. We're going to grow a lot of good food here. You're going to really enjoy it.
Awesome. So if you want to continue to watch over my shoulder as we start from bare dirt throughout the whole summer and grow a fabulous vegetable garden, stay tuned. This is Marjorie Wildcraft with the Grow Network with Lynn Gillespie and the Living Farm, and we'll see you next week on the next episode. Hey, this is Marjorie Wildcraft, and this is our second episode of You're going to watch over our shoulders, as we plan, build, plant, and harvest a garden throughout the whole growing season.
The entire adventure.
The whole entire adventure, and we're already like looking in the ground here and seeing deer tracks going,
Yep.
that's going to be a problem.
That's our first adventure.
That's going to be our first adventure, right? Because deer like vegetables too.
Oh man, they'll love this garden.
I'm
They're their favorite.
We got to do something about that, I'm debating on whether I should get a fence or 2 dogs, right? Anyway, but you remember last time we were going to clear an area off, and we got that done. And Tom, Lynn's husband Tom, was so sweet. Like check out this tractor, man. This tractor is like an extension of Tom's body. It's amazing.
Yeah, he does good work with that tractor.
Yeah. No, but most people aren't going to need that kind of tractor. We don't want to scare people with a tractor like that, right?
No, that's your topography was extreme, and it just needed a little groundwork. But most backyards are pretty smooth and
pretty
level.
flat, so then people don't really need a tractor. But we did that, and we cleared it all off, and we're going to put the beds here. And then, Lynn, I gotta tell you, I got a bone to pick with you.
What's that?
You really. So I bought this yard because it has really good soil. I mean, this stuff, I wish you could smell this stuff.
We need smell-o-vision.
We need smell-o-vision. It is, I mean, this is really decent soil, right? Like, this is pretty good stuff. It's a little clayey, but it wouldn't take much to really have it be good. And so now you're telling me we're going to cover all this up. We're going to cover it all up with landscape cloth, and we're going to build raised beds and add some other kind of soil in here.
Yes,
And,
yes, we are. This is what we're going to do. And I have 3 reasons for that.
Okay.
Number 1, 99% of us just don't have great soil like this.
That's true.
And so
I feel very...
Oh, you're very fortunate here.
I'm one of the elite.
And sometimes it takes years and sometimes decades to amend a soil to get it this good. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start people with the soil that the plants like from day one. So that the plants, they're going in, boom, they're on their way. And then the second reason is, you have this beautiful soil and it has weed seeds in it, and it has grass in it and stuff like that. So if we take this soil and put it in our raised bed, we've taken the problem we had on the ground and made it a foot higher. So now we have it just higher in the air. And I've done that. That was my first raised bed. We built this beautiful bed. Honey, put the dirt in. This tractor put the dirt in, and I had the same weed problem, the same mess. So that, if we can start with the soil that has no weed seeds, we're going to cut the work at least in half in the garden. We can cut out so much work. And then the third reason is, with the good soil, then we can grow the plants really close together and have a very, very small garden with high production. And that just makes it easier for people to fit the garden into their life, because everybody's so busy anymore.
Yeah.
And we'll have a small garden with a lot of production. So that's why I start people in the raised bed with the secret soil mix.
And you like to really have that just like be the uber best soil ever.
Yeah.
And I really get into that philosophy
of intentionality.
Yeah, have your raised beds, and that's where your soil is, and you're taking care of that and amending that.
And the annual vegetables really, really like that. Now, when you're growing your perennial vegetables, you put them out in the yard.
We'll put that out here.
Yeah, they're going to love the native soil and stuff. So I'm really excited to get your garden started.
So the next step is we're going to get the landscape cloth laid out, and then I've ordered a whole bunch of cinder blocks. A bunch of them.
Good.
A bunch of them. I think there's 88 for the garden beds coming, but cinder blocks are so cool because they're like Legos for grown-ups.
Totally. You can build a garden without any tools.
Yeah.
And if you don't like the garden, you put the blocks up for sale in the paper, and poof, they're gone.
It's gone.
So you get your money back.
Okay. So I guess that's what we're going to do on the next episode.
Yep.
All right. And then in the meantime, I've got to decide, because there really are. There's a deer track here, and during the winter when it was snowing, I saw other creatures. Tracks.
Oh yeah, because you're right close to the river, and they're going to be traveling up and down the river.
So we're going to have to think about that.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Well, anyway, we'll film next week as we're building these garden beds. That'll be fun, and hang with us. Whew.
We're going on an adventure.
This is adventure. This is Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And by the way, Lynn Gillespie has a whole high performance gardening show, and then she has a whole program called Abundance Gardening, which is awesome. It's the whole accompanying piece to this. So, but we will see you next week. This is Marjorie and Lynn Gillespie.
Okay.
Hey, this is Marjorie Wildcraft, and we're back for another episode of Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And I've got my coach, Lynn Gillespie, here, who's going to show me, we moved to this whole new bioregion and totally different soil type. So Lynn's showing me, and she's got this system dialed in where you can really grow a huge amount of food in a small space.
Yep.
And so if you didn't watch the other episodes, that's cool. We'll get you up to speed right now. And that is we picked a location that was really sunny. I'm going to organize watering, but I know I got water. And then we leveled off the ground. And today we're going to actually build the thing, right?
We're going to build some beds.
So we're going to put landscape cloth all over this?
We are, so that the weeds that are in the ground are not going to come up into our bed. It's pretty important to do.
That's the craziest thing I've seen people do with raised beds, is that they won't have like a barrier past the raised bed, and then the grass grows up, and you're like, do you think the grass sees, do you think the grass cares about your board? Of course it's going right under there, so you got to have a perimeter on there. Yeah,
you need a little perimeter. Yeah, that'll be nice.
Okay, well, I guess this is just going to be a get it done work today.
Yep.
Okay.
We're going to have a lot of fun and get your beds built.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so first we're going to start with the weed barrier.
Okay, and then we'll do bricks.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to get the weed barrier, get that level first. So it's on the truck here. Also on the truck is our secret soil mix that we made for you
we got secret
at the farm.
Soil. Yeah, I like that. Here, I'll grab this.
Okay, so this is 12 feet wide, so we can lay this out here. Hopefully it's long enough. I did bring my 6-foot roll in case this one runs out.
Okay.
Okay, see this gap?
Uh-huh.
And see how this is like unlevel here and here?
Uh-huh.
So our goal is to get everything level, so this is to be up like this. And so we just put soil underneath here until we get it level. So
Do you need a level? I've got a big water level. No.
we usually just eyeball it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a little bit of an art to get your beds level. On the cinder block, see how this is wide
Uh-huh.
and this is narrow?
Yeah.
The wide part goes down because otherwise your carrots get wedgied.
Got it?
And-
You get wedgies, carrot wedgies?
You get carrot wedgies.
Oh, gosh.
It's an issue.
It's an issue.
I've actually had carrots break my blocks.
So yeah, so we got a great height here,
Yep.
easy to reach into, even
That's what
for
I love.
short armed people.
Yep.
And each one of these blocks is only 16 pounds, so it's totally something we could do
Totally something, yeah.
ourselves, even if we didn't have your fabulous husband Tom
Yes.
doing that with us.
He's helping us. He makes it pretty, level.
Yeah. I was really surprised at how much care you put in leveling these. I would have probably done it more, you know.
That really makes a difference in the long run. Just spend a little bit of time leveling and stuff, and we teach that in the course, how to get the blocks so that they're not tilting and stuff. And that just makes your beds stay together longer. Some of my beds are going on 30 years old now, and the blocks are still in place. And I think it was because we took the care to get it level. Yeah.
And while we were building, Lynn was telling me a story about Jennifer. You want to tell me a little bit about the email?
Yeah, I got an email the other day. It was really exciting. She's one of our students in the Abundance Garden course, and she got the course, and she's been building beds over the last couple of years, and now she's up to 40 tomato plants, and she's got her trellises up, and so she sent me a picture of her garden. And
but she just started with one.
She just started, with just one, and has been building, and that's a great way to do it. You know, you can start small.
That's what I recommend.
And then
everybody.
just work your way up. It happens naturally because you build this, and then you're like, wow, that was so much fun. And next year I'm going to, and then you just fill in the blank. And if they're saying that, you know they had a good time and they're ready to go again next year. And these gardens just grow and grow and grow. It's really fun.
So we're not done yet.
No.
And I don't even know what's in the secret soil mix. I tried to get Lynn to use my compost, and she said, no, Marjorie, no, you've got to use my secret soil mix. So we're going to unload the secret soil and put it into the beds.
And the recipe for that is in the course. So everybody gets the secret. We share it, yeah.
Well, let's fill the beds up.
Yes, let's do.
Okay.
And he's going to back up the truck.
Wow, this is some nice stuff. Well, Lynn, that was good. It's a good,
we did it.
Good use of a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Totally a lot of fun. So this is a one-time thing, right? Getting the bed
just
set
getting
up.
the bed set up. It's an investment.
And what would you say that it costs for the blocks and the soil? You know, what does one bed cost approximately?
Well, this bed is 3 units, so it's about $300 to put in one of these. But that return is going to come back the very first season in produce.
Right.
So you're going to get that money back right away.
So one thing to do is build one or two.
Yeah.
Grow it, save the money from the produce. That gives you the funding for the next beds
And you can
the next
just-
beds. And
Yeah.
and that's how that one friend of yours, Jennifer, ended up with like.
That's how she did it. Yeah.
She just built up and built
You
up.
just kept building up, and you can totally save that money out of your groceries. So it's just an investment. And if you don't like the garden, sell your blocks, tear it apart. You know,
Yeah.
you can get your money back out of it.
I love cinder blocks. It's one of like my 5 favorite things to have for homesteading. Cinder blocks, T-posts,
Yep.
paracord, buckets,
Baler twine.
Baler twine, yeah. So
Yeah.
some kind of rope. Anyway, so I've got some homework for next week before we get together
Yes,
next
you
week.
do. So the soil here, when we mixed it, it's fairly dry.
Yeah.
And we don't want to put the plants in the dry soil. So what I want you to do is water this every day, and just break the surface and make sure that you're seeing the water going down. And we want that nice and moist before we actually plant.
Okay, so every day,
Yeah.
just soak it in. And that,
Yeah.
that rule that I used to know of, the soil's got enough if you moisten it and it stays shiny for like a count to 3, and then it goes back to being soil. Have you ever heard of that guideline?
I have not.
But it's kind of a good one. I'll go with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
this will soak in pretty good, but yeah.
And then next week I got some decisions to make because there really have been deer tracked everywhere.
Everywhere.
I think the deer, like, I don't know how they do it with their hooves, but I know that they are online on Google and that they know that I'm planting a garden. And
Yeah.
they know that I like pea shoots, and they love pea shoots too. So I've got a decision to make on how to do predator protection, and then we have some other decisions on whether I'm going to cover for the cold snaps or not. So, but we'll talk about that next week, right?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I love it when the beds are at this stage. And
Yeah.
we're going to get them planted. It's going to be fun.
stuff.
Yeah.
This is Marjorie Wildcraft with Lynn Gillespie. I'm with the Grow Network, and Lynn's with the Living Farm. And Lynn is my gardening coach this year, and she's showing me how to do high-performance gardening. So catch us next week. Oh my God, I hope that with all this preparation that we don't get wiped out by something. It's totally likely.
It's going to be an adventure this year because we don't know what is in your environment yet, but we will learn. They
learn.
will come forth and make their presence known. Yeah.
We'll see y'all next week. Bye.
Bye.
It's Marjorie Wildcraft from the Grow Network, back with you, and with Lynn Gillespie from the Living Farm. And this is Adventures in High Performance Gardening, and it really
It's going to be an adventure.
So Lynn and I have been talking. We
Yep.
like, there are deer track, all kinds of creatures. I'm not that far from the river, like
Yeah.
me.
You're going to have skunks and raccoons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw their tracks, and so we're gonna have wildlife here.
Yeah.
That means, and they like my food just as much as I do.
Or more.
And we were having this conversation. I have to say, I dug deep into my soul, and it seems to me for most predator protection, you have 2 options. And the best option, in my humble opinion, is to get 2 dogs. And I like to get like medium small dogs that are big enough to run off deer and to deal with a raccoon. But I don't want big dogs because people don't realize that you really do need to feed them.
Oh my gosh, so much.
They eat a lot,
Yeah.
and I am not a believer, like canned dog food and the crap dog food that's out there. That's just terrible. I wouldn't do that to my dogs. So feeding them really is a significant cost. But for me, more of it was the time. People also think, you can just dump some dogs out there and they're going to automatically know what to do. But no, dogs really need,
Yeah, all that training.
you really have to work with them if
Yeah.
you want them to be good dogs, right? I mean, and the other thing is you really need 2. Right? If you get 1 dog, then it's bonded to you, and
Yep.
that's its pack.
It wants to be in the house,
And-
not guarding the garden.
Right. And then we got to build this system. For me, I travel at least 1 week a month, if not 2, back and forth to Texas, and
Yeah.
Yeah, the dogs, dogs really get anxious. Your animals get really anxious when you're gone, especially if you're the only creature they're bonded to. So if there's two of them, they do a lot better.
Yeah.
So I'm not up for two dogs, so I got my electric dogs. I got electric dogs, which is the opposite, is the second alternative, right?
So you voted for electric fencing.
I voted for electric fencing.
Fencing is a great way to protect the garden.
Yeah.
I recommend that to everybody. Just enclose it somehow. For us, it's the chickens, and yesterday it was the turkey. The turkey came in the greenhouse, got up on the bed and started eating the lettuce, and I'm like, I need a fence around my greenhouse.
Turkeys like fresh salad.
Yeah, they came right in the vent, so yeah. So anyways.
So this yard has a pretty good high perimeter fence everywhere, and then if I close the front driveway fence, I think that'll keep the deer out, because this height of a fence will not stop deer. But this electric fence like this will stop raccoons and possums and
rabbits. Rabbits are a problem.
They are, yeah. So,
and chickens, if your chickens get out.
That's right.
This will keep, because the chicken, the first thing it wants to do is jump up in the bed and dig it up.
Yeah, that would be the first
looking
thing
for worms.
Yeah. Or eating the greens.
Okay, so we got a way to protect the garden.
Yep.
That's excellent, because I get a lot of email, people like, this ate my garden, or this ate my garden, and that's just something you have to figure out for your yard, is what's in it and what's it eating. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll have this set up by the next time.
Great.
We film.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next thing we need to talk about is watering. And I brought for you today a water wand.
A water wand. And it turns out we both were geeking out that we love the same company for water wands and heads. This is a Dram, and it's got this really nice...
It's got the fine water.
Got the fine water thing. And this one is not too hard to clean out. You're going to get in there.
I will run the hose backwards on it and just run the water the other direction to get the crud out. But I love the water wands for these gardens because the soil is very soft. You don't want like an open hose running on it. It's very hard, and it washes your seeds away. And hopefully we're going to be planting some seeds next week. So we need to be able to water it gently like a rain.
People don't realize that you can actually compact your soil by watering it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, these are great. And then some people even, and I've seen John Jevons do this, he'll, instead of watering this way, he turns it up and has the water go that way. So it's a little bit more of a rain type situation.
Yeah, I always have mine the other way. But anyways, you can use that for your garden, and that'll be nice.
Yeah. Sweet. I was going to go get one, but you posted one. That's so nice.
We're on the same page.
We are.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So the big question becomes, we are 5 weeks away from your last frost date for this area. And next week, we will obviously be 4 weeks away from your last frost date. Subtract a week.
Let's see. Can we do that?
So at that point is usually when we start planting the cold weather plants. So we could put in carrots and peas and the broccoli and cabbage, and there's a whole lot of kale. Yeah, there's a whole lot of things that we can put in. So the question becomes, if you want to start 4 weeks ahead of your frost date, we may still get some frost. Are you willing to cover your garden at night if it's going to get cold?
Right. So I would need to cover it at, like, if we know it's going to freeze.
Yeah, if we're at 29 degrees or predicted 29 degrees, then I'll cover the cold weather plants, and the warm weather plants we're still going to wait, because we can still drop to 22 degrees in the next 5 weeks. So.
Talk, it's decision time. Yeah, of course I want to cover. Am I going to wait 5 more weeks? No.
That's the problem, being in the high elevation, the mountains. Our temperature, even like today, will fluctuate 40 degrees during the day, and in the summer we're fluctuating almost 50 degrees.
It was crazy. Last week it was snowing in the morning, and then by like now it was all it was t-shirt weather. So
we get that weather's just all over the place here.
But timing is everything everywhere. I don't think people realize how crucial. You just can't grow some things. Timing is really important.
If we were to put in tomatoes today, we would lose them. I mean, it may be a nice day today, but in 2 days it's going to be snowing.
Yeah.
And then people blame their garden. I can't grow anything. When all we have to do is work on that timing a little bit. So that's really important.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I guess next week what we'll do is we'll set up the covering and show people how to cover that.
Yeah, we'll work on some covering, and I'll bring you some seed.
Okay.
And we can get started.
Started on
There's
that.
nothing more exciting than a garden bed that's ready to plant.
Now I got to show y'all something. So Lynn has a flock of sheep, like 100 of them, right? And
Yeah.
it's amazing because she knows all of them by name. Oh, that's Sunflower. Oh, that's, Missy or Macy, like all these.
Yeah,
She
they're fun.
knows the quality of the wool and everything. And so I got invited, my daughter and I, and it's a real honor to go. This time of year is when all the ewes are lambing.
Yes.
And when there's all these little babies getting spit out
We
all
had
over the place.
six babies yesterday.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's like just starting to ramp up.
Yep.
So Lynn says, Marjorie, would you like to come and be a part of the lambing? I'm like, oh my God, this is like my midwifing dreams come true. And Lynn says, well, you're going to need, some clothing for lambing because there's going to be
You're going to get gooey.
amniotic fluid and blood and,
Yeah.
okay, I'm ready. So when you want clothing for lambing, the first thing you do is you head to the thrift store.
Yes.
Yes. And Lynn says, yeah, be sure to get some good boots.
Get some-
that'll,
Some
yeah.
good boots.
So I found the perfect lambing boots right here. Look at that.
Elton John boots. These are Elton John
These
boots.
are waterproof. And then
Yeah, the blood would wash right off.
blood wash right off. And then my daughter and I signed up for the 8 o'clock to midnight shift. Mm-hmm. And I won't even need a flashlight.
They're great. Yeah. Yeah, lamb loving birthing is quite spectacular to go through that with these sheep.
Well, we
so.
have gone through that process with our own children, and it really is.
Yeah.
I really have secretly always wanted to be a midwife. I mean, it's such an amazing moment.
Yeah. Well, it's coming.
But, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk to you all next week, and if you have some outrageous gardening clothing, let us know about it. This is Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie, and this is Adventures in High Performance Gardening. God, let's hope this works out. Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft, and we're back for another Adventures in High Performance Gardening with Lynn Gillespie of The Living Farm. And Lynn, if you haven't been catching on before, Lynn is my coach here in Colorado. I've never grown in this type of soil or in this climate, so I've got a coach.
Yep, it's going to be fun.
And if anything goes wrong, it's all Lynn's fault.
Okay, I'll take the blame.
No.
Except for the wildlife.
That's
your fault.
The good news is the deer have not eaten anything yet.
Well, we haven't planted anything.
Well, that's true too.
Oh, we're 100%. Great.
All right, so Lynn, where's your map?
Okay, I got our map.
Lynn has made a map of what we're going to plant and where, and the cycling and everything of when we're going to plant in the stages, because some of these are going to be warm weather. We're going to do the cool weather crops now.
Yep.
Because we don't know if it's going to freeze or not.
Oh, yeah, we do.
We do.
It'll probably snow, too.
This part of the we knows that it's going to freeze. Yeah. But I know it ain't crazy. I'm in t-shirt weather now.
Yeah, and it'll be 30 degrees tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. We fluctuate 40, 50 degrees.
Hey, do you have a particular weather app on your phone that you like?
I use the Weather Channel.
The Weather Channel.
And I use it, and I know that it's always 4 degrees off. So if it says 36 degrees, I know that I'll probably have frost. Yeah, because everyone has little microclimates.
Right.
And just pick one, get used to it, and figure out how much it changes from what your actual backyard is.
They've gotten a lot more accurate.
Oh, they're pretty good.
They're pretty good. I mean, but I don't know if you remember 20 or 30, 40 years ago. It was like a real crapshoot. But anyway, so the map you got here, actually, if you want to know exactly what Lynn decided how to plant, she had me go through this whole questionnaire of what I like to eat and how much people I was going to feed and all that whole thing. And that's in your Abundance Gardening course. So Lynn has all those specific instructions. Fortunately for me, Lynn just made it up, and I don't have to. She did all the questions for me.
I helped you through the process.
She helped me through. I know.
Yeah.
I need it.
To be a high-performance garden, we want high production, and part of high production is planning what you're doing. So you don't want too much, too little. You want to get the right amount. And that's super critical.
And high density spacing.
We're going to go high density. We can have a little garden because we're not going to overplant. That a lot of people, they'll plant the whole package, and it's like, no.
Yeah, right. Especially if we put this whole thing in squash, people would hate me.
Yeah.
I also, just FYI, I went ahead and inoculated these beds with worms. Mm-hmm. It turns out Lynn is worm phobic.
I just get nightmares from them. I don't
love
like to touch
earthworms.
them.
They're so
I
cute.
respect them. I love them. I just don't touch them.
Lynn, look, we got little.
Oh, we got company.
Yep.
Look at the kittens.
The kittens.
These are guard kitties
Right.
for the garden.
That's why we have an electric fence, so that this does not turn into a litter box.
Yep.
All right, so we need to get to planting.
Okay.
Let's
so
get going.
Here's the plan for this garden. In this corner up here is going to be the tomatoes.
Okay.
And you have selected a couple different varieties, which I have at the greenhouse. It's way too early.
But we're
for
not
tomatoes.
putting those out now.
Nope.
Yeah.
So we're going to leave that blank. In front of that's going to be cabbage.
Oh,
And you
nice.
said you wanted one cabbage a week.
Yeah.
So we're going to plant cabbage in succession so that you have cabbages coming on about once a week.
Good.
The center section, we're going to put cucumbers on a trellis in the back here. We're going to grow very vertical because that's how we're going to save a lot of space.
Mm-hmm.
In the front, we're going to have our chard and our kale because you like to eat a lot of greens.
I love
Yeah,
chard
so
and
we're
kale.
going to put that in there. And then this section here in the back is going to be winter squash so that you have something to save for the winter.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the front, we're going to put peas right now. And then when the peas are done, then we'll have time hopefully to get some green beans in and crop those out for you.
Awesome.
So hopefully peas and beans. And then along the back here is going to be our garlic shoots and then cilantro a little bit later in the front. And then we're going to use the outside blocks around the tomatoes and stuff for some late lettuce.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So
That sounds great.
Compost went into the mix. So we're not having to feed. We have a feed schedule that we will do for our plants. But for today, we don't have to concern about that because we've already composted
This is
the
really
garden.
good soil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can show you how I plant the high performance garden. Might be a little different than what you do in Texas. 'Cause, you know, Texas is big. You might plant really big down there, but
Well, let's go for it.
okay.
Let's put some things in
all
the
right.
ground.
So the first thing we're going to do is the first third of this bed is going to be peas,
I got the bag of peas.
and we're probably going to go peas to about right here.
Okay.
And I like to plant my peas in just kind of a furrow
Yeah.
and by the handfuls to where they're kind of thick in here.
That way you get to
see.
eat them when you thin them out.
We are going to put the squash in the back. So we have a couple choices. We can either put peas all the way to the back and then cut them when we put the squash in and eat them as pea shoots. And we are going to have a bed of pea shoots as well. Or we can stop the peas short and just leave a little space
Well,
for
let's
the
grow
squash.
them if we're going to grow them. I mean, it's a
Go
couple
ahead,
of
I'll
extra
go all the way?
seeds. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I love pea shoots.
Oh, I love pea shoots too,
Oh, my
especially
God.
for breakfast.
Stir-fried
Oh,
pea
man.
shoots and eggs. Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is sugar Ian. This is a 30-inch, so it's going to come up somewhere in here, and we'll put a
And this is a bush
trellis
type?
over there. It's
Oh,
a
no.
bush type,
Yeah.
and it's early season.
Okay.
And I just put just like a thick
Oh, nice.
stripe across there.
Yeah, okay. I see that.
Yeah. So pretty simple.
You got a nicer stripe than I do. I've got stripe envy.
Well, we go down there and stripe.
Ah, you do put them in there kind of thick, huh?
I put them in pretty thick, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good with that.
Yeah. Okay. We need a little bit on that corner over there. And then I just knock the soil back over the top of these. And then we're going to mulch this garden. This is the sandy loam soil, and the plants love it. It does tend to dry out on top really easy for us, especially in our dry desert climate.
Yep.
And so by putting the mulch on, it does a couple things for us. It holds in the moisture. It slows down any weed seeds that might be in this. And it also feeds our microbes. So
Yeah.
we like mulch. Oh, you almost had lots
we
of
almost
peas.
had a different pot. Here we go. Reach out.
Okay. All right, and then in the back here, along these holes, we're going to put in the garlic shoots. And these are so much fun. And basically what you do is you just take a bulb, pointy end up, and you just push that in until your knuckles disappear.
Okay. And
And
how many?
that's it.
4 in a...
I put 4 in a
That's
section.
what I would have guessed. Yeah, good, good.
Yeah.
Hey, I have got help.
Ah, the kittens are back.
Come here, you.
I really, really like the garlic shoots. They're so wonderful, like in the stir fries, and gives you a nice flavor for spring, so you don't have to wait for the whole garlic bulb to finish. And basically you can just go to the store and buy an organic bulb of garlic and bust it apart like this, and just drop it in the garden. Okay,
All right.
that's garlic shoots. That easy and delicious and fun.
Oh yeah.
So they're in. Okay, next is in this front section is going to be kale and chard. Now we can plant all the way to the back, take out a few plants, and put in the cucumbers in about a month.
Okay.
You want to do that?
Young chard, young kale. Now, do you want to define this little bed area, or?
Yeah, I think we want to go to about right here.
Okay.
We'll call that good. Now, when I put in the beets and chard, I just use my fingers, and I'm just going to make a line to put the seed in. We'll go on both sides. So they're about 3 inches apart. And I like the small beets and chard. I don't like the great big leaves.
Yeah.
And so I put it in really thick, and then I harvest the small leaves. And that's just my preference on how I like to grow it.
I get it. They're tender.
So like that. And then kale's on that size. This is kale. And I'll show you how I plant, and then I'll turn you loose. So I take a pinch in my fingers, and I'm just twisting and dropping kale seeds just like that.
Okay, I'm going to make a little stone here so we remember you did those rows.
And we're going to do chard here. Oh yeah, as soon as it's done, you can
cover it up.
Yeah, here you go. You can do kale.
And you got these from Johnny's, huh?
I love Johnny's. It's a great company.
Johnny's.
Their stuff germinates so well. There's a couple seed companies that I use, but Johnny's is definitely one of my favorites. And we're going to put in the cabbage.
Okay, oh, that's right. We got 2 cabbage transplants, right?
So these are, this is minuet. This is a little Chinese cabbage. And we're just going to stick make a couple holes.
Wow, those are pretty close plantings.
Oh yeah. Density, that's what we're after.
Okay. Are these miniature cabbages?
Yep.
Oh.
These are going to be they'll get about like that.
Okay, okay.
And then we'll put in different flavors every couple weeks, probably every 3 weeks. We want to put in a couple more, 2 to 3 weeks. I mean, that's simple.
We're saving you for the tomatoes.
Tea.
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 Yeah. Everybody's going to wonder what that was about. Is that some pagan sign you're doing in
yes,
there?
for tomatoes.
So now we need
to mulch and then water.
And water.
This is Marjorie's yard. So a lot of people have yards. They
I've
have
noticed that, yeah.
grass,
Yeah.
and they don't know what to do with it. It ends up in the landfills, and that's totally ridiculous. So this is the best use for the yard, is to grow your grass and then make mulch. The only caveat is you can't put chemicals on your lawn and use it in your organic garden. You got to keep the chemicals out of the yard, which is better for you and your kittens anyways.
And your kittens, yeah.
Yeah. So first we start with a very light layer, and then as the garden season progresses, we'll put it on thicker and thicker. So we'll keep mowing your lawn and keep using this resource. Yay!
Yay!
One bed in. Now we gotta get water.
We got to get water.
Okay,
Done?
done.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna now we're gonna plant this next bed.
Yeah. So we have a plan,
We have a plan.
a good plan, not an evil plan.
Good to
Okay.
have plans.
We're gonna do your zucchini and your yellow squash on this end, but those are warm weather, so they go in later. So we're gonna plant that in pea seeds that you can cut the shoots and eat as greens. They're fabulous.
Just kind of a little temporary crop.
Yep. Then we're gonna
Nice.
put the salad turnips around the outside.
Around the
You
out-
eat those like a radish.
Nice.
So
Yep.
they're fun. This section here is going to be broccoli. The broccoli plants are a little too small. They'll be another week or two.
Okay.
And we'll pop them in. They are cold weather. They're just not big enough to go in.
Got it.
So they're going to wait. Lettuce in the front. We're going to do transplants on one side, seeds on the other. That gives us about 3 weeks apart, which is we want to put a little lettuce in every 3 weeks.
Okay.
So plants and seeds. And then this whole end is going to be carrots.
Okay.
It'll be carrots the entire season. And when you're ready for carrots, we'll start eating little carrots, and then by the end of the season, we'll have big carrots, and you'll have some for the root cellar.
Cool.
Yeah.
That sounds
All
good.
right.
All right.
So I think we'll start with the carrots and work our way that way.
Okay.
We might do the lettuce transplants at the very end because we'll have to get the water on them right away. My general rule is no longer than 20 minutes
Right.
before we water. So seeds, it doesn't matter. Transplants, it matters
Well, if
a
you
lot.
think about it, for the poor little plants, you know, it's such a stressful thing to be moving through the air
With their roots exposed.
with their roots exposed.
Yeah.
So you're going to get them in there and get wet right away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's
All right,
plant
so we're
this.
going to start with carrots. We're going to start with the same, just finger striping.
Mm-hmm.
You got fingers? You can stripe.
All right.
These two.
Oh, these.
So that you get about 3 inches. Yeah. About 3 inches apart. There you go. It's a good measuring tool.
It is. And I think we got one more in here. Maybe.
Yep, I think you're right. Okay, and then I put just a little mark to put the seed in here. And carrots, you always put them in a little thick because you don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
And then you thin them because you can't get the time back. So if you put it in too thin and then they don't come up, you've lost a month. And in our short season, time is critical.
Everybody's got short seasons.
Even Texas.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, you got a 4 season? No, you don't.
Okay, so we're just going to take a pinch and we're just going to drag up the line.
Okay. Thick.
Pretty thick, yeah, because like I said, we can't get that time back. We can thin, and carrot greens are fabulous. Have you eaten them before?
I didn't. I always thought carrot greens were poisonous or something.
No, carrot greens are great.
Really?
Really good in smoothies.
Okay.
So you could make a smoothie with your little baby carrots that we pull out.
They're in the.
Okay, then let's go to the other end. We're going to plant the pea shoots. Do you remember how we marked the back bed with the little trowel?
Well, you use the trowel for that because pea shoots definitely need a little more depth.
Yeah, peas
Right.
need a little more depth than carrots.
About what
for
kind
sure.
of a spacing?
About 4 inches. All right, Marjorie, so the last section here, we're going to transplant in some lettuce and we're going to plant some lettuce seed. So what we have is this red lettuce. This is Firecracker. And this is one that we raise ourselves from seed. You have some of the seed in your hand there.
Right here.
And we're going to be raising some more this year on the garden show because we're about out of seed. So
And you can't buy this anywhere.
you can't buy it anywhere. It's not for sale
And
anymore.
that's one of the reasons to become a seed saver.
Oh, totally.
There's all kinds of flavors and tastes that you just will never be able
And
to.
this, wait till you see the color that we get from this. It is so amazing. And you're supposed to eat the colors of the rainbow because that's where your minerals are.
Yeah.
These are different minerals than what the green lettuce has.
Yeah.
And then we got bronze arrowhead, we got Tropicana, and then this is one called Freckles.
Aw,
So they're
yeah.
really nice lettuces. And I like to plant the lettuces about 3 inches apart.
Mm-hmm.
And so the lettuce plants will go in. Oh, look, pea seeds.
How did that happen?
I don't know. Must have been a mouse.
Somebody was throwing pea seeds.
Okay, so
I was throwing clods of dirt, just for the record. I was not throwing pea seeds.
So this will be lettuce here, and this will be our first succession. This is going to be seeds, so it's going to be about 3 weeks behind this. So every 3 weeks we want to put in some more lettuce so that you have lettuce all year. We want 1 to 2 pounds every week as opposed to 30 pounds in 1 week and nothing the rest of the season.
It's really hard to preserve lettuce.
Yeah, it is. I have dehydrated it though.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't want to know about that. That
Oh,
sounds
it was
illegal.
easy.
Well, yeah, but yeah, right. I'm sure it's easy to do, but
So I usually put these in rows, and I brought you some plants. And I have trimmed the tops because what you want to do is make sure that you have kind of an equal top and bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just took the scissors across the top and I just put them in a row. The green lettuce gets a little bigger than the other colors and it tends to run over the top of it. So I'm not that crazy about like a mixed lettuce bed. I just keep them in rows so that the green can get a little bigger and the red has a chance. Okay, Marjorie, so we brought you some of our wire covers. This is just cement mesh that we buy at the lumberyard. And this is a 6-foot piece, and then we just cut it so it has these little feet that stick down into the soil. And this makes it super easy to cover your garden. Now you can put on shade cloth, bird guard, plastic, your frost blankets, everything.
And this is a reason to plan the garden.
Yes.
So that you know how long it is and how.
Yeah, you get it all figured out ahead, but we love these. And then we'll switch these out for some trellises in a few weeks when we need to go a little more vertical. But these are great. You'll love them. They're easy to make. So this will get hot in here. So what you're going to want to do is vent the ends up.
All right.
But that's going to make it, now you have a little miniature greenhouse. And you're going to have to get some rocks or blocks to put down on here.
You know, I've noticed in the Rocky Mountains they have rocks.
They have rocks.
Yeah.
You got river rocks. You got nice river rocks.
These are nice rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will protect your plants probably 2 or 3 degrees. Cold weather plants you can take down to about 25 without damage. So you're good with this cover as long as it's above probably 28 at night. Now if you had warm weather plants, this would not be enough. And we brought you some of the heavy frost blankets.
For the warm.
And you can just have these in a pile, and if you get a night that, you know, they're going to predict goes below 36 for the warm weather plants, about 25 for the cold weather plants, you're going to want to put these on. And they need to go on under the plastic, because if you get a rain, you want the plastic to protect your insulated blankets.
Okay.
So these can just hang out. Oh, you need some ventilation?
So this should stay on for at least 3 days.
3 days
for the shade, and then I would take it off during the day so the plants get sun.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they'll get sun through it, but it's really going to help that.
Do you hear that? You gonna take that off and put it on for me?
There you go.
Yeah.
So this should do it. You got to keep it wet because of the little seeds. But and I'd probably check it at least once a day, water once a day.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have stuff up in a week or 2.
And we don't really need to cover those because those are.
I got the cabbage at this end.
Oh, that's right.
We probably should cover those.
Okay. All right. Well, that was fun.
That was really fun.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, actually, the bulk of the work in gardening, I find, is getting the beds prepped in the initial planting.
That's it.
And from here on out, it gets...
It's pretty much going to be harvest for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, take off and manage a few things.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can find an app that'll wake me up if it's going to get cold or something.
No thanks. Just cover it and go to bed.
Just cover it and go to before I even go to bed. Yeah,
Yep.
right. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, Lynn, thank you so much. And
You're welcome.
we're going to hang out together next week and with another episode of Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And I guess my other homework is to actually hook up the electric fence and make sure I close the front gate so the deer don't come in here. Please do. Says Lynn.
Please do.
That would be embarrassing.
Marjorie, let the rabbits in.
Yeah, Marjorie let the rabbits in, right? Yeah. It's a good thing cats are carnivores.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the cat.
Keep the kittens out.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, y'all. We'll see you next week. This is Marjorie and Lynn. And, yeah, another episode.
All right.
Hey, this is Marjorie Wildcraft with Lynn Gillespie.
Hello.
And this is your next edition of the Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And I have to totally confess, Lynn looks really good in a hat. I've had hat envy ever since we started this. And I usually do not look good in hats.
Oh, that one looks great.
Yeah, this one looks actually acceptable. My daughter is my fashion consultant. She says, Mom, and that's pretty good because it's normally like that. So anyway, and we also, Lynn's got her friend and I got my friend.
Yep, this is Taffy.
And this is Little Bear.
Taffy's 2 days old. She's a bum lamb.
Whoops.
So she's a bottle baby now.
And that's Little Bear, who is a garden kitty without a lot of an attention span. But anyway, so Lynn, we're going to just do a quick, we're going to show you what's coming up in the garden.
Yeah, it's exciting.
And then we've got some questions. We're going to answer your questions. People, you've been writing in, other folks have been writing in. So
Got some questions?
cool. So stuff is popping up. Lynn, you got to see this lettuce here. I'm worried about it. It's got spots all over it.
Oh, Marjorie. It was a beautiful lettuce.
I know. You're going to tell me that that lettuce is a firecracker lettuce and it's supposed to have spots.
This one is freckles.
Freckles.
And sometimes they call it flashy trout back, but I like freckles better. So yeah, it is a beautiful lettuce. This will be really fun in your mix.
By the way, you left some of those starts in a thing.
Yeah.
And I grabbed them and planted them in another container. I was like, I cannot let these starts die. Like, oh my God,
Yeah,
this is
you want to keep
lettuce.
them going.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. All right. So let's see what's up.
All right.
Over here, this was our peas, and I see the very first one right here.
We got a few peas
See
coming
there?
in.
Yep. Oh yeah, look at them here. They're just starting to emerge. This will be a nice pea patch by next week. And we have a few of our little turnips.
Nice.
They're here
Yep.
too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our lettuce. Oh, hello, Taffy.
Taffy would love that lettuce.
Yes, she would. and this is your next crop of lettuce. They're
Right.
just starting to come up here and here. I just see a few. And I actually do see a weed right here, but I don't recommend weeding at this stage because we don't want to disturb the soil. We'll just let things come up and then we'll pull our handful.
Everything's
of
a little
weeds.
too young and fragile.
Yeah, and you don't want to disturb the soil.
Yep,
And
yep.
So we'll just let it all go. And then this section, this was carrots.
Yes, they're going to take a while.
Yeah, they're
Carrots
gonna
are a
be
little
another
slow.
2-3 weeks. But it's very moist. That's perfect. You've done a great job keeping it wet. That's exactly what carrots need. Oh yeah, our river rocks to hold our covers on.
Yeah, don't trip on them.
Yep.
And look at our cabbages, they're so beautiful.
Cabbages look great. And
Yeah.
then we'll put in some red ones and some green ones later.
Nice.
Yeah. And then here, this was our Swiss chart. And there's just a few starting to peek out. That's
Hey,
actually
Taffy.
really good to have it in just a week, the Swiss chard.
I've been covering it with the blankets at night to help.
You know, that makes a big difference. You put the blankets on, it just holds that warmth in just a little bit.
Yeah, to help speed things up a little
It
bit.
does.
Yeah.
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
And then we
Plus
have...
it's fun. It's like putting your babies to bed at
Yeah.
night. I don't sing them songs or tell them stories, but we could go there.
We could try it.
Yeah.
You could sing to this bed and not to this bed and see what happens.
I've done that with elementary school kids, and you know,
Yeah.
it makes a difference.
Yeah.
Hey, Taffy, I'm going to
That's
put
cool.
you down.
And
Go
then
on.
our kale.
We got a
Kale
couple
is
of little
up.
starts.
It's looking good. That'll be a wonderful patch of kale for you.
I love kale.
And then what was on this corner? Oh, this was peas again.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was your shearing peas.
Those were the different peas from these peas. These are peas to eat for peas, and this was just for pea shoots.
Other way around, pea
Oh.
shoots and peas.
Okay.
We'll get it. I have the map. We have the map.
We have them. Hey, you. This
Yeah.
one's starting to figure out that there's good stuff in here.
Yeah, so the garden's looking great.
All right,
the
so
key
we
to
have
that
got
is
we
just
have got
keep it moist.
questions,
Okay, we've had
And-
some questions.
and you
Good.
know we might have answers.
We'll give it a
Here's
shot.
Taffy. Okay, first one, and actually quite a few people wrote in on this one. Sarah, I'm going to give you a shout out. John, Jim, Lucy, and Celine. That's my sister. When do I plant? That's the biggest question.
That's a really good question, and
It's a huge question.
timing is really important because, like, if you were in your Texas garden, you would have planted all this stuff in March, and now it's late in April, and that makes a huge difference. So there's 8 weeks difference in the timing. So we've developed some planting charts, and they'll be up on our website, thelivingfarm.org, and you can go and download those. And it's for each different zone. So you find your zone, and then you can go and see, what can I plant today in my garden? And that's the first step to success, is getting the timing.
I'll make sure that whatever this is being posted, we got the link for you down below, so you can go check that out. Yeah, cool. So we'll download some charts and give you a good idea what to plant when. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, this is another biggie.
Okay.
And this comes from a whole bunch of people, and I'm going to just name a few of you, but believe me, the other 20 or 30 of you that wrote this in, we love you too. So Lester, Cindy, Michelle, Susan, what kind of yield can I expect from these beds?
From a high performance garden.
From a high performance garden.
You should expect
planting
yield.
the way you're planting with your system.
Yes.
Which is, this is Lynn's system.
This is what we've done this for almost 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So basically a unit, which is about a 4x4 square. So this bed has 3 of those in the front, and then we got 3 in the back. We are producing about $300 a unit throughout the growing season.
Okay.
So a garden of this size, there's 6 units there, so 6 times 300 would be about $1,800 in organic retail food value. And it's going to vary depending on where you live, but that's about what we can produce in these gardens.
That's a pretty good deal.
It's a really good deal. It's, you get a return on your money
pretty
year
quickly.
one.
Yeah. You don't get a return on your money year one in most things.
Yeah.
$1,800. That's
this will produce about $1,800.
That's substantial. I mean, that's the question we always get, is like, how much is it? How much am I going to save? How much? Right? So that's awesome. And then got the health benefits and everything else.
You can't even put a price tag on that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, let's go to the third question. And again, we had a slew of people that asked for this one. Susan and Mary and Tom, Linda, Tiffany. Okay. Now again, there was a huge list. If I didn't get your name, we'll get you next week. How many units do I need to feed one person all year round? So if I were going to feed just Marjorie,
okay.
How many units would I need? And a unit again is a 4x4. So
and
this is 6 units.
There's 6 units.
There's
here.
6 units here.
And so you're wanting to eat year round out of this garden. So we're going to have to can and preserve a little bit of food to get through the winter, because this is going to be buried in snow. It typically takes between 8 and 10 units per person. So our family of 5, we had 50 units, and I preserved everything that I wanted, and we ate fresh everything that we wanted, and it was about perfect.
Wow, so 50 units would be like, there's 3 of these, it'd be like 10 or like 12 or 15 of these size beds would feed
5 people, yeah.
Would feed 5
So you
people.
figure 8 to 10 units per person if you're going to go year round.
Yeah.
If you're just going to go fresh eating, you can probably cut that in half, maybe 5 units per person.
And that year round is we're going to grow enough that we can it.
That's right.
And so that way I'm eating green beans in the wintertime.
Yep. And root cellar, the carrots, potatoes, that kind of stuff.
So we're really only counting this as like one growing season here in Colorado, or kind of like 1.5, or...
Yeah, like one growing season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Huh?
It works really well. And like I said, we've done it for decades for our family. So the grocery store is optional.
Okay.
We choose if we want to go or not.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, the next question was Teresa. Ed, you got to quit asking these silly questions. There's quite a few that asked. And Marjorie, what's up with the gold boots? Okay. Yes, I only wear them during lambing season. And actually, I know so many, you've probably written in, like, thank God she's wearing shoes. That's the usual response. I found out that in the snow, you can go barefoot for like a few minutes, but then after that, you really want to wear shoes. So, so...
And in the lambs, there's manure and other wonderful things.
All kind of squishy stuff.
Squishy
you really
stuff,
want boots.
amniotic fluid, and boots are good.
Yeah, boots are good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the questions we have for now. If you're watching this in the Grow Network forums, definitely pop some questions in there for me, and I'll make sure they get asked. And if you're watching this on social media, we'll get those questions in. And, ask us what's going on. It'll be fun. And until next week, by the way, let me know if you would like a gray kitten. Or if you would like a little baby lamb.
No.
Oh, the lambs are not available.
The
Okay.
lamb stays.
Look at these guys. He's a garden kitten.
Yeah, that's so cute.
Yeah, the lamb will eat your garden, the cat won't.
Yeah.
But we'll see you next week. This is Marjorie Wildcraft, Lynn Gillespie, and this is Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And woohoo, we've made it through a week. Let's see if we make it next week.
You did it.
All righty. See you later.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the High Performance Garden Adventures. My name's Lynn Gillespie from the Living Farm, and this is my imaginary friend Marjorie Wildcraft from the Grow Network. And today we're going to explore her garden and see what's up and what's going on. Marjorie is out scouring the world, hunting down new information so it's easier for you to grow food and grow medicine, and she'll be back next week. But one of the things that we do teach about high performance gardens is that they don't take over your life, and you need to be able to travel when you need to, like Marjorie does. And what you just need is a garden buddy. And when you have a garden that's small and easy to do, then it's easy to find somebody who will help you with your garden. So Marjorie and I are doing this together so that she can travel and find all that great information for you, and I'll be here to help with the garden. So we're going to go ahead and take a look and see what's up. The garden is really exciting this week. She's done such an awesome job taking care of it, and it's looking great. So we're going to go on back to the back bed and we'll take a look. So this bed back here, this has the peas. These are going to be the taller peas that we're going to actually eat, the pea pods. And all the rows are up. They're looking really great. And then our garlic shoots are right here. She's going to have plenty of garlic shoots to eat. Looks like they all have made it so far. And down here in the center of the bed we have the kale is up, and over here the Swiss chard is up. She loves kale. She loves Swiss chard. So she's going to get a lot of good eating out of this. I do see one or two weeds. We're going to leave those. We'll make Marjorie weed the garden. So we'll leave those for her. There's only a couple, and that's part of what you get is you'll get a few weeds. You just pull them out before they go to seed, and it's no big deal. Down here, this is going to be the tomato section, and then we have our cabbages, which are looking beautiful, and then there'll be more cabbages coming along. She said she doesn't want to eat 6 cabbages in 1 week. So what we're doing is a succession planting. We're going to put in cabbages every 3 to 4 weeks. And so she can have one every now and again. The next garden up here, these are our pea shoots. These are the ones that we're going to eat fresh as peas. So next week she's actually going to have a harvest out of her garden, which is really exciting. And then we have some of the turnips in the front and in the back, the salad turnips, and they're coming up. They'll be ready to eat in about 3 or 4 weeks. Next section here is our lettuce. She may have a few leaves next week. Probably the week after she can get a pretty good harvest. And then up here I see the little lettuces coming up, and these will be the next succession of lettuce for her. And then this section is the carrots, and they came up really fast. And she told me the secret to what she was doing is she was putting the blankets on at night and keeping the soil a little bit warmer, and that causes things to germinate a little faster. So her carrots are up. That's great. They're looking really thick, and we'll just let them come on up, and then we'll thin them a little bit later, but for now we're just leaving them alone. The one thing that she asked me to do is to water her garden. So I'm going to move her boots. And we'll get the hose out and we'll give this garden a good soak. We've been watering the garden every day just to keep it moist. And she's got water right here for us. It's nice and conveniently located. Let's see what we got here. Alrighty, we got water. So the secret to getting the seeds to germinate well is consistent moisture. And just by watering this once a day, just coming through here, it does a really good job of getting things to germinate. And to me, it's really wonderful just to spend a little time in the garden. As you can see, we're only spending just a couple minutes today here. So it doesn't take very much time to grow some really good food. Okay, one more time for good measure. Make sure I get the blocks really well because they tend to dry out a little bit faster. So if you like to travel and you would like to garden, then I suggest that you just find a garden buddy and the two of you grow a garden together. A garden this size could feed 2 people really easily. And there'll be plenty for everybody, so you get your freedom and your travel and you get your good food. So it's just a really good deal to do it together. Okay, that's all that we have to do with this garden. It's super simple and super easy. It's a great garden for busy people. And Marjorie and I will both be back next week for another adventure in high-performance gardening.
Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie.
Hello.
The one and only. The one who actually
so.
knows what she's doing. So Lynn?
Yes.
What are you doing with a jar? What are you gonna...
This jar is a project for the garden.
Okay.
And what this jar is for is to collect all the weeds that you pull out of the garden for the entire season are going to fit in this jar.
Are they gonna, the entire season,
The entire
the weeds
season.
are gonna fit in this jar?
Yep.
Okay.
That's our goal.
This is not, you're not gonna make moonshine and make this your liquid Rocky Mountain corn?
We're going to make compost.
Okay.
Compost.
Okay, so I'm up for this, so this is gonna be the challenge.
This
So
is your
whenever we find a
challenge.
weed, we're gonna
Right.
put it in the jar?
So we'll just cruise the garden, like here's one little weed in the jar.
Oh my God, what was that?
That was grass.
You know you can eat grass.
You can eat it. No, we have to collect it in the jar.
Okay. All right. Well, I got scissors.
Ah,
See?
2 pair too.
Yes. They're not matching though.
No, that's all right.
So we're gonna do some harvesting. Our first harvest.
first harvest
I mean, what is
today.
It's only been 4 weeks.
I know.
We got
It's so fast.
We got food.
Yep.
So, and we even have a scale and like equipment to harvest with.
Mm-hmm.
So what it is the peas, right? The garden's looking great, by the way. I don't know if Tom can pan in here and show
It
people.
is.
what this
I'm
looks
very
like.
impressed with your garden.
Yeah.
It's doing really well. You're going to have so much food come out of this.
Nice.
And 1 jar of weeds.
And 1 jar of weeds.
That's
Okay,
it.
well, I'm going to keep you to that.
Okay.
And then we'll also weigh what's coming out. So we'll check it out. All right, so we're going to harvest these. How do you recommend
Okay.
to harvest
so
these guys?
we have, there's 7 rows of peas. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7 rows of peas.
7 rows of peas.
We have a pair of scissors and bring over your container.
All right, so we're gonna put them in this, and then I'll weigh them in that other one, so the tare weight is.
The way I like
good.
to cut them is if we cut them,
Here, I'll let Tom zoom in on that.
the pea comes up and then there's one set of branches and then a second set of branches.
Uh-huh.
So I want to cut right here, right above that first set of branches.
Okay.
And then a second shoot can come out of that other set. And so we're just going to shear this sideways. So we're not going to take it all the way to the ground. And we're going to get a second, third, maybe a fourth cutting off of this.
So it's just like
It's just
giving it a trim, like a haircut.
Giving it a trim. And we want to we could do either 3 rows this week and 4 rows next week.
Okay.
I think you have company this week. We might want to do 4.
Yeah,
this
that's right.
looks
Because I'm
really
going to
good.
stir fry these for dinner tonight.
And so what'll happen
Yeah.
is that'll start alternating where we do 4, then 3, then 4, then 3.
I don't think it's going to matter whether we alternate rows or just do 4 and then
You can cut whichever ones you want.
you can cut whatever we
We'll
want.
just stop at 4.
Yes,
How's
see,
that?
She's letting me do whatever I want. That's very nice. I
A
like
little
that.
bit.
And
You can do a
people-
little bit what you want.
Well, I'll come over here and start harvesting some
Oh,
on
man.
from the back.
Man, those smell good.
Yeah. Fresh greens. They're awesome.
Oh, we got these too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't see these real good, so I'm just going to guesstimate.
Yeah,
that.
you can even go just a slightly lower too if you want.
Okay. Yeah, people don't realize it, but I'm like nearsighted. And they go, Marjorie, you look kind of funny at the camera. And I'm like, yeah, because I don't see the camera that well.
That's fine. You grow a beautiful garden.
Now look at these guys in the little thing here. I'm going to take
Yeah.
some of them too.
Yeah,
They
we
look
can.
Delish.
I love these. These are like one of my favorite foods
This-
for breakfast. These are amazing.
Oh, with some
Amazing.
and some butter and garlic.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect breakfast.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
throw a couple scrambled eggs or a fried egg on top. And
You know,
there
people
have
have
it.
these breakfast reps, and I'm thinking, you got to get out of the breakfast
They
reps.
do, and it's just another meal a day. If you think of it as just another meal of the day,
Mm-hmm.
then the whole world opens up to you, and you can eat all kinds of amazing things. So we're picking through the wires today because we are still 15 days away from our last frost date.
We had a frost this morning.
We did. Everything was white. Was everything
Yeah.
white here?
No, it wasn't
Yeah.
all white, but the blankets were all
Yeah, we
no,
were
they were all
frosty.
crispy. It didn't get that bad. I'm hoping it didn't wipe out all the fruit trees.
Oh, I don't think it did.
Okay, so
At
this is
32 degrees, we had 32 degrees. The fruit is good down to about 28.
good.
But I was looking last year, on this week we had 19 degrees.
Holy
So
cow.
it can still get cold. So it's good to keep your protection here for the garden, so you got your blankets and your covers.
So
And
pretty much every night I've been covering them, and even if it isn't going to freeze, I've been covering them just so that they stay warmer to
I
accelerate
can
the
tell
growth.
because
Yeah.
your carrots
Are coming
are up,
Yeah.
and they were up early.
But it's so nice, you cover them and you talk to them, and it's,
Because the garden is easy, 'cause it's defined, and it's
Yeah.
it's easy to work with.
and
Wow, look at all that food.
yeah, I'm going to
Okay,
get a little bit more out of these.
Yep, and then we'll
'Cause they're
save the
kinda
rest
crowded here.
for next week.
You don't want to have overcrowded peas. All right, let's try weighing these bad boys.
Now you got enough for dinner and breakfast.
I don't know, the way I eat them, it might not, might not even be dinner. All right, let's see.
All right, how do you run your scale?
I don't know.
I don't know
I
either.
don't know either. I think you got to turn it on.
Turn it on.
I'm just going to put this here. So there'll be a chair weight. I'm going to take this off because we
Okay.
don't need it. And I hope this is accurate enough. That doesn't. It's
Doesn't
not
weigh
gonna-
anything.
It doesn't weigh. Well, it doesn't.
It doesn't. All right, you want me to try to stuff all these peas in that?
No, but we can maybe do 2 patches or whatever we need to do to make it work.
Well, they don't weigh anything either.
They don't weigh anything either. Yeah.
It's not very accurate.
That's not a good scale, is it? Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, I'm going to eat this. And it's edible. It's all mess of pea shoots. So, Lynn,
Yes.
I have something for you
What's
that I'm going to give you next week.
next week?
And it's something that you have, been secretly desiring.
Ooh.
Like, you won't tell him. And I'm not, you know what? She's going to bug me when Tom turns the camera off. And she's going to
Yeah.
say, Marjorie, tell me what it is. But I'm not going to tell her. I'm not
You're
going to
gonna
tell
leave me in suspense
Yeah,
for an
because
entire
we
week?
want to have the surprise on camera.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. This is something she has, really secretly wanted all of her life. Probably didn't even know it. Yeah. Okay, so this is good.
Yep.
So we got our first harvest, and
Should we
next
turn-
week we're going to get you your special gift,
Thank you.
and we are going to plant some broccoli.
Yes.
It's about time to plant some
It's
broccoli.
time to put the broccoli in.
Is it going to be time to put in the next set of cabbages, or not yet?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
We'll put in the next cabbages.
All right.
All right.
Well, you know what? I will tell you something that we do discuss off camera, and that is oh my God, what if something goes wrong with this garden?
Can happen.
Because you never know.
Do you
right?
shut the gate?
Yes, I've been shutting the gate.
Okay,
I've been
good.
turning on the electric fencing,
Good.
and yeah, and then I've been covering it at night. But look, at least we've got one harvest already.
Our first harvest.
So
yeah.
first harvest. Okay, well, join us next week, and we'll plant the broccoli, and then Lynn, you'll get to see what the gift is that she's. Oh, there's Tom. There's the camera. See, I don't see real well. She's always secretly wanted it all of her life. So this is this is Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie, and this is Adventures in High Performance Gardening. This is not your average gardening. This is high performance gardening. Okay,
Totally.
We'll see you next week. Hey everyone, this is another episode in Adventures in High Performance Gardening with Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie and Little Bear. This is the garden kitty. Woo! He's like, I've had enough of being handled, and so I'm going to let him go and do the weeding for us. And that's really wishful thinking. Now, Lynn, you remember last week I teased you that I have a gift that you have been secretly wanting.
Oh, All my life.
All your life. Yes. Here you go.
What
Here you
could
go.
it be?
What could it be?
All right.
Okay.
What did you dig up here?
And the bubble wrap is fun too.
Oh my gosh.
See, look, I'm going to get this near the microphone. You feel?
I got the golden boots.
You got the golden boots.
I think they'll fit me better anyway.
They will fit you better. They're too tight for me. I wore them during lambing season. I didn't wear socks,
Yeah.
and they were still too tight for
That's
me.
so funny because today I got my boots wet and I had no other shoes. I was out in the greenhouses in my slippers.
Yeah,
my
these are
feet were wet.
indestructible. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? I think these are actually new. I got them at the thrift shop, but
They'll be perfect for watering. Thank you.
there you go. It's
I will carry on the tradition of the golden boots.
the golden boots. See, who says gardening can't be either stylish or garish, depending
There you go.
on which
That's
one
gonna be fun.
which way you're going.
All right, your garden looks gorgeous, Marjorie. You've done such a good job with it.
You know, I think what really helped it a lot is we got a couple of really good rains.
We got really good rain.
And my father-in-law has a theory that when the air is 70% nitrogen, right? And when the rain falls through it, it picks up some nitrogen.
It does.
And
yeah, I agree.
you know, having a garden outside, rainwater, like, it just does it
It
to your
loves
garden.
it,
It loves
yeah.
it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
totally
Yeah.
the thing, the gold standard.
So we got a couple things to do today. We're going to get a harvest.
She's making me go to
We're
work.
going to harvest. Yeah. That's
All
gonna be our-
business, Lynn's all
our
business.
biggest
Chop,
job.
chop, Marjorie, get on it. Okay, quit playing with the cat.
That's right.
Okay.
I didn't even bring the lamb today so we could get with it.
Oh, could I talk to you about the lamb? I'm sorry. Can we just take 1 minute here? So my yard is getting really, really overgrown.
It needs some sheep.
Yeah, could I like rent a sheep or something, a couple of sheep for, I don't know how long it would take for them to mow this all down, but
Weeks.
weeks?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. We'll look into it.
Okay.
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 Cool. All right. So we're going to harvest. We're going to plant some broccoli. We're going to mulch and pull up what weeds have come up.
Okay.
And that's probably all we need to do today because you've been watering and you've been covering at night still.
Yes, I'm still covering at night.
We may get a frost tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So we're not ready for the warm weather plants. We are about a week away from our frost date. So we still got to be a little careful.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
anyhow,
Okay.
shall we start harvesting with the peas?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Now, I will totally confess I've been sneaking because
I
they're
do that too.
delicious.
I know. They're so amazing. So
All right.
anyhow,
Go back to the same thing.
Yep, we're just going to
snip
trim
off the-
these about 2-3 inches off the ground.
Okay.
And we'll just do this half this time, and then next week we'll do the
Let
other
the other
half.
side grow.
Yep, about every 2 weeks. And we can do this for about 4 or 5 weeks, and then they get a little stemmy and a little woody. And,
They do, yeah.
and then we'll be ready to put the warm weather crops in. I believe this is going to be some summer squash.
But yeah, and then this is, you know, they're good nitrogen fixers.
They're a great nitrogen fixer.
And especially if you don't let them go to fruit, which we're not going to do.
Nope. That's the other patch of peas over there.
Yeah.
This will be a
You
Pud
don't
peas.
get as much nitrogen fixation if they produce fruit, which makes sense, right? I mean, you
Yeah.
know. Okay, so we got 3.6 ounces.
Yeah, that's a good harvest. for the
That's
peas.
awesome. Yeah, that's going to be
That's
gone
good.
in like 2 days.
We're going to write all this down, and then you'll know at the end of the season what you have.
What we got, for
Yeah,
sure.
It'll be
Yeah.
good. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to harvest the lettuce, and then we're going to thin the next batch of lettuce.
Okay.
So the way I harvest lettuce is I just go around the outside of the plant,
Mm-hmm.
and I just snap off the bigger leaves all the way around and leave the crown so it can regrow. And
Perfect.
We're going to keep these going for about 12 weeks. And then on the little guys, these are going to be microgreens. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to actually pull the plants out, and we're going to thin these too where they're about 3 inches apart.
Yeah.
And so we're not going to waste any of this. All this will be microgreens, so you'll get to eat it this week as well. And so it's just a process of just going through here and taking some plants out.
Good, good.
Okay, you ready?
Yep. All right, so we've been thinning the lettuce. We got 4.3 ounces. Is
Yep.
that right? Yep.
That should be enough to give you a couple meals.
That's a pretty good chunk of.
Yeah.
You know what's most important about this is the nutrition.
Yeah, and the colors.
and the
colors give you the
all the
different minerals.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and the
I like a colorful
phytonutrients
salad.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go get the. We're going to do some more thinning, and we got another bowl of greens to collect. So
Yeah,
let's
so
work
we
on
got the lettuce thinned
Mm-hmm.
so that it's thinner. So this will be the next batch. You don't want the plants too close together or the leaves will be too
Right.
small. So
Yeah.
about 2 to 3 inches. So
The cat.
I got the cat hanging on the fence. He's having a good time.
He is having
Good
a
thing
great
it's
time.
unplugged.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so the carrots we're just going to leave this week. They just need some growing time. They came up very well. They look amazing. And then back here in this garden, this is the peas, but we're not going to cut
We're
these
not touching
peas.
those.
These are going to grow up, and we're going to eat those as pod peas, which are so amazing.
Yummy, yummy.
Okay, next section here is our kale,
Yum.
and we can thin this a little bit, and we can thin the Swiss chard just a little bit. And there again, we want our plants about 2 inches apart.
So now we're pulling up the guys that are too close by
We're
the
gonna-
roots and getting rid of them. So this is not a trimming the leaves thing, right?
We're not trimming, no, this is gonna be your microgreens. So we're gonna add that to your lettuce bowl. And I eat roots and all when I eat microgreens.
Yeah.
You just wash them and eat the whole thing. And so we're just gonna add this to your microgreens. So we're not gonna waste anything. You get to eat it all. And then next week we'll actually start harvesting the kale. But if it's too thick, then the leaves are a little small. I do like my kale thick, but not quite this thick. So.
And so we're getting these guys about 3 inches apart.
About 3 inches, yep.
Okay,
You
okay.
just want to thin this down a little bit.
And better to knock the dirt off now while we're in the garden.
Yep. But you can saute this, or you can just eat it as a microgreen, just with some salad dressing. Either way.
Yum, yum. I love kale. All right, so from the kale, we have just harvested, what was it, 1 point, no, not 1 point.
3.1 ounces.
No, it was more than that, wasn't it?
No.
Oh, 13.1.
Let's start
see?
over.
No, we could get that. That's good. Tom just told us it was 13.1. And it's good Tom is here. Really.
You got almost a pound of microgreens.
It's awesome. I
Between
love
your
kale.
lettuce, your kale, and your Swiss chard.
It's going to be such a difficult decision on which one to eat first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just eat it all.
But the next thing we're going to do, we're still moving along, chop, chop, chop. See, I'm cracking the whip now.
There you go.
Yeah. We got a couple of transplants.
Yeah, this is your broccoli.
Oh, I love broccoli.
I love it. We started
Yeah.
picking broccoli in the greenhouses. It's so amazing.
Oh, I'm envious. I want a greenhouse.
Okay, next year.
Next year.
That'll be our adventure next year.
You're right.
Marjorie in her greenhouse.
In our greenhouse.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
It's gonna be so
Actually,
much fun.
Lynn's going to have a workshop on greenhouses this winter. We're going to do it together.
It's going to be fun.
Lynn's
Yeah.
got all the expertise, and I'm the comic relief. But anyway, we're going to plant these. We're going to do some from seed, and then we got a couple of transplants. Right?
Yeah, we're going to put in cabbage from seed, and we're going to do the broccoli. So let's do the broccoli first, since we're standing here.
Okay.
And these guys, like one's going to go.
Oh,
like
we're putting them here. I thought we were putting them over there.
Yeah,
All
no,
right,
they're going
yeah.
to go here.
Wow, you're
here,
going to
and
shove
here.
them that close? That's like 12 inches apart.
Okay, you can go. Yeah, yeah. These
Really?
are close.
Okay.
This is a tight garden.
Wow, that
And
sure
the beauty
is.
of this soil.
What variety of broccoli is
This one is Bell Star.
Is it a smaller heading broccoli then, or?
It'll be an average size. But look at
Okay.
this soil.
I know.
We
look how
don't even need
beautiful.
any tools. No tools.
No tools.
I love that.
You don't even get that dirty from it either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Turn it over, and it goes. And we can bury the stem up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, this soil is just
love
totally
this soil.
fantabulous. Let me get this third one in, and then
Yep.
what's the number one rule whenever you transplant?
Water!
Watering, yes.
Always water. We call it burping the baby. You gotta get the air bubbles out from around the roots so the roots don't
Well,
die.
see, this plant is totally freaked out right now by being 4 feet off the ground.
You think so?
I think so, because plants are not, like, what the heck? And then look at this. It's upside down. Its little roots are all
Look at the
exposed.
beautiful roots.
That is a beautiful root system.
Yeah.
Actually, this is the perfect transplanting. If the roots were much more, it would
Yeah,
not be
this
so
is
good.
where you want to go.
But so water helps them so much to calm down. It's like, when people stop on Friday and have a beer to relax.
All right, you gonna water them in?
Why not?
Yep.
Through the magic of television. We happen to have had a watering can right here.
And then I brought you a toy.
You did?
Yes.
All right.
This is one of our homemade shade cloth covers. So when you only want to cover 1 or 2 things in your bed, this is just a piece of fencing and a piece of shade cloth. And you just kind of hook it over the feet of the fence. Super simple. You can make these at home very easily.
You know, this soil is so good. I don't think I'm going to need much more than this water.
It doesn't take a whole lot.
Yeah, plus I'm going to water again this evening before I cover them up.
Yeah. You just want to get enough in there to get the roots.
There you go.
The air away from the roots. Okay, these things have little feet on them. Done. Yeah. We need another one.
Dang.
I only have one.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I'll find something.
Okay.
Don't worry.
And you can cover that guy.
We'll make up for it. Don't worry. Yeah.
That only needs to be on there for 3 days.
Okay.
Then in 3 days later, you just take it off, and they're acclimated to the sun, and
that's a whole other thing, because sun is going to be really stressful on these plants that have just been transplanted.
Yeah,
so,
and especially if they've come out of a greenhouse, they'll sunburn. They'll turn yellow. They'll turn white, curl up, and die.
They'll get upset.
Yeah, and we're at elevation too, so it burns them a little bit more.
It's crazy.
So that's broccoli. Easy.
Okay, great. Now seeds are even easier.
So we have our 2 cabbage plants that
Aren't they
have been growing. They're beautiful.
I know, I love
And
cabbage.
we want to get the next succession. I brought you some seeds.
Cool.
And this is one called Red Express. It's a miniature cabbage.
Okay.
And
I like that express. It kind of sounds like it's going to be fast.
and so all we need is
It's only a 6-month cabbage.
No, it's faster than that.
I know.
You just need like a 1/2-inch divot. I mean, just the smallest hole. And we're going to drop in about 3 or 4 seeds.
Yeah.
And then we will thin down to the best one, the best plant. And so these will be up in a few days, 3 or 4 days.
Okay. Well, next week when we get together, we ought to be able to tell which one's the strongest and decide which one. Thinning is so difficult.
Or we can wait an extra week.
You poor babies. All right, and these guys too.
You can water them. They can wait because they are seeds, or you can water them right away to start activating them.
Yeah.
So you get your choice.
Well, seeds named Express would want to be watered right away.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And this is such a beautiful red cabbage.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. Oh man, I've grown some cabbages before that were just ginormous. It's so satisfying when you have a photograph of yourself and the cabbage is like bigger than you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're getting a place where people can upload their vegetable pictures and brag.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I have a cabbage picture just like that.
Yeah.
It was a variety called Caitlin, and it's for sauerkraut, and they make like 16-pound heads.
Wow.
Yeah, and the plants are like this, but they are way, way late in the fall.
Yeah.
These will be little guys.
Yeah,
They'll be
no, that's good. That's
little
good.
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So,
All
okay.
right. I think we're done.
No, we got 2 more things.
Oh, 2 more things. Okay.
We'll go through, we'll pick out any of the little weeds, put them in our little jar.
Okay.
And then we brought some mulch, so we want to mulch again so that we're not getting some weeds.
Okay.
And so it's just the same process of mulching that we did before.
Okay. Let me get this out of the way.
And we're just going to sprinkle this just lightly.
All around, huh?
Yep. Just back on the garden.
Even these guys, huh?
Yeah, just go down underneath so you don't get any up on the leaves.
Right. What? We can't cover them?
Well, it'll end up in your salad.
Well,
What do you got?
we got a lot of good stuff here.
Yep.
And in case people are wondering, I recycle plastic bags, so no, I didn't get this at the grocery store and claim it. We actually harvested it anyway. So yeah, so look at that. It's going to be such a great decision as to like what to eat first. And look at the nutrition.
For me, it's always the peas. Always.
I was just going to say that, but
always
you know
the
that
peas.
kale is a close second. Yeah. Okay. And then that's our weed jar, huh?
That's our weeds. That's the weeds we got this week.
Yeah.
So just a few clovers and stuff. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Not
cool.
too
I'm going to
bad.
be really fascinated to watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll all fit the whole season.
All
You
right.
watch.
Well, next week I have something else that Lynn has always wanted all of her life, and this time it won't fit in a bread box. So, yeah. Okay. But so this is Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie, and adventures in high performance gardening.
We're
And
definitely having some adventures.
we are having some adventures, and so far things are going great.
The garden is beautiful.
It's doing good.
It's so easy.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And delicious. So, All right, we'll see you next week. You have a good one. Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie, and this is Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And I almost might say stumbling rather than adventures. But
we're doing great.
We're doing good. We are. And I want to show you today, the most important part of gardening is fashion.
Yes.
Yes, and Lynn, look at that.
We have the fashion.
We have the fashion statement of the week. Very good, very, very good.
This is better than a green thumb. It's the golden shoe.
The golden shoe.
The golden
right.
shoe.
I have another gift for you, Lynn, too. Look at this cute little thing here. Here, I'll hold your
Cool.
stuff. Yes, that is. I am on a single woman campaign to reduce garbage bags throughout the planet.
Nice.
Oh my, I've got some nice.
Whoa, it keeps coming.
Yeah. It's a cute little harvesting bag.
It is a great bag.
Yeah. And they say it holds 40 pounds, and I have to tell you, I've done acorn harvesting and stuff and really had that thing bulging.
Oh man, you know what this will be good for? Asparagus hunting.
Asparagus hunting.
Right now we are heavy into asparagus season. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I will put that to good use. And you know, the other thing it would be great for is we have so many apricots this year. When I climb the tree, I won't have the bucket to deal with. I can
just that's what it is. It's a harvest bag. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'll put it to
this
good
year is
use.
going to be a good fruit year. I don't know what I'm
Oh
going
my
to do.
gosh, everywhere. Fruit everywhere this year.
I got to figure out. I'm thinking about buying one of those freeze dryers.
Oh, I'd love to have one of those.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
Yeah, I've been kind of secretly lusting after one.
I haven't allowed myself to go to that web page yet.
You haven't even started to lust after them yet.
Oh no, I've been looking at them. Yeah, that's a great idea. For this year. So cool.
and yeah, you know, freeze drying stuff, it like lasts for 25 years if you keep it cool and dark. And you know, in the next 25 years, I'm willing to bet that if you had a 5-gallon pail of apple stuff, you would be very happy for that at some point.
Oh, I could eat that in a year.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't even have to go 25 years. But having some backup food, I mean,
that's a great plan.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to do stuff today in this garden other than chit-chat. And I have to tell you, I still have, I'm standing on this side because I still have hat envy.
You got to get the hat, man.
I got to do the hat.
Yeah.
You look good in the hat.
Thank you.
But
then I don't have to comb my hair. Goes with the fashion statement.
It's, when you put your hair in a ponytail, you don't have to comb it either. You just put it back there and get it out of the way. But what are we doing today?
Okay, so I brought the plan because I hadn't seen it in a while. And I was thinking about the warm weather plants because we have passed our frost date by 2 days. And this week we're predicted 3 nights in the 30s.
I know.
And I'm like, the warm weather plants are going to stay at the greenhouse. It's not time to put them out yet.
I know, wasn't it like last week we were in t-shirts?
Yeah, now we're back in our sweatshirts.
And we're back in our, and I was like,
sweater.
Dang.
Yeah.
Because I was just getting ready to plant like corn and stuff.
That's Colorado for you. So we're going to wait another week and then look at the 10-day forecast. That's usually what I do. And then if it's like in the 40s for those 10 days, then we're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure you know, timing is really everything with planting
it's
stuff.
Huge. I had a friend who thought that her zone was, frost date was April 30th. And she went and put in corn and different things. And we had a frost a couple nights ago and it killed everything. So there was the timing of when to plant, and then there was I need to be looking at the website to see if we're going to have a frost and get the blankets on. So it was devastating for her, and it's hard. So yes, timing is important.
Know, there are some seasons when I've tried to beat it and the weather has beaten me, and I've replanted 3 times, you know, I mean, really.
It happens.
It happens.
So what I brought for you today is our cilantro.
Oh,
you said you like cilantro.
Cilantro. This is like the heavy metal cleaner, right? You eat cilantro and it helps clean out heavy metals out of your body.
That's nice. So we're going to put some of that in the garden, and the seed will be down under the soil this week. So it won't, if it frosts over the top of it, it won't hurt it. And
I've noticed this stuff takes a while to sprout up. It's not a fast one.
It's 2 to 3 weeks to come up, and it will take a light frost. So I think we're safe enough to put the cilantro in. And then we got our harvest.
Oh man, we got a good looking garden going on
and
here.
I went through and pulled the weeds, and I got about 6. So we're still
6 weeds.
Yeah, still under half in our jar. But this jar, it should make us the whole season.
I'm in awe about
Isn't that fun?
That is really fun.
I mean, that makes a garden fun. So,
right.
anyhow,
The weed jar.
Why don't we start with our harvest?
So like the tip jar.
Yes.
All right. Let's do harvest. What are we gonna? And we got
We got peas. We got the lettuce. We got kale, and we have the Swiss chard, and we have a little surprise back there in the garden, which I'll show you after our harvest.
I know, I missed watching the episode when I was gone, and you pulled some kind of stunt, and I've been meaning to go look at that. I haven't caught up with my own videos.
You're in trouble.
Maybe next week we'll be seeing Marjorie choking Lynn.
It could happen.
Could happen. Let's do some harvesting.
Let's harvest some peas.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So do you want a little bowl or a big bowl?
All right, so we're doing half and half.
Right.
So we did this half last week, so we're going to do the first one that we did 2 weeks ago.
So we're doing this, we're doing this side now.
We're doing this patch, yeah, and that patch is still growing. And it was the same thing, we're just going to come through here and just cut. Have you been eating these? Have you been enjoying these?
Man, every time we get those, I chow down on them.
It's always the first thing that I eat.
It really is. Well, I have to say I love kale, so it's a little tiny bit of a toss-up, but not really because the peas went out.
Yeah. Okay, Marjorie, you ready to get some lettuce?
I am.
Lettuce
I'm going to get this
gorgeous.
this freckled lettuce.
Yep. And we just go
that you
around.
can only get if you grow it from seed yourself.
The freckle one we can get.
Okay.
Yeah. Seed Savers Exchange
Okay.
grows this one.
And so again, we're just going to be pulling some of the outside leaves to thin things out a little bit.
Yep, leave the crown. Just pull some outside leaves.
Okay.
The red lettuce, this one, Firecracker, you can only get it from seed because you can't buy this anywhere anymore.
That's pretty cool.
So we raise several plants every year and grow our own seed.
All right. This is just beautiful. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
All the all the different colors. You get a lot of different colors. You're getting a lot of different nutrients, phytonutrients. Just amazing. This is beautiful. I can't believe this. We're going to weigh this.
Yeah.
And then we've got more to harvest,
Yeah,
right?
we're going to go pick some kale. You ready to pick some kale?
Let's do it.
That's your favorite.
Yeah, kale is my favorite.
All right.
Yep.
We'll go back here. And the way I like to do the kale is...
Okay, I'll come up that way.
Just, I like the small leaves because then you can eat everything. You eat all the veins and everything. And so I just pick the small leaves, and that's what we eat at our house.
Oh, we're getting them out of the little cinder block holes.
Yeah, we can go through the whole bit.
Okay. Yeah, this kale at this stage is so tender and so yummy.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, Lynn, these are... You're going to eat these raw. They're so tender. I used to always grow them big, and then I would eat the big outside leaves all season.
Yeah.
I mean, kale will go forever, too. I mean, one kale plant, and you can eat forever. But I got to say, this way of doing it with the little bitty leaves...
I love this method. And this is red Russian kale. It's my favorite one that grows this way. So, yeah, that's enough for you 3 or 4 meals, probably.
Absolutely.
Unless you eat it all before we get done.
Yeah, we should weigh it before I eat it all.
And so the other thing that we can pick today is a little bit of our Swiss chard.
Okay.
And we have also the small leaves on the Swiss chard, like this, that we can harvest as well.
Okay.
And these are really tasty. So we should get you a mess of Swiss chard to go with your kale.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to pick some more. We'll be right
we'll
back.
pick some more.
Okay. All right, so we got another nice little bowl of the Swiss chard.
That's a great start on the Swiss chard.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
And we noticed that we got
one little cabbage up right here.
We planted those like 2 weeks ago or a week
that
ago?
was last week.
Last week.
I don't see the other one up.
And I love how these big ones are starting to fatten up.
Yeah, they're starting to turn and make their heads, so that's good.
Awesome. And so the final thing we're going to do today is plant some cilantro.
We're going to put in the cilantro, and it's going to go around the outside of this bed. So we saved these
all those empty holes
little
there.
Holes.
Yep.
And we can go all the way around to the garlic.
Awesome. How many seeds are we going to put in the hole?
Oh, I don't know. Let's put like 3 to 6.
Yeah.
Can I give you some?
What is that saying about the corn? People plant them, they say, one for the blackbird, one for the crow, one for the something or other, and one to grow. Like, you know,
That sounds about
if
right.
you put 4 in, you're going to get 1.
And
right?
I'm just going to I'll just drop a little handful in there about a 1/4 inch down. Because you want to go, you can go as deep as 3 times the width of the seed.
Yeah.
So
I like to loosen a little tiny bit of the soil up too.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we'll just drop those in, and then they'll be up in 2 to 3 weeks. It takes them a little while. Okay, the cilantro seeds in, then we just put that mulch back over the top of it a little bit. And then when you water the garden, that'll water them in.
Just water them
Don't
in.
have to do them right away. So
Nice.
And then these are your picking peas. These are looking great.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
we're going to make some trellises for this garden. The front one won't need it, but this one will. So we'll be bringing those in the next week or 2, and we'll get these peas up
Awesome.
into a trellis for you. So great.
Yeah.
Should we go see how much we harvested?
Let's get it all weighed up, and then we got some storm clouds coming in, so we're going to
We
have to
do.
wrap up this filming here really fast.
It might rain, it might snow, it might hail, it might sleet, it might be grapple. You never know.
I'm covering with plastic tonight.
Okay, good idea.
Woohoo, Lynn! You're gonna
Oh,
get some
man.
muscles carrying all that around. All right, I'm gonna read out the tally
what do we
here.
got?
Peas, 12.2 ounces.
Nice.
Lettuce, 18 ounces of lettuce. I'm actually gonna give some of that away. Yeah, because I
Good.
love that philosophy you have. You know,
The grow, share,
grow,
teach.
share, teach. I love that mantra. 8.7 ounces for the kale, and then the what is that?
The chard.
Oh, the chard, 4.9
Yeah.
ounces. So we're quite a bounty. And you know, these greens are like the foundation of health right here. There's not a huge amount of calories, but there is so much nutrition.
Yeah,
And this is
this is
awesome.
where our diet starts. Here's our greens and then everything else. And we eat greens 3 times a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yep.
Yeah, eggs and greens for breakfast, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good. Great.
All right, well, we're gonna duck out of here before that big black cloud like dumps on us and then Lynn's boots get wet.
Oh, I'll be fine. You're the one that's going to get wet.
Hey, look at my boots. I got,
Yeah.
I'm going all natural. And actually, those boots are probably going to outlive both of us.
Yeah, I
you know,
think so.
thrift shop boots you hope you can throw away and then they last forever.
They're shiny.
Well, this is Marjorie and Lynn, and we'll see you next week on Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And I hope it does not hail and destroy this garden. That would be
Yeah,
bad.
you want to cover it.
Yeah.
You need to think about hail at this time of year around here.
Yeah.
We got hail in the sheep today. Ran them into the corner.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't like that.
Like who does? Okay, see you next week. Hi, this is Marjorie Wildcraft with Lynn Gillespie, and this is Adventures, Serious Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And actually things are going really well so far, so we're like lucky, but I did see some grass down there matted down. I think that actually the deer are still sleeping in my backyard.
Oh, it's a good thing you got the fence.
But no, that fence wouldn't do anything for deer. I've been covering this every night, so I think I really have to close the front gate. I've got to get serious about that.
yeah,
So,
keep them out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Cool.
Anyway, we'll see. So it's going good.
Yeah. So I brought you something. I brought your bag
Good
back.
luck present. See, I hope it's not the gold boots. Like I really don't want
The
them.
gold. Wow, this is the magic boots.
All right, I'm excited.
All right.
Okay. What do you think it is? Oh, yes. Totally. Yep. Thank you so much, Lynn. Ta-da.
It is the greatest tool for pitting cherries, and I looked at your
That's so
trees,
cool.
all 20 or 30 of them.
Well, they're not quite
You
that many, but there's
are so loaded with cherries.
this year is going to be one heck.
And when we want to dehydrate, we want to pop those pits out.
Yeah.
So Jenny and I got one too. We'll come over and we'll run our pitters and get all that dehydrated.
You know, I'm starting to do the research on a freeze dryer. I'm kind of like been lusting after a freeze dryer.
And we want pits out for that too.
Yeah, well, yeah, right? Well, I happen to have a gift for you too, and the reason why I'm giving Lynn gifts is because, believe it or not, I'm leaving this afternoon and I will be gone for more than a week because, oh my God, Wells Fargo shut my bank account down for the Grow Network, and I'm still trying. My accountant, don't tell anybody. I hope she's not watching, but she is batshit crazy, and I have got to get another accountant. So anyway, but I'm going to be gone. But so when you have friends who help you take care of your garden, you got to give them gifts, and I got 2 for you.
2.
So one is da-dum-da-dum. Nobody has this yet.
This is a brand new product.
It's a brand new product.
Tell me about it. Freeze CBD roll-on.
Yeah, it's when you got aching muscles, which I know you have aching muscles.
Yeah.
Or Tom.
After planting 900 asparagus plants.
Yeah. Oh, right.
A little bit achy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're up.
So this is it's really nice. You
That's
roll it
cool.
on. It's got some CBD, so that also helps. And
Yeah.
I have another gift for you. That this one I know you've really been wanting.
What's this? I'm not sure I trust you.
Watch out!
Watch out. Oh, the stickers.
The stickers. Lynn's been wanting G stickers, so I got her some G stickers.
I saw her suitcase with the stickers on it. I was like, I want stickers for my suitcase, because my suitcase has nothing on it. So
Yeah, man, I don't know how many.
Cool.
I have in my lifetime several times picked up the wrong suitcase or
yeah.
at the airport. I mean, I'm travel a lot, so
everybody should have G stickers. On their
everybody
suit.
should have. Well, if
then we can-
everybody had G stickers,
we can identify. Me and you can have G stickers.
all right,
They don't get
They
any.
don't. Okay, yeah.
Cool.
But it
Thank
would
you.
be cool if I ever saw anybody with a G sticker in the airport.
Wouldn't that be
man,
fun?
I'd be all over that. That
That'd be
would
so fun.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll decorate my suitcase.
Yeah. You know what I did? I put it. I should show you next week on my phone. I put it on my phone, and it's kind of
Oh yeah.
got it on my phone
be
all
cool.
the time. So
Yeah.
my laptop.
So your garden.
I mean, we're getting to that point where there's really not that much to do,
There's
right?
not that much to do. The weather forecast for this week is wintry mix, snow, probably some hail, lows in the 30s, and it's just not time to bring the warm weather plants out of the greenhouse.
You totally nailed it. If you remember from last week, Lynn said it could hail this time of year. We've already had 2 hailstorms since she said that.
We get that a lot this
Yeah.
time of year. So my advice is we just hold off one more week and wait for that weather. It's going to break.
Okay.
And then it's going to turn hot. We're going to be like 100 degrees during the day. And we're going to be like, what happened to us?
These people from Colorado think 100 degrees is
It's
hot.
It's so hot. So we're going to wait on the warm weather
Yeah, okay,
stuff.
good.
Yeah, just
well,
one
good.
more
We'll do
week.
that next week.
Yeah.
I'll be back for
So I'll come and watch your garden and put the covers on
I
and
super appreciate that.
get it watered for you. And yeah,
That's why I keep giving her gifts.
keep me coming back.
Keep
Yeah.
her coming back.
So I think what we should do is go ahead and harvest what you want. You said you wanted to take some stuff with you.
Yeah, I'm going to take some gifts to friends.
Yeah, out of your garden.
Yeah,
That's so
absolutely.
much fun. And then you get to share your experience about your garden.
Yeah,
You tell stories, right?
absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get
Well,
our
we'll get to
baskets.
harvesting and weighing and be right back.
Okay, Marjorie.
Got the totals?
What you got in the jar?
This is the weed jar. This is like the tip jar, except for, yeah.
Not filling up very
But that's
fast.
pretty cool that, and this totally is good that we got the leaf coverage going over things now. So like no weeds are coming up
Yeah.
because it's, it's
We
at-
may have 20,000 elm trees. We'll see how that turns out.
I know we did have the elm seeds,
The
but
seeds came in.
yeah.
But I want to mulch again.
Okay.
We get the warm weather plants in. But yeah, that's all the weeds so
That's
far.
it. That's pretty amazing. What do you think?
Yeah, pretty easy. Making this garden easy.
That's a good one.
Okay, so while we were picking the Swiss chard, I noticed some bugs.
I know.
Do you have bugs in your garden? That means that means you're organic. Congratulations.
It's extra protein.
Yeah. So we have one in Colorado called leaf miner. I don't know if you have it in Texas. And it's a little bitty fly that lays an egg on the backside of the leaf. Then it hatches out a larvae that lives in between the top and the bottom layer. And it likes spinach, it likes Swiss chard, it likes beets. Those are its favorites.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got to kind of watch for it. There are some beneficial insects that you can release to control them. My favorite control is just anytime I see the leaf with a leaf miner, I just harvest those off. And picking every week really, really helps to keep the leaf miner down. So if you got spinach, beets, or chard greens, you just want to keep picking them. Okay. So anyhow, so these ones can go in your compost pile. I feed them to my chickens, or I put them in the trash so that they completely leave the farm. So I'm not spreading that around.
We'll get Tom to do a close-up on those so people can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll add that in. Yeah. Because other people may have it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right. So our harvest today.
Yeah.
So we picked the lettuce.
Oh my God.
There was 11.7 ounces.
Dum, 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 dum.
Yeah.
A little more than a half a pound.
Yeah. Our kale, there was 6.9 ounces, so almost a half a pound of kale.
Yeah.
And the Swiss chard, there was 4.6 ounces.
Nice.
So you'll have that to take on your trip with you. And I did that too. I travel with greens.
I take my own food with me, because the food out there is dangerous.
It is. You would believe what they put in it.
All right.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
So,
like, hard-boiled eggs, they travel so well.
Yep.
Don't carry bananas. I don't ever recommend, I don't grow bananas anyway.
I don't grow here, yeah. So anyhow, your garden's doing really, really well. And
awesome.
We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of harvest already.
Yeah.
Just out of this little garden, and I will babysit it for you while you're gone.
I super appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'll be here when you get back.
It's probably going to be like a monster overgrown thing. Bookkeeping, banking, and accounting. How much fun. I would rather be here playing in the garden. But
and you never know what might happen to your garden if you're out of town. Because, see, I will be in control. So look out.
Dun, dun, dun. All right. Well, you're going to have to stay tuned next week to find out what trouble this mischievous woman has been up to.
We might have an adventure.
This is Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie. Catch us next week for Adventures
in
trouble. In high performance gardening. See you next week. Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft with Lynn Gillespie, the famous Lynn. And this is Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And Tom behind the camera said, okay, you girls, get your gift giving and stuff over with, and then we'll get to the rest of the program. And I'm like, okay. So I got Lynn a present. This is like the worst gift wrapping ever.
It's blue tape. Blue's my favorite color.
Well, I'm just trying to hide that this was like a yogurt jar. But here you go, Lynn.
What did you bring? You're up to everything.
I know, right? So when somebody takes care of your garden for you for more than a week,
looky there.
You got to give her something. So,
all right.
Lynn gets her very own Street Team T-shirt.
Nice.
We got matching shirts.
Oh, now we can be like twins.
We can be like twins. Yeah.
That's cool. Thank you.
Yeah, this is like organic cotton and bamboo.
I know. It feels really nice.
They're really soft.
Yeah.
I really like wearing mine. Jimerson, our tech director, I think he lives in his.
Yeah, I can feel the softness. These are amazing.
They're really nice.
Fun. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll enjoy that.
So y'all don't know, but right after we shot the last one, I hopped on a plane. I was in Texas doing all this business and managing things that go crazy in a big network like this. And then I've just come back. So Lynn has been taking care of my garden. Yeah, right.
8 days. Yeah.
So
that's all right.
Anyway,
garden's easy.
What are we going to do today?
Oh, we got some fun stuff today.
Okay.
Now, if you notice, I'm in my short sleeves today.
It's hot.
Have you ever seen my arms?
Sun.
I think this is the first time you've seen my arms.
I know. I went to Texas and and my daughter was like, Mama, you got white legs.
Yeah. So this last week we had 3 nights in the 30s, and the weather has now shifted. Now our nights are going to be in the 50s.
Nice.
So I brought your tomato plants, the squash, and the cucumbers, and we're going to plant those today. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and get our harvest, and then we'll get our stuff planted. So
sounds great. Let's go harvesting.
Tomatoes are going in. That'll be good.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with the peas, and we'll shear them.
Okay, we had to stop because look at this, is just amazing. I don't know how many pounds of lettuce that we've just harvested. Fortunately, tonight I'm going to a potluck, and I think I'm just going to bring this whole basket.
It's beautiful.
It's
so beautiful.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Yeah. So I have a gift for you.
I know, right?
The wrapping's not very good, but
we were harvesting, and Lynn said, "Hey, Marjorie, you've got some leaves with holes in them," and I'm like, "Okay." And so, yes, get some. I will have to get Tom to come in here and take some close-ups, but.
Yeah. So once you start seeing something that's out of the norm,
with these little holes,
you want to start figuring out what's causing it.
Yeah.
So sometimes the easiest way to do that is to come out at night, but we just happened to find the culprit.
Lynn found this.
2 of them.
Yeah. I only see one in here now. Did I drop one?
Oh, I think it's right there on your leaf. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. We'll get Tom to take a picture of that.
We'll get close-ups.
That is a cutworm.
Uh-huh.
And typically they're out at night, so I was really surprised that we found it. And there's a brown moth that lays an egg, and this is the larvae of the brown moth. And so what we can do
It
is...
was kind of fun. We only found it in one area because I was picking leaves. I was like, there's no holes in my leaves,
like,
Lynn.
there's holes everywhere.
But Lynn, like, you gotta.
So,
but I think that thing might be edible. So you could fry that up in some butter.
oh, no, I'll let you have it. It came out of your garden.
No, it's a
for
gift.
you.
It's a gift. Right?
No, you eat it.
Really, actually,
Truly.
most of these insects are edible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But have you ever stepped on one and all the green stuff squishes out?
Oh, let's not talk about that.
What
Now, I
kind
don't
of
know
your
if this
teeth?
guy's edible or not, but almost anything, butter and garlic. But seriously, a lot of the insects in your garden are edible. Anyway, we're going to get back to harvesting. Well, Lynn, look at this turnip here. I think we should pull up because it's like covering my broccoli, right?
That thing's huge.
And plus,
It's looking great.
I love turnips.
This is one of the salad turnips. They're sweet like a radish apple. You just eat them raw, and you can eat the tops too.
Nice.
Oh,
Look at
that's a
that
beauty. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so there, now you have your dinner. All right, we're gonna go ahead and plant some squash.
Okay.
So I got some zucchini and some yellow squash, and they're gonna go in this section. The peas are just about done.
They sure
We
are.
can let them go a couple more weeks, and they're gonna get really woody. And now that it's turned from cold to hot, it's gonna...
They're gonna really get upset.
They're gonna get mad.
So we're going to like just make a hole for the squash and then leave the rest of it almost like a living mulch.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
for a few weeks.
Okay.
And so I brought you,
That sounds good.
these are squash plants that I started, at least a month ago in the greenhouse. And because it was freezing last week, I wasn't able to harden them off. So what we're going to do is we're going to plant them, and then you're going to have to put shade cover on it for 3 days.
A couple of days. Yep.
3 days.
Got it.
To get them.
To where they're
And this is
comfortable.
considered a hill, and we're not going to disturb the roots. They really hate that. So all we're going to do is just turn it upside down, and we'll just plant that as one hill. So we're
Okay.
going to squeeze 4 of them in here, and they'll be able to grow over the edge and kind of splash down around this end.
They'll head down to the grocery store.
They can go to the grocery store, yeah.
Yeah.
The reason,
But are we going to thin these guys out?
Nope.
Or, no?
that's a whole hill. This one has 4 plants in it.
Yeah.
The reason we want to leave them together is pollination, because you got to have enough of them blooming at the same time or you don't get enough pollination.
Okay.
So we'll have enough zucchini. You'll have to chase the neighbors with it. Or you can shred it and put it in the freezer. That's what I do
Yeah.
with my excess.
That's great.
All right.
Okay,
so
well, let's get started.
What we're going to
You
do
can put my
is
turnip
we're
down.
going to sacrifice a couple peas. I'm going to plant these fairly close to the edge. So we'll put one here, we'll put
one here?
Yeah, right in there.
Yeah. So I'm just going to like chop.
I'm going to dig.
Okay.
You
gonna
can
dig.
chop, I can dig.
Well, I don't mind leaving this organic matter here, you know?
But you got to have a hole. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, now, I
The
have-
soil is just so beautiful.
I love this soil.
Light and friable. It's like chocolate cake. Whoops, I'm making a mess.
Oh yeah, we could dig this with our fingers if we wanted
We
to.
really could.
Yeah.
But I had to show off my shovel. I've got this new shovel.
It's a beautiful shovel.
And I have to
Because
use
it's a beautiful
it.
shovel. And it's got sharp edges too.
Yeah, it's a nice shovel.
So I brought some compost, and this is the fertilizer
Uh-huh.
that we feed our gardens. This is the Happy Frog fruit and flower fertilizer.
Okay.
And so we're going to put about a tablespoon of that down in the hole.
Okay.
So dig you a hole. And then put that down in the bottom, just a tablespoon.
Okay.
And then we're going to
Maybe
put
more.
about a half a cup of compost in each hole. And that's going to get these off to a start.
Oh yeah, they'll love that.
Yeah, we put that down in the bottom. These are heavy feeders.
They sure
So
are.
you can plant this one.
Okay.
And that one is a zucchini.
Now with squash, we don't bury them the way you can with tomatoes. They go just to the soil line.
Oh, I brought you 3. Okay, I got
Okay.
gold prize.
Well, we'll put the third one in the center
Oh
over
no,
there.
that's a cucumber. I couldn't find these cucumbers earlier today. Found them. Okay, those are cucumbers. So we got 2 squash.
Okay.
So
That's all good.
What do we want to put? I could bring you 2 more next week. We'll put them up there.
Okay.
Let's do that. Okay, so this one's gold prize. So it's going to be a yellow summer squash.
Okay.
And that one I think is safari, which will be a green zucchini. And
Okay.
we'll grab a couple more next week and stick them in. And I'm going to put them out and get them hardened off this weekend.
And then
Yes,
we've got.
you have to water. It's a must.
It's a must.
Burp the baby.
It's a requirement. You never transplant without watering.
Never.
The golden rule.
Yep.
We should make a song out of that, get an accompanying piano, a 6-piece band. And now we're doing the tomatoes.
Tomatoes. I brought
Now
4
tomatoes can be buried below their little thingy.
We can, or we can put them in the way that they are.
The way they are.
I'm going to teach you how to do the trellis system.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and tie these up when they get a little bit bigger.
Right.
And we can actually put one every foot, so we can put in 4. We can put in 1, 2, 3, 4, which is going to give you a ton of tomatoes.
That is and that's close
Yep.
spacing.
That's what I love about this system, is we break all the rules.
That is breaking a rule. I would never plant tomatoes a foot apart.
Yeah. We'll teach you how this works.
This is Lynn doing this, not me.
This is so then the next thing I have is your cucumbers.
Nice. I love cucumbers.
I have too many plants with this because I thought they were squash. So we don't need to plant that many cucumbers. That would overwhelm you. So they're going to go on the back end of the Swiss chard patch. And so I think we should put in 3 hills across here.
Okay.
And that should be plenty of cucumbers for you. I think we're about done here.
Yeah.
Garden's looking good. Get the cover on and get some shade on it. Do that next.
Nice. Whew, that was a good harvest, Lynn.
That was.
I'm having this for dinner tonight. Taking that big bowl to the potluck.
You can eat that on your way.
Yeah.
Just like a carrot, just crunch,
Munch
crunch,
on
crunch.
it. Yeah. And yeah, we got so much chard.
We got our stuff planted.
Kale, and you got 20% shade cloth on that. And we just shoved a little piece of plastic over this to cover this for a couple of days to keep it.
3 days.
Yeah, 3 days.
Because we get such intense sun here.
Yeah.
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 Unless it's raining.
All right. Well, awesome. So we're already getting so much production. We'll get you the tallies next week, but it's a lot of food that we've already produced, and pretty short period of time.
Yep.
So next week we will have to see what goofy present either Lynn or I give each other, and the most bizarre wrapping. Who has the most bizarre wrapping container?
Oh, a challenge.
Yeah.
I have the golden boots.
Yeah, you do have the golden boots.
Uh-huh.
You should be wearing those.
I should be.
Yeah, it's a fashion statement in the garden.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Marjorie Wildcraft, and I'm with the Grow Network. This is Lynn Gillespie, who is with the Living Farm, and what you're watching is adventures in high-performance gardening, and so far, so good.
It's been a good adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you next week.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Adventures in High Performance Gardening. I'm Lynn Gillespie from the Living Farm, and this is my imaginary friend Marjorie from the Grow Network. She is out all around the world finding great information for you guys. She'll be back next week, but this week I am taking care of the garden for her, and I made something for her this week. And what I made was a chart, and on the chart we have listed our heavy feeders, our light feeders, so that as she's traipsing around the world and is trying to get, everything else organized, her garden's organized, and we know when to feed the plants. So the heavy feeders like tomatoes and squash, they require more food to live up to their full genetic potential. And so she can just very easily go down, oh, it's this week, and feed, and then the light feeders need feed about every 8 weeks, heavy feeders about every 4 weeks. So this is just to make her life a little easier. And when I'm babysitting or she's got another babysitter, we can come in and say, oh, this is what we need to do. So it's just a way to organize and get everything put together really easily. So Today we are going to get our harvest. There is a lot of good food here. And I noticed that the garden is a little bit too dry. We've been watering really early in the morning. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and step that up to twice a week. And then next week we're going to mulch real heavy, and that'll help cut back on the water. So I'm going to go ahead and get the harvest, and we'll see what we got here. Alrighty, we got a great harvest. And what we harvested today was the greens, because you really need to be harvesting those every week, whether you're here to eat them or not. Get your garden sitter to take them home, donate them, do whatever you need to, but you want to get those picked off so that they're refreshing themselves every week. So this is our kale, and there's probably about a pound there. Our lettuce, we got about a bag and a half. And I'm guessing somewhere around 2 pounds. And then our Swiss chard, there's actually 2 bags of Swiss chard, so there's a lot of Swiss chard. And one of the great things you can do with this is you can just blanch it or saute it and throw it in the freezer and eat it in the wintertime. So there's a lot of great things you can do with it. We didn't harvest the turnips because those can wait another week. We got peas back in the back corner. They are almost ready. They're so close. So when Marjorie gets home, she'll have peas ready to eat. And everything else is just growing and waiting its turn. Well, this is the end of this show, and hopefully next week our imaginary friend Marjorie will be back in full force, and we will take another look at this garden.
Okay. Do you want to do the introduction?
No. Sorry.
You can keep that footage in. Hey, this is Marjorie Wildcraft, and today I'm very subdued, but I'm still here with my good friend Lynn Gillespie. I'm with the Grow Network. Lynn's with the Living Farm. And I had just come back from a week-long trip in Mexico where I had that experience. And I mean, I've never felt so out of control in my life. I mean, that stuff was coming out.
Oh man.
There was no stopping it. There was actually no warning. Like, the sphincter muscles don't work. The only thing I could do is like get into the shower as fast as possible. You know, that set of clothes just went right into a garbage bag. That's all done, right?
That's not good.
God, that was awful.
But you're recovering.
I'm recovering.
Slowly.
Yeah, slowly. So we have a wonderful garden here. I really can't stand the thought of eating right now, but I will be back.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Full force.
Probably, you know, with the way these things are, when you recover, you like get really hungry.
Yeah.
Like your body says, hey, time to eat now. We've been fasting for 5 days. You know. So, yeah. Cool. So when I came back, so you'd been doing the watering while I was gone, which was awesome. Mm-hmm. But we had, I'm like, what happened, Lynn? Did somebody sit down on the peas? Like, what happened?
Let's go look at the peas.
Yeah, so most of this looks great, but that was different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the peas have decided to lean over. We put on one of our low trellises to kind of help hold them up.
Yeah, so we just installed this before the shoot, and this wasn't here last week, so you're not imagining things.
Yeah, and this is new.
This is really cool. So I want to take a second to tell people about it. So Lynn came up with this trellising system. I was like, hey Lynn, why don't you just use rebar and PVC? Because you know you can cut rebar with a it's real easy to cut rebar with a hacksaw. And Lynn was like, no, we made a requirement that this is something a woman could do with absolutely no tools.
No tools. Right.
Wow.
So this is called the Easy Trellis System. Mm-hmm. And these, actually, this is at the lowest setting, and then there's a middle setting, and then there's the really high setting. Uh-huh. And so this whole back garden is going to be trellised this year. We're going vertical, probably next week.
Okay.
And yeah, you can...
Nowhere but up.
The system is so easy, and the other beautiful thing about it is you could throw your frost blankets over the top of it, and so it's super simple to build, and the directions are on the Living Farm website.
Oh, you head over to Lynn's website.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get a link for you. But really, you can just go to Home Depot. These are all standard PVC parts, and they'll even cut the PVC
they'll
for
cut
you.
it for you, which is the nice thing. If you smile.
If you be nice, be nice.
Be nice, yeah. So this is a new variety of pea to me, and I had the exact same problem. laying over. And some of the peas, they come with like trellising optional. And typically I can get away without trellising, but this particular variety not. But this is part of the learning. This is why it never gets boring.
This is
There's
the floppy.
always something going on.
This is the floppy pea variety.
Yeah, but you got lots and lots of peas.
We have really got to harvest all these guys because they're just like almost a little bit too dry here. So,
Yep,
but if we harvest them now, they're cookable and edible. And
totally, and the pea plants are done blooming. And
yeah, I'm sorry, it's nothing to do with the peas.
I love them. They're great.
No, they're delicious. You're just
not ready to eat them.
I'm just not ready to eat right now.
But the peas, as the heat of the summer comes on, the peas are just going to turn brown, and they're going to go, I am sorry, but I am done. And then we're going to take those out. We're going to put in green beans.
And they'll be a nice mulch for.
We'll actually throw them in the compost pile, and we'll mulch
Okay.
with some grass clippings. It just keeps the garden a little cleaner. Because one of the high performance garden characteristics is your garden is the envy of the neighborhood. And so I'd like to keep my gardens really, really clean, so when somebody comes over, they're like, ooh, we want that reaction. So
She's into the aesthetics. This is with a last name like Wildcraft. I am not into the aesthetics, so that's why Lynn.
that's my job.
That's
Make it
why Lynn
pretty.
is doing this.
Yeah.
But there's also another conversation that if you don't leave a lot of debris in there, that you're not having habitat for insects and
Exactly.
stuff. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
I like to keep it cleaned up. It's such a small
Yeah.
garden; it's easy to clean.
Well,
So-
we'll pretend we're Martha Stewart.
There you go.
There we go.
We'll get our peas
Our
harvested.
garden is perfect.
Oh, of course.
And
Until
so-
you get to this end.
Until we, yeah, right.
So,
So yeah, kale's doing great. Char's still producing. We got
you
a couple of baby
see
tomatoes.
this? Woo!
Oh my God! So
There's number
cute.
one. And we left
Yeah.
tag in there so we know what it is. Oh, that's my favorite. So I get to eat it?
If you want, you go for it. I can't handle a tomato right now.
I'm going to leave it for you. And in a
Yeah,
couple
let
days,
me
it's
feel
still
it.
going to be there.
You know, it's ripe. Well, it's a little bit early. It's
It's
ripe.
it'll hold another day or two.
Yeah.
So these are going to go up
Okay.
because we got them packed in so tight. So
Yeah.
next week we're going to prune them.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do a single stem system.
Okay, got it.
And so we're going to prune and
And go
pop
up.
them up, and the cucumbers go up, the winter squash goes up. This is our vertical garden back here, so
Got
that'll
it.
be great.
Yeah.
And then our poor cabbages.
We biffed it on the cabbage,
We
didn't we?
did biff it on the
But
cabbage.
it's kind of cool. It looks like my guts right now.
Oh, that's why it's mimicking you. So
Yeah.
what happened here is we left them a little too long, and they're getting ready to bloom now. So they're coming up. They could make humongous seed heads here. So it happens once in a while. You know, they just don't. They bolt before you can get them picked. So that's okay.
Okay, so you gave me a feeding schedule that apparently I have to pay attention to.
It's easy. Down, over, done.
Got it.
Yes. So
Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, you've got a very small amount of soil here, and we're
Exactly.
pulling a lot out of this thing.
there's so much food in this garden.
So we have to keep feeding it. Yeah.
Exactly. You're asking the plant to perform at super athlete level, so you have to feed it at that level.
You know,
So-
I was on a radio show a couple of years ago, and this couple called in and they said, "Hey, Marjorie, we had a garden. We put the garden in, and for 2 years it produced like crazy. And then they said, and then it just petered out. And they said, do you think it was chemtrails? And I said, well, let's talk about a few other options first. You know?
Yeah.
And I said, what were you feeding the garden? You know, were you replenishing compost or seaweed or whatever? And they said, you got to feed a garden? And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, let's go back to that. You know, yeah, you got to, you know, we're
Yes.
taking minerals
We're
and
taking away, we have to
You
give.
have to replenish it,
It's
so
a circle.
it was
Yeah.
pretty eye-opening to them. So pretty
Yeah.
fun.
And that's one of the things we teach in the course is how to figure out
How much? and
how
when.
much, which plants, when. We have all that kind of mapped out, so it's pretty easy.
Yeah. Now these cabbages are still salvage. There's big chunks of that I can
Oh, yeah.
ferment.
You
and
can get
make
in there.
sauerkraut and
Make some kraut, make some kimchi.
oh,
Put it away for later.
just oh.
That'll be
That'd
good.
actually be good though to preserve because we're going to try and have this thing produced through the winter. for the production we get here, I'm going to save through the winter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Then it's time to get some greens. You know, you can. I saute mine, and then put them in the freezer bag and freeze them about a quarter pound at a time.
That's a really good
They're
idea.
soft when you pull them out of the freezer, but they're delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you saute
I'll
them
start doing that
in
because
some
there's way
oil.
too much here. Yeah.
Yeah, saute it in some oil, and then that oil helps keep it from getting weird in the freezer. So,
Okay. What's your favorite? Olive oil or?
avocado oil is my favorite.
Oh, sweet. Now, do you do any garlic or that with it, or just leave it plain and throw that
I
in later?
leave it plain because my family likes very mild tasting, but oh man, garlic would be great in there, or the garlic shoots would be great
Oh,
in there.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be really good.
Okay.
So then up here we have the squash plants.
They're doing good.
They're doing good, but I want to take.
that little hole, but that's not. too
Well, I
much.
think that's from. I think you got some hail a couple nights ago. This garden got pounded by 1.25 inches of rain in less than 30 minutes.
It
which,
was.
For us, that's like a crazy rain. Out at the farm, we barely got a sprinkle, and we're only 5 minutes away.
Yeah. I slept through that. I was sick. I was like, let it
So
rain.
what we want to do is we'll take this stuff out,
Okay, so we're going to pull it out.
put it in the compost.
Pull it out by the roots, or just?
Yeah,
I love
whatever
pulling
you
it
can
out by
get.
the roots. Okay.
Oh, the soil is warm. That feels good.
Oh, that does so good.
Yeah, that's the sun warming the west side here.
I'm not doing such a good job of getting the roots, but I don't think these
So-
guys are coming back.
What this mulch will do is it's going to help hold in the moisture because we have this sandy loam soil and it tends to dry really quickly, which is why the 1.25 inches of rain did not hurt this garden at all. And we're going to come in here and we're going to remulch this because we don't want to weed because my jar is not big enough.
That weed jar is surprisingly small. I
Yeah.
really am very impressed. I've been showing people that, like, oh, I put that in the
I got it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not really like all there. There are people that would say I was never all there, but you know, this is not a good time to do banking.
So we're just going to mulch this down and it'll be pretty, it'll be functional, and then we'll just let the peas go into the compost pile and let that break down. Did you know that this garden can actually feed itself once you do the initial feeding? If you will compost,
What you take out
yeah, it can just keep going.
can regenerate. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
That's useful because, you know, sustainability and, oops, I broke a leaf.
I got you a snack,
Oh,
another little worm.
go live over there. I hope that lived through that. I mean, that's kind of an adventure for a
Yeah.
worm.
So we do have some chewing going on, which the entire valley is now covered in little green worms. Everybody's got them. So we've been doing the Captain Jacks. We did it once while you were gone, and we're going to do it again tonight. And that really, for the lettuce, it cut all the worms out of the lettuce that were eating that. And we just do it once a week through the summertime, and it just keeps
Keeps it all under
the
control.
population down, so you don't have to eat them. So.
Well, why don't we do the cleanup and the harvest, and we'll show them at the end what we actually
Okay,
collected.
great.
Sound good? We'll be back in a minute. might be because I have to. All right. Hey, okay. So, wow. I'm like, man, this is a workout. Like, you could really develop some biceps with
Cabbage.
seriously.
Huge.
Yeah, I'm gonna weigh these guys. Yeah, here we catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to weigh these guys and we'll put it in the records, but there's a lot of good, even if it did bolt, there's a lot here.
Oh yeah, you can just go through there, clean that
And
up.
you know, fermenting this stuff is so easy.
It's so
It's really
amazing.
easy. And I had some fermented cabbage I kept in my storeroom in Texas for 4 years, unrefrigerated, everything. It was mushy, but it was still edible.
Yeah, and it's got all those great bacteria for your
Yeah.
guts. Yeah, it's
So that
amazing.
you can store this food a long time. And so we got
And we got our peas. These are the things that we needed to harvest
we
tonight.
did the pea rescue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then you can pick and choose what you want since you're back.
You know, I'm gonna do the thing with some of the chard and kale, and I'll harvest and weigh it. But I'm gonna do that, you know, saute
Yeah,
it and bag it and freeze it.
I do about a 1/4 pound at a time.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
like a good
which
amount.
is like a bag full.
Yeah. good.
Yeah, so we got one more thing you got to do tonight before we finish.
All right.
So it's time to thin the red cabbage.
So here's our little, look at how cute our little babies are. These were from seed, if you remember, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was not that long ago. And so we've got to do the thing like choose which one.
Right, you got to just grow up one.
And see, look at this one is really clear. This one's big and strong. But this one's kind of off to these two are kind of off to the side and weak. So I'm going to do it.
Do it, and then you can eat them.
Oh
So
yeah, that's right. They are greens.
You saute them.
Why don't you toss that in with the peas?
All right.
Now this little grouping, it's a little harder to choose. Tom, are you able to get in on these guys? Okay, I think this one, even though it's a little crooked, is going to be better than, I don't know, what do you think, Lynn? How about that one?
That is
actually?
a beauty.
Yeah.
I really like its shape.
This one's a little bigger, but it's kind of crooked, and I think, yeah.
But you can eat it.
Yes, you
When
can
you're
eat
ready.
crooked cabbage.
They'll be sweet. These will be really sweet, tasty.
There you go, guys.
There you are. You did it. Good job. Sometimes that's hard to do.
It really is.
But you can eat this.
Yes,
So
you
it's,
can eat this,
nothing's
so
wasted.
It's food.
Yep.
All right.
All right, so we got the garden mulch. We got the peas out. We're looking good.
Yep.
We got some trimming done around it, and
Yeah.
you're gonna be touring this. You need to have it looking good.
I know. I'm going to become the Martha Stewart. Lynn is totally upgrading me. I'm like the shabby gardener. Lynn is
As long as it all eats well.
all right. Lynn's going to improve my image. Anyway, this is Marjorie. We'll see you all next week on Adventures in High Performance Gardening, and this is Lynn Gillespie with the Living Farm Cafe and the Living Farm.
Yep, we
And
got both.
We got both. So we'll see you next week, and I'm probably going to be perkier. I
Yes,
hope.
we'll take care of her. We'll
Yeah.
get her perk back.
See y'all later. Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft, and we are back for another episode of Adventures. That's the key word.
Oh, definitely.
In high performance gardening. This is Lynn Gillespie, who's actually my gardening coach. I'm in this whole new bioregion, like up where it freezes, although today it's pretty dang hot.
We're hot today,
It's
yeah.
hot. And Lynn is helping me show she's showing me her high performance, and I have to say, her gardening method has really been impressing the heck out of me. This thing, I spend a lot of time just harvesting out of this bad boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not hardly weeding. Our jar is not even full.
Oh yeah, we
But
got a weed jar.
I brought some new toys for you today.
Okay.
We are going vertical, baby.
Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to be working with the tomatoes back there.
We got the tomato trellis started.
Yeah, that's the easy trellis. You can get the instructions on the website.
Okay.
I'll have you tether it though, because you're outside in the wind.
Yeah.
So,
And then what's this stuff?
well, we got a couple different things.
Okay.
This
It's Christmas.
This is our strings for tying up the tomatoes,
Tomatoes,
and our clips. And this is just baler twine from the bales around the area. You can
Yeah.
actually buy tomato twine online and the clips online. But we can get the baler twine locally
Okay.
here.
Cool.
And then it's time to feed the heavy feeders.
I've been waiting for this.
The heavy
I'm like,
feeders.
how could
It's
she take
time.
so long to feed the plants?
Because they just went in.
Okay.
So
and what are we feeding them?
this is an organic fertilizer. This one is a
Doesn't
happy
smell bad. So-
Happy Frog fruit and flower
Oh,
blend.
Happy Frog. I
This-
like those guys.
I like
Yeah,
Happy Frog
yeah,
too.
They do good stuff.
So it's low in nitrogen, heavy in phosphorus and potassium. So it's the fruit and flower blend. It's not just a garden fertilizer. It has the mycorrhizae fungi. It has trace minerals in it. So I love this one. And then to complement that, we use our compost.
Yeah, we always recompost things.
So brought the bucket of compost, and this is just the compost that we make on the farm.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, it's really nice.
It's made
Smell
out
it.
of sheep poop.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that
very
is that
earthy.
rich, earthy.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
very
smell like
earthy,
sheep poop.
which means it's gone through its bacterial stage and its fungal stage, and it's ready to use.
Yep.
So
Okay.
we're going to feed the heavy feeders today, and we're going to tie up your tomato plants. And
And just so people know, heavy feeders are like tomatoes, and
Squash.
Squash really appreciate it.
cucumbers.
Cucumbers.
I put the broccoli in the heavy feeder category because my broccoli makes so much food.
Make a big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, light feeders are like your lettuces.
Lettuce.
I feed them every 8 weeks, whereas the heavy feeders every 4 weeks. And that's one of the biggest beginner mistakes is they forget to feed the plants. It's like if you want it to be a super athlete, you got to feed it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, Lynn, we're going to thin the carrots, right?
Yes, we are.
So now I got to tell you, I've always heard that carrot tops were poisonous. They are in the same family as poison hemlock. So on camera, we're going to get Lynn here to eat a carrot top and prove that it's, are you sure you want to do this?
I don't know.
Is your will?
Are you going to try too?
No, after you.
You're the one that eats the worms.
Yeah, well, I know worms aren't going to kill me. Really, you can eat. I had no idea. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, really, seriously, this is in the parsley family, which parsley is in there. But
Parsley is edible, yeah.
I mean, do you know how many botanists have died from eating what they thought were wild carrots, and it turned out to be poison hemlock? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to
No,
try it.
you can eat the carrot tops. You can put them in your smoothies.
I'm sure it's delicious, actually.
So,
Okay.
yeah, you can eat the whole plant.
Well, my rabbits are going to totally miss out from now on. I used to feed them to the rabbits. I don't know why I
So,
didn't think it killed rabbits.
This
but
is like the prettiest patch of carrots I have ever seen. But one of the things is,
it is pretty.
it's really thick. And so it's time for us to start harvesting. So what we want to do is we just want to come in here and find some of the thick spots. Let me see if I can get a carrot up.
Thin them out.
Like that.
Oh, aren't they beautiful even at this stage? Look
Yeah,
at that.
and you're going to start eating them now.
You're-
And you're just going to go through and just
Just
thin
eat
it
the
down.
babies as you thin, right?
Yeah, just eat them as
kind
you
of our-
thin, and you can take the tops. They can go, and you can put them in your smoothies. things
Actually,
like
I was
that.
talking to somebody and they said carrot top pesto is an amazing
Wow.
thing. So
Yeah, we got to check that out.
Yeah, so the original baby carrot.
Yeah. There you go. Yep.
And you're feeling okay. No woozy symptoms, no blurry vision. I ate some of it too. I'm not dying yet, but
We're fine.
okay. So you can eat a carrot top.
So-
You learn something new every
Yeah,
day.
so we'll thin this,
Uh-huh.
and you got lots of lettuce to pick. This lettuce will be bolting on you in a couple weeks.
Yes.
And then we're going to switch to the other ones that we planted back there.
Yeah.
And then we'll plant a few more, and we'll just keep it rotating all summer
It
long.
has gotten a little bit bitter right now, but I personally love bitter lettuce. And it
Yeah,
really
and
just,
bitter's good for you.
Just
Yeah.
does something for the
Yeah.
gut there.
So we'll keep it rolling around. All right, you ready to go plant
Well, let's
your
go do a bunch
tomatoes?
of this stuff, and then we'll come right back to you.
These are the strings and clips that the professionals use.
Oh,
So the-
really? We're like professionals.
We're professional now. This is what I've been doing for the last 33 years now.
I think that makes you qualify then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so what we're doing is a single stem system.
Okay.
So we're going to have one stem and one root ball. So that one root ball can feed that one stem. Other people, they'll have,
I've seen that exfoliate
30
method and all that.
yeah, you got 30 stems and one root ball. So this way we can get more production. Here's another one.
Okay.
We can get more production out of each plant, and we can grow 4 plants in 3 feet here. So we can get the density in here.
Wow.
But the thing we're going to have to do here is we are going to have to prune like crazy. So you're going to have to close your eyes. I'm going to whack your plants up.
It's okay. It's okay. Now I've been gardening enough that pruning.
You're okay. Okay. Some people can't do
I
it.
know
but-
it's like your children or something.
Yeah.
Cutting back your children. Yeah.
So all right. So the second clip is going to go on the plant.
Ah. Okay.
And so it goes down towards the bottom of the plant.
Well, I already lost that clip.
Marjorie, there's a treasure in here.
Oh yeah. Did you find another tomato?
Yeah. Look. There you go.
Beautiful. Oh, look at there.
There you are.
Joe.
It's
Look at
okay.
that.
You should eat that.
Whoops.
Nice. All right, so the next thing I have to do is find the
I assume you got
main
that, Tom, huh?
stem. And so we're going to take off, we should have probably pruned these a few weeks ago, but it was so cold.
It was cold.
Last week it was like 39 degrees. So,
Oh my gosh, yeah, look at this little guy is like already going lateral everywhere. It's going
Yeah,
to be a
this one is too.
decision as to which one to do.
but we want it down to 1,
Yeah.
and that gives us control. Otherwise, we got tomatoes going every which way. They need about 9 square feet per plant. This way we're giving them about 1 square foot.
I like control. I'm kind of one of those people.
I do in my tomatoes. I mean, it's easier. I don't waste as many tomatoes that way.
Well, I do see why you got scissors. I should go get another pair of scissors
Yeah.
because doing it by hand is going to make a messy transaction. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Once we get the tomato down to 1 stem, then we're gonna clip it up, And you want to keep the clips away from the fruit because sometimes it'll hang down and knock the fruit off.
Wow,
So
look at this, see?
Yeah.
That's hard to do. They say that breaking up is pruning is hard to do. Now I know that it's true.
Okay, there's one.
All right, I'll trim this guy back a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta make decision.
Man, that is tough. That is really, really tough. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this stake. Because
That's telling you where your main stem is.
yeah,
But you probably got it figured out.
I did figure that out.
The people that I've taught how to grow vertically and single stem like this, they love it.
Yeah, I think once you get it going, it's going to be a lot
It's
easier.
so much better.
Yeah.
Because you can find your fruit and it's hanging there beautifully. And
So I'm just going to clip this, I'm just going to kind of go halfway up the plant.
yeah, you want to stay away from the fruit, which that's good. Yep. And then you're going to do the same. Put the string back in the back
there.
in the teeth.
And then put the clip around the
And
plant.
put the clip around the plant.
Okay, so it's sort of a little loose collar arrangement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tomato clips are great. You can get them online. They're easy to find.
Okay.
So that's something that you can do.
Now,
It does take a little bit of time to figure out what's a sucker and what's not. And we do have a video on our website if somebody wants to watch that. We can put the link on and they can work on that skill set.
suckers.
I got plenty
How
of
do you
them.
find a sucker?
How do you find a
Yeah, we
sucker?
waited a little too long on these, didn't we?
Yeah.
But it's all good. We'll
It's
recover.
fine. Yeah.
I'm going to hit these with water right after we get done with this because they will be
Yeah.
stressed out. This stem is going to need a little bit of... So now in the future, do you just kind of wind these guys?
No.
No.
You clip.
Oh, you keep
See,
clipping.
like this? You
Mhm.
just keep clipping all the way up.
Okay, you're a clipper.
Yep.
All right.
I'm a professional.
Okay.
Oh, gosh, sometimes we can be pulling 600 pounds a week out of our crops.
Wow.
The tomatoes, yeah, it's a lot. And it's having the control over the plants is so nice. So we get up every Wednesday morning at 6 and go prune the tomatoes.
Lynn's a commercial grower, y'all.
Yep.
Don't feel like you got to do that. Yeah, the little suckers I just pinch off.
Yeah, I do too.
I think I got some more down here on the bottom that I need to...
Yeah, you still got all kinds on there.
I do. I'm doing this by feel.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
So,
Okay, you want me to clip a few more off of there?
go for it.
Okay. Take off that guy.
Pop quiz. Would you eat a tomato leaf?
No, I will not.
Now there, we're in agreement.
They are
Tomatoes
toxic.
are toxic. Remember, so that famous story of like people thought tomatoes were toxic and this guy...
Yeah, why are they not toxic?
I know, right?
If the plant, like rhubarb, why can you eat the stalk but not the leaf?
Yeah.
I've never figured that out.
Well, the nightshade family is...
it is a little hard
it's
on
a
us.
little hard on everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gives a lot of people arthritis.
Well, there was a guy like he was going to eat a tomato in public in a public square. This is more than 100 years ago in the 1800s, and I think they charged money. Yeah, because everybody was pretty sure this idiot was going to die.
He was going to die.
Yeah, right? And he ate the tomato in public, and like that was the tomato's debut. And we have never looked back since.
No,
Man.
they're so delicious.
Yeah, the Italians got a hold of that. Pizza.
Beautiful.
Spaghetti.
Look at them.
They look great, Lynn.
We are vertical.
Yeah. Just as soon as we get off of film, I'm going to hit these guys with some nice cool water because that's a shock.
And we have cold water.
Yes.
Colorado water is cold.
It's a shock to a plant there to have be that. Like we whacked these guys back by 50 to 75%.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it'll pay off in the long run.
Yep.
Because otherwise we couldn't have them this compact in here.
Mm-hmm.
That one. Okay.
All right.
All right, cool. So I noticed the cabbage loopers, which are the little yellow butterflies.
So we're going to give them some Captain Jack.
We want to Captain Jacks once a week. It's just a maintenance program. If you start to see too much chewing, jump that up to twice a week. Otherwise, once a week we'll usually take care of it. It's biological, it's not damaging to us, and it's just a great way to maintain your garden and get something good to eat without being the second one there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've also been harvesting a lot and preserving it. I haven't been eating a lot lately. I'm still not totally over this whole thing. But, you know, what I've been doing is like I know I have guests or I know how much I'm going to eat, 3 servings or 4 servings, and I just go ahead and cook 8.
Yep.
And I put the other 4 in a Ziploc bag in the freezer, and it like, you know, we're gonna at the end, I'll have to show you all the stuff.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, yeah.
I do the exact same thing.
And the turnips, I got them fermenting,
Yep.
and cabbage,
And
I got that fermenting.
They're just about done.
Yeah.
So carrots are next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's gonna be awesome.
Okay.
All right, I think we're done for this week.
Yep.
It's a huge amount of production. The peas didn't work out too well, so we won't talk about that.
It's hot.
But really, you know, I mean, this is a part of gardening. First of all, it's
Totally.
you never get 100% of what you plant, or if you do,
Something's wrong.
You consider yourself extremely lucky.
Yeah.
You send me a note and let me know.
Even in 30 years,
Yeah,
I still have crops that don't make it. So.
absolutely.
But there's always plenty to eat.
There's always plenty, and
That's
this
the key
is
piece.
hugely productive. So,
Yeah. This
all
is
right.
fun.
Well, we will be back next week with adventures in high performance gardening with Lynn and Marjorie. Hello, everybody. This is Marjorie Wildcraft with Lynn Gillespie, and we're back for another adventures in high performance gardening. And we're cleaning out the lettuce right now, half of it.
Yeah, half of it.
We had to harvest it because we're getting planting more. But look at this thing. This is heavy too.
That's amazing. I can't believe how much you got in there.
I know.
And what are you gonna do with all that?
I'm
You're
gonna
gonna be really full.
try and dehydrate some of it, and I'm giving a whole bunch of it away.
I love dehydrated lettuce.
Yeah,
I use
that's
it in
good.
crackers and soups, and you can put it in smoothies and get you lettuce in the wintertime.
Do you want some lettuce?
I have some, thank you.
You
I got one of these gardens at
You
home.
got one of these yourself. Hey, Lynn, I got a question for you. So
Sure.
the other day I was walking in town, and there was this woman with this electronic bug zapper. It was like a fly swatter, and she was going bzzzt, 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 and it got me to thinking,
Oh,
like,
what were you thinking? Okay, we won't go there.
why doesn't my electric fence stop the insects? Huh?
Holes are too big.
Damn. Yeah, I think they go over it too. But
Yeah.
that's an idea. We could make a whole electric netting, and your whole garden would be going. Bzzz,
You'd be up all night.
all night, or you'd light up like no more dark sky initiative.
Yeah.
And you've got a party jar for these.
I have a party jar. You need a party jar at your house so
need
you
a
can have a party.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And this is probably not what you're thinking.
not that kind of party. So anyhow, what we do is we use the party jar to collect the squash bugs, and I can't believe the squash bugs have found your garden. Usually you got 2-3 years before they find it, but they have found your squash.
I'm kind of in town here.
Yeah.
You know, this Party Central.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I found 3 adults, and so I put them in the jar for you, and then
they just get to stay in there and party, huh?
you just leave the jar out in the garden in the sun, and it takes care of the party. And then we'll also start looking for eggs, because we want to be proactive in our bug patrol. And so we will look for the eggs
collect
every
eggs.
week. And you got 2 to 3 weeks before the eggs actually hatch. So you got some time. So we'll patrol all the squash.
And these are these squash. Oh, these are these are not those cute little. I like those cute
These-
little cabbage loopers, like the inchworm thing. You know, I
No,
really
these
like
aren't the
them.
cabbage loopers.
Oh,
This is the
yeah.
squash bug.
Yeah,
yeah.
those guys are not really.
So,
You know,
yeah,
they're
yeah.
nothing to look at.
The observant gardener gets to eat more garden fresh vegetables.
You know what I've always noticed about gardeners? People think, oh, they're such passive, nice people. I mean, I was just ripping these plants out by their roots, and here's a party jar.
We have a party jar.
Right? Like Lynn is going to put these, just put it out in the sun and let them all die.
You can put them in the compost when they're done.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do we got a lot to do. By the
We
way,
do.
this garden is like really different from a lot of other gardens I've had. Like the main work there was some work setting it up, which now doesn't seem like a lot in my memory.
Yeah.
But like harvesting
Harvest.
Constantly harvesting.
And being observant and just straightening things out as they happen.
And observing things.
Yeah, like getting rid of the squash bugs.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we're going to do here is we're going to plant another batch of lettuce because I promised you lettuce all year long. So we're going to put in another batch. So this one will finish out, this one will come on, and we'll just keep rotating. And we have a few back there behind the tomatoes.
And we've started going up in the back there. I don't know if you noticed that. We built these new trellises, and I totally forgot to stake these down with guy wires, so my bad.
Good thing the wind didn't blow.
Marjorie.
Took care of that. Good.
Yeah, right.
So we're going to tie up the cucumbers, and then we'll tie up the winter squash back here.
Okay.
And then we took out the peas.
See, gardeners, she's tying up the winter squash. What does that make you think about?
Yeah, you're on a roll today.
Yeah.
Woo.
Okay.
What did you have for dinner?
Lettuce. I eat way too much lettuce.
Anyways, did you know we're 11 weeks from frost?
No, you got to be kidding me.
I am not kidding you. 11
Wow.
weeks. So
It sounds short, but actually it's almost 3 months.
we're going to put our green beans in.
Okay.
It's going to take them 8 weeks-ish to start to fruit.
Okay.
They're going to fruit for 3 to 4 weeks. So guess when we have to start the green beans?
Now.
Now. Yes.
That was a loaded question.
That was
an
a loaded
easy
question.
one. I bet even you got that one.
So we have to think about our timing. And
Yeah.
in Colorado, where we freeze very early in the season,
Yeah.
and green beans don't like to be frosted.
And it could really do it here too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not one of those like,
Oh, you can.
yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen that.
We've had snow for the homecoming games. For the football, we've had snow.
Yeah.
So, can happen.
Well, let's get to work.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
All right. We're going to do that, and then Tom might have us on fast motion. It looks a lot faster than we're actually doing it. Well, we just planted the lettuce.
Yeah.
And we tied up our squash. We put them in little handcuffs. It's all good.
They're all back there.
They're all back there.
Strings are up.
And I do have a homework assignment to tie up this thing because the wind would
Before
not.
the tornado comes through.
You're right.
Actually, we can't get
Yeah.
tornadoes here. Did you know that?
You know, I'm feeling better now. So, I mean, part of that whole thing was like, I felt, it was like 3 weeks I was sick
It was
from
a
that
long
trip to
time, yeah.
Mexico. Man, it really just purged. And I had so much production in the garden, I was just giving it away to people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've harvested carrots,
Been harvesting carrots,
turnips,
turnips,
lettuce, broccoli in a few weeks.
Yeah, but and the chard and the kale, I've been just like
Chard and
trimming
kale.
that. And it's almost like you trim it 4 or 5 days later, you come back and there's more.
Yeah, basil's on, cilantro's on.
Yeah.
We got a few garlics today, so we could get our trellises up. So
Yep.
yeah,
So-
having fun,
Yes.
having an adventure.
Yes, we're having an adventure. And we really, you know, there really has, you've been keeping on top of the bugs. And I've been doing the Captain Jacks twice a week.
That helps a lot.
And next week, I do want to talk to Lynn about these bugs, okay? Now, I'm not talking about the electric fence zapping joke, but I mean seriously, because there is a whole other school of philosophy on how to treat beds. So, bugs. So,
Okay.
all right, next week.
Yep.
Hey, we'll see y'all later. And my appetite is coming back, so I'm going to harvest more.
You can eat that basket of lettuce.
Oh my God.
There you go. Bugs Bunny.
Right? I wish I had my rabbits. I need my rabbits.
Yep.
See y'all next week. This is Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie, the Grow Network and the Living Farm. Talk to you later. Hey everybody, this is Marjorie Wildcraft and with Lynn Gillespie. I'm with the Grow Network, Lynn's with the Living Farm, and this is this week's episode of Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And Lynn, I want to show you, I want to brag about this. So you remember last week when I had that huge basket full of lettuce? What did that thing weigh? It was like pounds and pounds of lettuce.
Was that like 16? I don't know. It was a big number.
It was a big number.
Yeah.
It was like, you're going to be getting buff carrying this around. Look, like this is like 90% of it. I ate some and I gave some away. I dehydrated all of it, well, 90% of it, and I could condense this probably into 2 bags. But this is it. So, here it's a little bit bulky here, and then it turns into kind of a fine powder.
Yeah, and you can grind that. The rest of it, it'll all be fine powder.
Well, I was thinking leaving it bulky helps it store better. I think a powder would deteriorate faster.
Yeah.
So smaller particles, more oxidation, that kind of thing.
I use mine in crackers. When I make crackers, I'll put a couple tablespoons of dehydrated lettuce. Gives it that nice green color. And
that was what I was going to say. It doesn't turn it green?
No, because it's just the little flecks through the dough.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's pretty.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Nice.
So I've been harvesting like crazy.
You got food for the winter.
Good
job.
I've got a bunch in the freezer.
Yeah.
I've got 8 pints of turnips that are fermenting.
Nice.
I have been handing bucket loads of produce away. Important. Give away stuff.
Yep. Give away. Tell your story.
Yeah, and I'm so excited. The squash. We'll see if Tom can get some pictures in here. I like squash when they're just like, and you got to keep up with squash, right? Like, they go
like
fast.
every day.
Like every day, or otherwise you'll have something like this, and you'll be, where'd that come from?
That's what you drop on your neighbor's porch.
That's what you do that.
But people will lock their car in the fall around here.
Yeah,
they know. They already know.
Yeah, they're already. I've got so many cherries. They're already like, no, we don't eat cherries. But really, you have to put it in a bag on their porch and knock on the door and then run.
Run.
Yeah.
Zucchini, same method, except you can put it in their car too.
But my favorite is when they're just like 4 or 5 inches long and they're immature.
They're almost there.
Yeah. So these guys are almost there. They're just beautiful.
Yeah. Cool.
And then you were noticing on my shard that I've got little shard friends.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. Here, we'll bring these up. So this is
leaf miner, and it's just kind of native to our area. And what's happening is the fly lays little bitty white eggs on the back side, and then the larvae hatch out, and they actually crawl in between the top and the bottom layers of the leaf. And so they're very hard to get rid of. So what I recommend is if you see a leaf with any leaf miner damage, you just get it out of the garden. I usually take mine and throw it in the chicken yard. You can throw it in the compost if you bury it, or you can just get it out in the garbage. But it needs to leave the garden every week so you can kind of control that volume.
And then we found them.
Yes, you can see them.
And we'll get Tom
leaf.
to give you a close-up of this. You can see them. They're little black things.
Yeah, little worms,
that
little gooey
there.
black worms. You want to eat one?
Not right now.
There's 3 in there. We could share.
You want one?
No. I could have 1.5. You could have 1.5.
I would do it. She won't. She's just bullshitting you. Really. We'll get Tom to get a close-up and put that in there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So we have a hole in the garden.
Yeah, we got, oh
Look
my
at
gosh,
this.
yeah, those cabbages.
Yeah, and I saw how much you liked the turnips.
I love turnips.
So
They
I
were
brought
great.
your turnip seeds.
Are they the same ones, the
same
salad
ones.
turnips?
We can
Yeah.
put these in here, the salad turnips, and you can start eating those in maybe 6 weeks.
I have a really sad story.
What?
You know those 2 gigantic, we harvested these ginormous
Oh,
cabbages.
yeah.
It was, 3 weeks ago or something?
Yeah, they were
they
huge.
were also, you're going to get your upper arms going. And I couldn't get to them that day, and then I was really sick the next day, and the 3rd day, and they were already, if you remember, they had already bolted.
Yeah, yeah.
And by the time I got to them, they were kind of mushy. And there were parts of it I could have salvaged, but I was so sick, the smell of it just, I was going to puke. And so I just put them in the compost pile.
But you know what? That's okay.
Yeah, it is.
We're making compost. That's still a valuable resource.
That was a huge amount of compost. Now these guys, I really want to ferment because fermented foods
Yeah.
are really, really,
They're doing well.
really good. It's a great way to
So-
store food.
But
Okay,
anyways,
so we're going to do these,
we'll put
guys.
some turnip seeds in here so you have a crop of turnips. We're going to go ahead and trim your tomatoes and get them tied up. We want to put a clip about every foot. And then we need to mulch the green beans,
Right, the green beans
which
just
you said
popped
just
up.
came up in the last couple hours.
I mean, they just, this morning they weren't up.
yeah.
I know, isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So we put a light mulch and they'll just like pop now, whatever.
Yeah, and that'll help hold the moisture in because we're in the peak of the heat of the summer for
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to water it a little bit more.
I had
during
house
this time.
guests. I had this guy, his name is Lee, and he's a real strong supporter of the Grow Network, and he lives in Nebraska. He came to Colorado just to visit me.
Wow.
I actually made him do yard work. He did a good job.
Your apricot tree is gorgeous.
I know, he trimmed that up for me.
Yeah.
And so I've been kind of distracted, and you really need to water twice a day with this.
It does help in the
Yeah.
heat of the summer.
And I
yeah,
missed
and the
it.
mulch will make a big difference too.
So I'm blaming it on Lee.
Okay,
Lee, if you're watching this, you are responsible.
the garden's fine. All right, should we get to work?
All right, so we're going to get to work, and then we'll check back in with you at the end.
Yep.
Okay. So Lynn just gave me the cutest tomato ever. Look at that guy.
So tiny.
So cute.
It'll be delicious.
It will. And
Yeah.
then here's the first.
Ta-da.
Got this big yellow one that's ripe. So
Nice.
excited. This is just the right amount of firmness and yet softness, and it's got that really nice
It's gonna be so good.
tomato flavor.
I love the yellow ones because they're kind of tropical tasting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then we harvested a bunch of chard, and we were walking down the aisle, and Lynn goes, "Oh my God!" The broccoli.
The
right?
broccoli.
So the one's going to be ready in 3 days,
About 3 days.
and the other two will be like
About a week?
About a week,
Yeah.
about 7 days. So excited.
And then they'll make side shoots.
Yeah.
And they'll
So-
produce another 4 months. Even with the snow,
Right.
they'll still keep producing.
Really great.
Yeah.
Now, I was talking. I really love cauliflower. Can I have cauliflower?
I don't typically grow cauliflower in these gardens because they are so big.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going to take up almost an entire square,
Well,
like the squash.
yeah.
And you get one head,
Uh-huh.
so it's one and done.
Yeah, right. With the
And that's
broccoli, we
it.
cut it off and it'll have all these
And
side
you have all the
shoots.
side shoots. So
Right.
when I buy my broccoli seed, I read the description and I look for ones that have heavy side shoots
Yeah.
because we can get production every single week over and over. You'll see it. It'll
Yeah.
be
No,
fantastic.
it's great. Yeah.
yeah. So that's why I do broccoli.
I forgot about that. I didn't know that about cauliflower, actually.
One and done.
Yeah, so buy the cauliflower from the farmers.
From the farmer's market. Exactly. You got to
farmer's
support
market.
them.
Support.
Cauliflower
There you go.
and sweet potatoes.
Perfect. And so another thing we did, we trellised up the tomatoes and did some pruning,
ready.
planted some turnips, mulched the beans. But really, I mean, we've only been here about 10 minutes. So
Yeah. Yeah. Super
quick.
easy garden.
Yep.
Yeah. Keep it wet and yeah, watch it go.
Be careful about house guests. They're very distracting. Okay, well, we'll see you next week on Adventures in High Performance Gardening. I'm Marjorie Wildcraft. This is Lynn Gillespie, and we're trying to figure out who is the sidekick. And next week, we will let you know. All right, we'll see you next time. This is Marjorie. Bye. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. This is Marjorie Wildcraft with Lynn Gillespie, and we are having adventures in high performance gardening. This really is high performance gardening. I can't believe, if you've been watching us for the past weeks, it's astonishing how much that I've been harvesting. I harvest a lot more than what we're actually showing here in the video, so
What do you do with it all?
I give a lot of it away.
Isn't that fun?
It is fun.
Yeah.
It's really great to turn people on, especially people that don't eat real well, and you give them this fresh
I know,
food,
they
and
go,
they're like,
"Wow, it tastes
wow,
so good."
it's great.
Yep.
And you're like, hey, it's
Yep.
so easy. So Lynn, we're going to have Q&A day today.
Okay.
And Jennifer and Jim and David want to know what happened to the kittens and the goat, the sheep taffy. Taffy is so cute. Still so cute, but it's a bigger sheep now.
Yeah, she's big.
And the
Yeah.
kittens have turned into cats.
Aha.
Yes. So the story with the kittens is I was trying to get my daughter to come live with me here in Colorado. And I thought, wow, if I get a bunch of kittens for sure,
Oh, yeah.
right? But I'm going to tell you, if a young woman has a choice between living in Paonia, Colorado and Austin, Texas, Austin, right? So
Bigger.
It's
It's
right.
a little bit.
And I realized how dumb it was for me to like have kittens because I wanted my daughter here. So I went out and found really good homes for the kittens.
Mm-hmm.
And these are really astonishing cats. I mean, the people I gave these kittens to like actually thank me
Wow.
for giving me the cats, right? And I'm going to organize a kitten reunion in a couple of weeks, and we're going to get all the kittens back. Everybody's telling me they're not kittens anymore, but we're going to get all of them back here, and we're going to have a potluck. And
There you go.
oh, it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah.
And so what happened to Taffy?
Taffy is on the farm.
Mm-hmm.
She has 2 brothers and a sister that were also orphaned.
Wow.
And so the 4 of them make their own little flock. They live with the 2 old ladies who are about 15 years old, the 2 old sheep.
Uh-huh.
And doing really well. They get weaned here in 2 weeks and go out with a big herd.
They're still bottle fed, yeah?
Yeah, they're still
Yeah.
bottle fed 2 more weeks, and then she becomes a big girl.
Taffy's kind of famous around town here because Taffy gets to go out with Lynn on all kinds of trips.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bake
People-
sales and whatever. And
People
Taffy's
pet her, and
Yeah.
yeah, she's our poster child.
she's the poster sheep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was one question. We had another question come in. This came in from several people, Jacqueline, James, Timothy, and if I haven't gotten your name, I so apologize, but we're getting a ton in on social media, people asking, what exactly was the fertilizer that you used and recommended?
The one that we use is the Happy Frog fruit and flower fertilizer. Sometimes a little hard to get. I have been able to get it off of Amazon. But basically, there's 3 things you're looking for in your organic fertilizer.
Okay.
One is it's to be used for like feeding tomatoes, so it's high in potassium phosphate, a little
Okay.
lower in nitrogen. Second
What
one,
kind of numbers do you generally recommend?
Oh, well, the numbers on the organics are low. Just higher in the back 2 numbers and lower in the front number, and that'll work.
And as a general guideline, in case you didn't know, those 3 numbers are N, P, and K.
Nitrogen, potassium phosphate.
And there's actually a whole gamut of other things you want, but like those are the,
Oh, yeah.
the 3
Those
big.
are the 3 biggies.
Yeah,
and-
they're kind of like carbohydrates, protein, and fat,
Yeah.
right? And then you need a bunch of other stuff, right?
So then the next piece of that puzzle is you need the trace minerals.
The trace minerals.
That's where all the flavors coming from. That's where your
Yeah.
nutrient density comes from. So you got to have your NPK, your main ones. You got to have your trace minerals, and then I also like having the mycorrhizal fungi.
Mm-hmm.
It's in that mix as well. And so the mix has all 3 things that I'm looking for, but you could buy them separate as well. You can buy the mycorrhizal fungi, you can buy the trace minerals, and then you can buy your NPK in an organic form with the first number, the N being the lowest number of the equation.
You don't want to jack them up with a bunch of nitrogen.
No, because we're using the compost.
Yeah. Well, that was what I was going to say. We've always been adding compost
Right.
whenever we do a
And
little
the
bit.
compost is a little higher in nitrogen, so that complements the compost. So your tomato plants don't turn into ginormous tomato plants with no tomatoes.
Right. That's the problem with jacking them up with nitrogen. They'll grow a bunch of leaves.
Yeah, they're big.
And then no fruit. I did that one year.
Yep. So
I thought I was so great. Look at my tomato plants are taking over my house. You
And
know?
now I have nothing to eat.
Now I have nothing to eat. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I recommend for feeding the garden. And next week is time to feed the garden
It's
again.
going to be the heavy feeder week.
Yep.
Yep.
We got that on our schedule, so we
Okay.
don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. And the third thing that came in, and you and I have talked about this off and on, and Lynn and I have a little bit of a controversy.
Okay.
Very pleasant. We're very pleasant people with each other. But so Lynn uses a Captain Jack to handle insects. And I'm a big fan of like, hey, I believe insects are a sign that we need more mineral supplementation here. And so I would have like immediately hit that with like seaweed and azomite and stuff like that. Now I am totally following directions though.
Okay.
And I'm very impressed because this Captain Jack, so I hit it once a week, maybe sometimes twice a week if we're getting a lot of outbreak. And it really is controlling everything. So I got to say, it's a good system.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with that. But I think next year, we grow 2 identical beds.
Okay.
And when the insects show up, I'm going to hit them up with a whole bunch of like superfoods.
Let's do it.
And then you can hit them up with Captain Jacks.
Yeah.
And then we'll see.
When,
We'll see what happens.
yours will be eaten.
No, they won't. I've fixed that actually before. I've had like an outbreak. I had these really cool beetles one time. I mean, they looked like they were from outer space. I was like, these cannot have been, man, it's so hot today, I'm dripping, but they were the shiniest, they looked like ladybugs, but they were really shiny. Like, I don't know in nature how you can have chrome on a little ladybug.
That's cool.
It was the coolest bugs ever.
Yeah.
And they came in, they were attacking my sweet potatoes, and so what I did is I ran the chickens in there who like, wow, these are easy to see, you know. And as soon as they'd mostly eaten all the bugs and they were starting to eat in my foliage, I kicked them out, hit everything with seaweed, and I never had another outbreak again.
Nice,
So that was a good thing.
But you know, not every garden is perfect.
Yeah.
Not every gardener is perfect. And sometimes things happen, and to have the knowledge of how to organically control an insect population is a very, very good education.
Yeah.
Because what if, you know, something didn't work out for you?
Yeah.
What's your second step? So
Yeah. It's hard to believe how hot it is here.
I'm not sweating.
I am. Well, I've been out running around and doing all kinds of stuff. I have a gift for Lynn. I wanted to show this to Lynn and to you too. I was watching, I'm getting ready to do the Home Medicine Summit, which is coming up in the fall. Here, by the way, this is a zucchini that we grew. And it was just so gorgeous, I had to pick it. But, and I'm going to put it right here, and then I'm not going to forget it.
No, don't forget it.
But
It's breakfast.
So eating fresh herbs with your meals, they're called carminatives, and they really help. There's a reason that a lot of these ancient recipes have, you know, things like, you know, basil or sage or thyme added into them, is because it really helps improve digestion. And I will totally confess that almost all my spices are up in the spice cabinet. And being the average American, no, I tend to be a little bit lazy, right? And I'm like, oh gosh, I don't want to go up there and like dig through my spice cabinet. So I have got a miniature Lazy Susan that put my spices on the table, and this has really ramped up my use
On the table, good idea.
of spices, and those spices are actually very good for you. So I'm so excited because I'm going to be drying my cilantro and my basil, putting them in my own jars, and then putting them on my Lazy Susan.
Nice.
So I've got a Lazy Susan for you, so
Well,
you
thanks.
can do that too.
I put my spices on the table too.
I've actually got a bigger one for you because you have a big thing. So
Big table?
yeah, and a big counter.
Yes, I have a big counter.
Lynn has a counter. I'm like, Lynn, this is the biggest kitchen island I have ever
It's
seen.
for cutting up elk.
I know, she says that. Oh yeah, well that's because we cut up the elk in here. And I'm like,
Yeah.
how the hell do you get an elk
That's what
through the front door,
It's
first
the
of all?
sliding glass door, and you have to cut them in half. You cut it in half, and it comes through the door.
And the whole family,
The whole family stands around, and we cut it up, package it, goes in the freezer.
an elk's a huge amount of meat.
Yeah, we usually get 2 or 3 a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you've got a lot of boys.
We had a lot of boys.
And
We
they
had
eat a lot of
men.
elk.
A lot of
Yeah.
family, feed 4 families out of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. That's why the island's so big.
It's amazing. She has this huge kitchen island, and really, I mean,
You
it's
should see
just
it
an
in
elk on
canning season. It's covered in everything.
Everything, yeah.
Apricots, apples, anything.
Well, I've got you a bigger Lazy Susan, but you'll need it on that island because then you can actually reach something that's in the middle.
there you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, this is Marjorie Wildcraft. If you've got questions, you know, enter them in the comments area. We do our best to monitor. I know this is going out everywhere: YouTube, Facebook, social media, the forums at the Grow Network, blog posts. And we do our best to monitor all the comments. But, you know, feel free to ask us questions. And then if you do have a good gardening joke, we are totally open.
Ooh, good
aren't
gardening
we?
joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Humor.
Yeah.
We really need humor.
Why did the chicken cross the road, kind?
Why did it?
To get to the other side.
Oh.
Don't you remember?
Yeah. Who lets their chickens cross the road?
shiny bugs are over on
The
the other
shiny bugs
side.
are over in Marjorie's garden.
They want the chrome-covered ones.
I cannot believe those. I mean, really. I did not know anything nature had looked like chrome.
Yeah, that's
It
cool.
was crazy. I should have gotten photographs of that.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys, I am actually going to be gone again yet next week. Travel, work. I know it's a crazy schedule. That's why I love Lynn.
I keep the garden going.
She keeps the garden going. That's
The
why my
garden
garden
sitter.
looks amazing.
And she showers me in beautiful boxes and boxes of cherries.
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And gifts and things. So you got to keep your garden buddy happy. Keep your garden buddy happy.
Yeah, we'll keep
So
it going.
I think Lynn might actually do one of these without me.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Guess what's going to happen without you?
You know, I do get to see the footage eventually.
Yeah, I know your record.
I know, right?
It might be a while before you catch up to me.
You know what? What episode? We're like on 12 or something like now, and I've only watched episode 7 so far, so I'm behind. But, you know, I figure I participate then. Doesn't that count? Anyway.
Right. You know exactly what we say.
Yeah, but except for the weeks I've been missing. So
mhm.
anyway, don't let Lynn do anything bad while I'm gone, okay?
You'll just have to wait and see.
I'll wait and see. Hey, we'll see you all next week. This is Marjorie Wildcraft, Lynn Gillespie. I'm with the Grow Network, and Lynn's with the Living Farm.
Who's the sidekick?
Oh, that was the question that came in. Who's the sidekick?
You can't get away.
It depends on where you are, apparently. I was at the post office. Now, we'll have that discussion in 2 weeks from now. We will determine who's the sidekick. 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
We'll see you then.
Hello everybody and welcome to Adventures in High Performance Gardening. This is Lynn Gillespie and this is my imaginary sidekick Marjorie, and we are here today to have another adventure in the garden. Today we want to feed the heavy feeders. It's time for that to happen on the schedule, and I wish Marjorie was here with us. She is out learning more, doing more. She really works hard for you guys, and I appreciate everything that she does. So I'm just going to take care of the garden while she's gone, and then when she gets back we will start up again. So today we can feed the heavy feeders, and I need to harvest the things that can't wait, and the things that can wait we'll leave in the garden. So I'm going to go ahead and get started, and what I have here is this is our Happy Frog fertilizer, and each of the heavy feeder plants needs about a tablespoon. I don't have a scoop with me today, so I'm just going to put some in here. And we want to do this once a month because we're asking these plants to perform at a very high level, and we need to give them all the food that they need in order to get the job done. Put that in there, and then we're also going to do the same thing with compost. And each plant's going to get, I'm going to give them 2 handfuls each. And we're just going to go around the garden to all the heavy feeders and get them taken care of for her. Okay, the only thing that was really critical that we get harvested was the zucchinis. And as you can see, they're starting to get a little bit of size on them. So what I'll do is run these in, put these in her fridge, and when she gets back, she's going to have to eat these puppies or put them in the freezer. She could do that too. So, garden's looking really good. This is only 112 square feet, and this thing is really chunking out food for her. But it's not too big that she can't control it, and she can have a really busy schedule and still have a garden like that. But I have a little practical joke that I want to play on her. So, over here in our garden, we have, these are her turnips. She loves turnips, so we planted a second batch of turnips instead of more cabbage. So, what I would like to do is we're going to sneak in some kohlrabi seeds. Now, they're going to come up and they're going to look just like the turnips. So first of all, we want to see how long it's going to take her to figure out these are kohlrabi. And second of all, when they start looking like kohlrabi, we're going to ask her what she did. Maybe it was a strange Colorado disease that turned her turnips into kohlrabi. We have no idea. This will be fun, so you guys can play along with me. Don't tell. Nobody tell, okay? So we're going to slip some seed in here. We'll just see what happens in further episodes. Okay, we're going to put some in here. We're going to put some in here. I'm just going to poke them around. She's used to growing in Texas. She doesn't know what happens in Colorado. So, maybe it turns turnips into kohlrabis. Who knows? Hey, you guys, don't rat me out, okay? We got to keep this our little secret. Yeah, so you guys could write in some questions and just kind of poke around and see if Marjorie likes kohlrabi. You know, drop a few hints, but don't give it away. We'll see what happens. This will be fun. Okay, the game is afoot. Just keep the secret and we'll see what happens. So these will be up they'll probably be up next week. We'll keep an eye on them. Okay, garden looks great. Marjorie will be back in a few days. She'll take over again. And I really love sharing this garden with her. I really love the friendship that we've developed, and She is an amazing, amazing person, and I hope you guys are enjoying all her hard work at the Grow Network, putting out so many amazing things for you. Until next week, this is it for Adventures in High Performance Gardening.
Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft with Lynn Gillespie, the none other, and we have that conversation about who's the sidekick. Nobody has decided this yet.
Oh, I settled that last week while you were gone.
Oh, really? Let me guess.
You just never know.
You know, I'm so far behind in watching these episodes. I'm like, do I have to watch them? I mean, I participated in them, right?
Most of them.
Yeah, that's right. I got to watch the ones where I haven't been here because I've heard Lynn has been doing things.
I'm not doing anything. Nothing at all. Look, it's beautiful. Nothing at all.
The garden is doing
just
great.
taking care.
Yeah, yeah. This garden is
Anyways,
just
how was
really,
your trip?
really great. The trip was awesome. Yeah.
Good,
So I'm
good.
working with this guy named Dr. Joe Dispenza, and it's all about the power of thought and intention to heal. Really, really amazing stuff. So I'll have a lot more stories about that. But I thought we would talk today about, since we've been in this whole like harvest feed, you know, harvest all the time. We're like,
So much food.
you're getting bored with that, you know, yeah. And we will have a spreadsheet at the end because I am weighing everything except for the tomatoes. They just don't make it back to the patio.
Yeah,
Ever.
they just disappear on the way, don't they?
They're so sweet and delicious. They're
Isn't
like
they fun?
everything you ever dreamed a tomato could be, you know, and more.
That's the minerals. You're tasting the minerals.
They're really
That's
good.
the secret to flavor, is
Yeah.
minerals. Yeah,
But we will get you a chart of the whole production of this thing at the end.
it's going to be good.
It's going to be good. We got a spreadsheet even,
Yeah.
like organization.
Well,
We're
yeah,
totally capable
Got to
of it.
do that.
We're totally capable of that.
Once in a while.
So the trip, so when I travel, I've got like a whole regime going on because really there just is not that much good food out there. I promise, really. Even your upper end restaurants, and if you go to, I go to a lot and I try to eat at the best restaurants when I go because I'm not always taking all my own food. And a lot of them will be like, oh, local, and I'll go there, and what they do is they get a couple of sprouts that are locally made, and then all the
Yes.
rest is,
Sprouts and salad,
right,
and then the rest is off the truck. Yeah.
right. And I'm like, what are you guys fooling here? Like, you have fooled me. So I thought I'd go over some of my stuff, and you can pitch in here, but
Sure.
Foods that travel real well, hard-boiled eggs. That's like my number one, really great source of protein. Don't need to be refrigerated.
For how long? How long do you trust a hard-boiled egg?
If I'm not in Texas and I'm somewhere, you know, and it's mostly cool,
Yeah.
up to a week.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah. They're great. I mean, you can go on a week-long trip, take a dozen eggs with you, and you're covered. Even 2 dozen. That's what, like part of breakfast. Carrots,
Carrots. Love
especially
carrots.
these coming out of the never-ending carrot patch. You
Never-ending
keep pulling carrots
carrots.
out of that patch. It's like never ends. There's more carrots in there.
And you'll
all
have them all winter too.
the- Really?
Yeah, because they'll store.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we'll root cellar them or
Yeah.
refrigerate them.
But you take a bag of carrots, they last, and they don't need to be refrigerated.
No.
They're really good.
I always travel with carrots.
I've also got a little tin of salt that I take with me. And you know, your own salad. You know, like your own fresh salads with some of your cherry tomatoes. Put them in a container where it's not going to smush the salad. And really, I think even 2 or 3 days you can go.
Easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're picking garden fresh salad and you keep it someplace sort of cool, not out sitting out in the sun,
Yeah.
yeah, easily 2-3 days.
And you know, a lot of, almost all the hotels I've been at recently have little bitty refrigerators.
Yep, I fill them up when I go.
And then Airbnb and Uber has totally changed my life. Like,
Yeah.
I really prefer Airbnb because then I've got the kitchen,
Oh,
the
then you can cook.
refrigerator. Yeah,
Great
cook,
idea.
You know,
Yeah.
way more space.
So how much food do you travel with?
Well, that depends on how much other stuff I'm taking.
Oh, yeah.
But usually I've got 3 or 4 days worth. You know, I try to take my breakfasts with me because breakfast is one of the worst in the morning. Like, who wants to go sit down and get eggs and do all that? I mean, you know, and it seems like the most expensive meal for what you get, right?
Yeah, you could do smoothies pretty easy.
Yeah, so if I'm just bringing my own eggs, my own hard-boiled eggs and some fresh veggies or an apple or something like that, I mean, that's a really good breakfast. And it's really cost-effective and far superior in taste. But I want to tell you the next, well, how do you travel?
With a cooler.
With a cooler.
And all the people that work with me, we talk about what goes in our coolers. We all travel with coolers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I remember going to a TOFGA, is the Texas Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. Once a year they have this big gathering because it's Texas. And you go to the hotel there and you could tell these are all farmers because everybody has their cooler. They're bringing in, like the hotel didn't make any money that weekend on food because everybody brought their own.
Yeah, I feel so much better when I'm eating this food. I can tell. What we call that out of the farm is when we go to a city and have to eat the city food, we call that reality checks. Reality checks. And it reminds us of how good this food really is. That's our reality check. And yeah, it's amazing what we travel with.
Taste and flavor and nutrition.
And nutrition and just your energy, how you feel. It's like if I go to a convention, I want to feel good and absorb the information and participate.
I got a quick story for you. So I don't know if you remember, but it was a couple of years ago. I went down to Mexico to visit the Tarahumara, who are these Indians that live way off grid, and they're famous for being long distance runners. I mean, they just don't even think. I met this like 77-year-old man who had just run a 50-mile race over the weekend, you know, and I'm like, oh my God, he's 70 something. He's running up. I said, I hope I can be in good a shape as you when I'm 70. And they all laughed at me. They all like, you better start now, you know, like, right? Anyway, we had brought them all kinds of gifts. And the guy, David, who was my tour guide, brought them this pinole, which is it's a corn that's dried and ground up and that they turn into a drink. And they love this pinole drink. And he had brought them this gift of this big bag of pinole. And it was so interesting because the Tarahumara were like, you know, we just know that's not going to fuel us the way our own homegrown corn is. Yep. So they didn't even, I think they fed it to the chickens or something when we were gone, right?
Yeah.
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 Now the raisins and the pecans, they didn't mind that. It was kind of a treat, right?
That would be a treat, especially Texas pecans.
Right? Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. So
another thing that I'm experimenting with is I got a freeze dryer, and I've been playing around with it, and freeze drying technology is getting better.
Isn't it amazing?
It's getting better. Yeah. They used to be these god-awful machines that appeared like there were rumors of them spewing oil and making all this noise and all this stuff, and they've really started to dial in the technology. So I got this freeze dryer, and at first I was thinking, oh, I'm just gonna freeze dry some meals for when I go backpacking out in the mountains. But now I'm thinking, every room pretty much has a coffee maker, so you can always get hot water.
Yep.
Like, why don't I make some freeze-dried meals to take with me on road trips?
That'd be perfect.
So, I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, most freeze-dried backpacking food is awful because they made it from the commercial food supply.
Yeah, if you start with bad, you end up with bad.
Right.
Doesn't matter if it's dry, frozen, or canned, it's still bad.
Garbage in, garbage out, right?
Yep, exactly.
So I'll let you know how that goes. I'm gonna make some of those.
We should do that. We should go backpacking.
We should go backpacking.
There you
too.
go.
Yes, we're
and we'll
do
test out your meals, and then we'll report.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Yeah. Good.
Any other tips for traveling?
I don't know. I just take my food and don't look back, pretty much.
I try to shop at local food co-ops.
That would be good.
Because you can pick up some pretty good fresh produce there.
Yeah.
And then that other kind of fun stuff, like I like the crunchy seaweed or some decent salads or things like that.
Yeah.
So that's another good.
We make a lot of jerky too, so we can take jerky with us.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
And nuts travel well.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I discovered Lynn and Tom and her whole family, we all went on a trip up to the mountains for a day to just go messing around. And we discovered we both love macadamia nuts. So
oh man, they're so addictive.
I know, right? But those are Hawaiian Island. We're not growing them here.
I know, but if we grow this food and the grocery store is optional for us, then that's the option I take is macadamia nuts.
Macadamia nuts. Yep, got it.
That's definitely it. So.
Well, there's some advice for you and tips for when you travel. There's no reason you can't really maintain this high quality nutrition
and this is where it's at.
And this is where
Dry
it's at.
it.
Yeah.
The freeze dryer or the dehydrator. Take it with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I am going to have to go back and find out what she said about me last week.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all, sidekick.
I I think I know what that means. Oh well. This is Marjorie Wildcraft with Lynn Gillespie, and I will be reviewing footage, talking about this tomorrow. Next week, we may have some more violence in the episode next week. I don't know. What?
Hey, you gotta keep on top of stuff.
Apparently. All right. Bye. We'll see you next week. Have a good time. Hello, this is Marjorie Wildcraft with
Lynn Gillespie.
Lynn Gillespie from the Living Farm, and I'm with the Grow Network, and we are continuing our adventures
Yes.
in high performance gardening. And I just wanted to show you what can happen if you don't harvest your zucchini.
Yes.
Oh,
Zucchini noodles.
zucchini noodles like
Best
this.
thing in the world.
You know, we could cut the bottom off here and create a little bowling thing. I mean, there's all kinds of
Bowling
options
pin.
that you could do. This actually still got a lot of
We
good
could stick it
edibility.
in the cars at the library. Go by and check the ones that are not locked. Slip in the zucchini.
Shove them in the zucchinis, yeah.
No, make noodles, seriously.
Okay,
Oh my gosh,
even
they're
this
the
big,
best.
they're still good.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
totally. For noodles, that's what I use.
And then look at these little guys. They're
Oh,
like,
aren't they cute?
they're the cutest little squash. Look at
Sun
that.
shines.
There you go. Oh, they're so cute. Yeah, little sunshine squashes.
So- I have 3 questions for you today.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready?
Only 3?
Only 3.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
You lay them on me. Let me see what I can...
Okay.
Okay.
The first one is, how's your harvest?
So, you know, there's 3 different answers you could get.
Okay. Have you been satisfied?
There's the right answer, there's the expensive answer, and there's the discount answer.
All right. Let's have it.
Now I'm going to give you the right answer. The harvest has been amazing. It has really been amazing. I mean, really. I'm just, it's been prolific.
That's a lot of food.
There's a
isn't it?
lot of food. I have been giving away armloads. My freezer is like filling up,
Yep.
and you know, I've been eating a lot of fresh food. Very delicious. So
Fun,
harvest,
isn't it?
fantastic.
Having fun?
Yeah, 150%.
Great. Great.
Okay, second question.
Second question is, how hard has this been?
This has been really, really, really easy.
This is
yes,
easy
it's really
gardening.
easy. It's something so small, so manageable. It's definitely that principle of just have something small and high intensity, because then it's just so much easier to manage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I love these gardens. Third one is, how many weeds have we been pulling?
I know, you got the weed jar. This is not the kind of weed jar you're thinking of. Even
It's
though
the
we're
other kind
called-
of-
This is the other. Look at that. Isn't that amazing?
From this garden.
This from this garden.
Which
There's only
is-
been this many weeds that we've harvested.
So we are over halfway through the garden season, and usually by this time, most people's gardens are so weedy they could lose a small car in them.
I could show you one of my other gardens that fits that description.
And so that's
Exactly.
This
Yeah.
is the beauty of the high performance garden, is right now is when you see it performing higher than all the other gardens. So the production's up, the garden's easy, and we're not having to weed.
You know what I realized about this garden the other night too is we have lucked out with my electric dogs.
Yeah.
We have not had any real predator protection other
No
than the
predators.
bugs.
Just a few bugs.
Now
here
we
and
have
there.
been working on
Yeah.
the bugs.
That
and,
happens.
And we give them Jack Daniel's whiskey, and they all get drunk, and they go into the bug party jar, and that's how we've been handling
It's not
that.
real whiskey.
What is that Jack stuff you call it?
It's Captain Jack's Dead Bug Brew.
There you
It's
go.
a bacteria that you put on the plants, gives the bugs a bellyache, they stop eating and they die.
And
So
it-
it's organic.
It's working. You know,
Yeah.
between that and then before
And
we
we-
do these shoots, we
we
kind of
handpick a few,
We
yeah.
handpick a few just to check them
Just
out.
our weekly maintenance is what you do to keep a garden like this going, is just a little weekly
Yeah.
maintenance.
Oh, here, you can have the weed jar back.
Well, yeah.
Don't smoke that off camera.
No.
No. It's not that kind of weed.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so the predator protection has been awesome. Now, I have been closing the big gate at night, although I don't think, with as busy and active as the town is right now,
Yeah.
that there's any deer pressure.
I think they're up in the mountains right
Yeah,
now.
they've got better
Yeah.
places to go right now.
Yeah.
And this
good.
fall with the apples, they might come back, though, and hunting season.
Yeah.
And really this low fence with the electricity has been keeping out the raccoons and the other things, but we've had a pretty good moist spring. So the key thing with most of those predators is that your garden isn't the only green thing for miles, and so there's been a lot of other greenery. So this year the predator protection has been a little bit low, but I've been like, this has really been a good,
It's been a great year.
It's been a good year.
And you can do this year after year after year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
We got so much. We're going to send you the whole chart at the end of it, but right now there's a big cabbage, and I'm going to harvest that one on time. If you remember, the other
Right
two.
here.
Yeah.
That baby's ready to go.
The other two we did a little bit late, and I wasn't feeling real well, and that turned into a very stinky mess. I don't recommend ever doing that. We're going to get this one on time.
It's always, anything that you don't use is always compost. It's always valuable.
It's always
there. You go.
There you go.
Yeah. So, yeah, your garden is looking great. You're doing a beautiful job. What do you spend out here? 5-10 minutes a day, maybe?
That's the best 10 minutes of my day every day. Really, it's not even that long. You're right. It may not even be 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Really, I'm just coming to water, kind of checking on a few. Harvesting and processing has been more than that, though.
Which, that's the fun part.
Yeah.
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 Yay.
And as we've talked about, I've incorporated that. Like, if I'm making myself some squash, I just go ahead and make a bunch of other portions and freeze them.
That's what I do. I do a double batch.
Yeah.
I eat half goes in the freezer. And we just do that every night.
Just get that process.
And it just automatically, all of a sudden the freezer's full. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
This winter's going to be like easy.
Yeah.
So cool.
Cool. So the only thing that we need to do yet is replant some lettuce.
Yeah.
Which we'll get some plants next week. I was supposed to bring them this week, but memory failed me.
Whatever.
So we'll get those in next week.
Early Alzheimer's.
No, I eat my greens.
Well.
I have a surprise for you next week. A big announcement next week.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not letting the cat out of the bag this week.
Oh, I'm going to have a kitten reunion next week.
Really?
Yeah, you remember
Oh,
the
good.
kittens that we had
Yeah.
early? They're all their owners are coming back together. We're having a kitten reunion.
Oh, good.
I'm going to be so excited. I'll get some footage of it for you.
You'll have the cat out of the bag.
I'll have the cat out of the bag. All right, so next week we're looking forward to that big
Announcement next week. You're going to
All right.
like it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see you all next week in the next edition of Adventures in High Performance Gardening with Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie. Or it could be with Lynn Gillespie and Marjorie Wildcraft.
Yeah, we've already decided who the sidekick is.
See you all next week.
Back. Okay.
Hey, this is Marjorie Wildcraft, and I'm with Lynn Gillespie, and these are the Adventures in High Performance Gardening series.
It's getting to be quite an adventure.
Oh my God! So last week we had the kitten reunion.
So much fun.
That was so much fun.
Yeah.
And I had so much friends and family in, and I'm like utterly exhausted this week. It was just crazy, rock climbing and paddle boarding and jumping off of cliffs into a river. And
You can do that when your garden takes care of itself, right?
Really, it was true. I just come home and water and do the little bit of jack stuff. But I have come up with the perfect way to kill lettuce.
We have figured it out.
Yeah,
and we're going to share it with everybody.
If you remember
It's your lesson for the day.
last week when we were here, I had that glass of wine, we had the kittens, I had a whole house full of guests, we had a party happening. And bless her heart, Lynn is like, hey, Marjorie, we got to replant this lettuce. So she decides to replant the lettuce, and she says, Marjorie, make sure that you water this and you cover this.
Cover over it.
In the, in the morning. And I'm like, yeah, Lynn, totally. Sure.
I believed you.
I know, I believed me too. And then a couple of days later, and I'm watering the garden every day, but I just didn't think about the lettuce. And a couple of days later, again, they burned up in the sun.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, oh yeah, I got to cover those lettuces that come burning out here. And I'm like,
Our sun is so intense.
they're dead. They
Yeah.
were dead. Lynn, I'm like, Lynn, what if I cover them and still try it? And
So I brought you a gift.
oh, thank you, Lynn.
We're gonna replant.
We'll start, and
You know-
I've got the cover this
You're
time.
not the first person that's killed lettuce.
Right.
I've killed plenty in my day.
It's a new rule. Don't ever do garden planning when you're drinking wine with a
Drinking
house
wine
full of
and
guests
playing with kittens.
and you have 3 kittens.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
So
new
that's-
rule. New
rule.
life rule.
We're going to put that in the manual.
Okay.
Okay. All
We'll
right.
do it.
Yeah. That sounds like a
But
So
we can get this done.
We have got so much. So we're going to plant lettuce this week. And then I have got some huge, remember I cut the broccolis and now the side shoots are coming out.
Oh yeah, they're huge.
I've got
The
a
side
whole
shoots.
nother crop of broccoli in there. I've got the 2 cabbages I have been procrastinating on, but I got to hit it because they're going to bolt.
You do? They're going to bust on
They're
you.
going to bust on me.
Mhm.
And there's more zucchini.
There's about 20 in there.
I am running
looked.
down the street, chasing people down the street, trying to give them zucchini.
Put them in your freezer.
I'm working on that too.
Oh, throw them in the dehydrator.
So I mean, this thing is really prolific. And then Lynn was telling we might have a blockbuster.
We're going to have a
Video.
blockbuster. Yep,
Yep.
we are.
I want to see it. So Lynn says if we don't get the carrots out of the block, because if you remember, we planted some in the little holes, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, good and good. I'm getting enough moisture in there. It's
What I have learned over time is
Yeah.
you need to start harvesting out of the blocks because they get so big,
Mm-hmm.
they can actually break your cinder blocks.
I want to see that.
Oh, then you have to buy new cinder blocks.
Well, could we just do that? I mean,
What?
we could collect a fund. I mean, what does cinder blocks cost?
That $1.89. I don't
See,
know.
I can afford that.
I had one year, the carrots were stuck so hard, I turned the block upside down and I pounded them out with a hammer.
I want to see that.
I made carrot soup that day.
We will have a blockbuster.
Well, then
That's
leave,
how you have a blockbuster.
then leave them.
In
but
gardening
they will get
shows,
Stuck.
we are going to have a blockbuster gardening show.
Bust your blocks, leave your carrots if you
All right,
want
well,
to
we'll harvest the other ones, but I want to leave like
like 3 or 4. Okay.
3 or 4 of them.
We'll
in
get
the-
them stuck.
And we'll put them in the front so you
I'll
can
bring
see
my
it too.
hammer.
None of the ones in the back where we're hiding it. No, we're going
How much wine tonight?
I didn't have any wine tonight. I'm just giddy from being awake for like way too many hours and then jumping off of rocks and paddleboarding
right.
and rock climbing and trying to keep up with teenagers basically.
We'll garden. You'll feel better.
Yeah, I will feel bad. I think
Yeah.
that was been my sanity all week. I'm going to go water.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Are we going to show them that or just say goodbye and you can trust us on this? I'll tell you what, why don't we harvest a bunch of it, we'll put it in the basket, and then we'll turn the camera back on and just show you everything we got. How's that?
We can, but the cameraman's leaving.
Oh,
Guess what he's doing?
what's he doing?
He's building our classroom.
Oh, that's right, the classroom.
The classroom.
Oh my gosh, we almost forgot to tell
You
them.
should see it. It's coming along so well.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to have such a great time.
I got to tell you, my team, when I told them about this, they were like, that is the deal of the century. So Lynn has, and you haven't seen it on these shows, but she has 5 greenhouses that are,
9,000 square feet in greenhouses.
that sounds like a lot.
It's a lot.
But
believe
they're
me.
actually not that big, and there's 5 of them. And they're all heated in different ways, really
Yep.
creatively,
Because it's Colorado and it's cold.
and it's cold.
Yeah.
And Lynn is offering a greenhouse workshop in November.
We got 7th through the 10th.
Yeah.
And January 9th,
Yeah.
10, 11, 12,
And
somewhere
if you're hitting this video like after that, it's okay. We're going to probably run these year after year, so we'll have the link and it'll be good for you to get to.
Yeah.
But the best part, she hasn't even said the best part. The best part is 9 farm-to-table catered meals come with the 3-day workshop.
Yes. You
And-
get to eat the food out of the greenhouses off the farm, cooked by Chef Mike,
Chef Mike,
my son.
and he really is a good chef. It's not just her son. He's really good. He runs
is a very
cafe.
good chef.
He
Yeah.
runs one of the best cafes
7
in
years
town.
now.
And Lynn is actually growing all the food right now for that.
Yep.
So this is, and we may get you to pick some of it. And we put you
may
to
have to go
work.
to work.
You give them a
Yes.
knife, put them in the
But-
kitchen.
Yeah.
But so yeah, if you've been interested in growing in greenhouses,
Growing year round
growing
and
with
growing
year-round.
all your own food, this is the class for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
So
that's your goal.
we will definitely get you the link for that. But that
Yeah.
is going to be awesome
So yeah, our cameraman's going to run off. So
because he's got to go build the classroom.
he's working on the classroom. It's gonna
Okay,
be
so we're
beautiful.
just going to say goodbye, and we're going to harvest all this food
and plant the lettuce
We might take a picture of it and show you next week.
and bust some blocks.
And yes, you got the blockbuster. We got a blockbuster, Lynn.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Hollywood ain't got nothing for us. All right, well, y'all, we'll see you. This is Marjorie Wildcraft, Lynn Gillespie, and we'll see you next week in the adventures of high performance gardening. Hey everybody, this is Marjorie Wildcraft, and this is another episode of Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And of all the things that we thought could possibly go wrong, oh, by the way, this is Lynn Gillespie. I'm Lynn's sidekick.
There you go. I think I'm your sidekick.
I don't know. So I still haven't reviewed that episode when I wasn't here and you answered that question.
I did. It's water under the bridge.
You know, I'm in these presentations, so I don't actually review them. And if I reviewed them, I probably wouldn't be doing any more of them. I probably wouldn't. You know, but when I see myself on me, I'm like, oh God, how did
There was a lot of laughing going in my office today as editing was happening. Anyways.
Oh boy. So we thought in the very beginning we were concerned. If you remember, if you watched some of the early episodes, we were deer tracks everywhere. There was the possibility of freezes. There's, you know, raccoons and rabbits, and there's all kinds of perils.
There is.
There is.
Yeah.
And you know what the biggest problem we've had so far?
This one. This is the biggest pest in the garden. What did you do?
You remember last week how I felt so bad? Well, it was because the week before that we had the kitten reunion, and I was having a very good time, and Lynn gave me directions to take care of the lettuce plants, and then I didn't because I was having a very good time and forgot all about it. And then, so Lynn very graciously replanted the lettuce.
Yep, every one of them.
Every one of them.
And then... What did you do?
Hey, I keep watering the rest of the garden. I keep spraying it with this stuff. I'm like, I burned up the second time of lettuce, so it just goes to show. But I do want to show you all. Yeah.
So we have some space to be creative.
We have some space.
How about if I bring you some transplants next week and if we put something new in here?
We could do that.
We could totally do that.
And I will be focused, I promise. I'm going to be...
I'll bring you bigger plants. That'll be easier.
That will be. It is easier.
Because you can go seed. You can go the little transplants, big transplants. The gardens are versatile.
They are, but I wanted to show you. I've been doing, so first of all, we've been harvesting like crazy. Well, that's mostly what the work in this garden has been.
Yeah, it's harvesting. Isn't that fun?
It was like astounding. Like if you go back, like week 4 and 5, we were already harvesting.
Yep.
It was amazing.
Yep.
So I got my first cukes.
Yep.
So excited. I love cucumbers. And then I wanted to show you, I got those other cabbages. Whoops. These are pickled turnips.
Nice.
Got a whole bunch of pickled turnips here. And then I made me some kimchi.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, you know, I really have been getting into kimchi. I don't know what it is.
Kimchi's good. Yeah.
I turned, so I want to give a shout out to Diane. Thank you so much, Diane, and the Grow Network forums gave me this recipe for kimchi, and I made it almost exactly, except for that I changed out probably the 4 main ingredients.
Oh, okay. So what did you put in yours?
Well, you know, it said Napa cabbage. I don't have a Napa. We had those purple ones.
Purple cabbage, perfect.
Right, just almost like Napa.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Sorta.
And then there were like, you know, I put in carrots and they said you probably shouldn't put in carrots. You know, I mean, it was kind of like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll still taste good.
But I think the main thing is you got to have all those hot peppers and that kimchi stuff, and they happen to have that at the local store. They had enough of it that I think it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Because really, you just want something like your tongue just goes on fire when you eat it.
Kimchi.
Do you like spicy foods?
Not at all.
You know, I never did, but like I think ever since coming back from Mexico and having that thing with my gut, like I now love spicy food. So maybe that trip to maybe I'm becoming a Mexican. Is my hair getting darker?
No, sorry, no.
I'm not spontaneously erupting into Spanish either, but
no.
You never know. Could be.
Maybe more wine.
We could try that. After the lettuce has been covered.
Yes.
This
is not a problem. We'll just come in with something different, something creative.
Something else, yeah.
Gardens continue.
They sure do.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is awesome though. I mean, the never-ending carrot patch and harvesting from that. There's almost some of those big squashes are almost ready.
Yep.
And I've been harvesting
lots of tomatoes.
Broccoli. Yeah, the tomatoes unfortunately are not getting weighed.
There's all kinds of things in your garden.
Yeah, and we've been keeping records, so we'll send you records.
Yeah, good.
Anyway, if you got any questions, feel free to drop us a line in the comments wherever you're seeing this. We do try to monitor all of it. The best place is in the Grow Network forums, but I think you're also on your site.
They can do it on our site, thelivingfarm.org.
Yep. And we're going to answer questions. We'll have a Q&A.
Yeah, there you go.
So next week. So let's find out what Lynn does for me next week.
Yeah.
And apparently the biggest problem in this garden is
biggest pest. You're the biggest pest.
Good thing just spray some bacteria on her.
There you go. We could try that. We could try that. We'll just fill it with kimchi. That'll
Fill me
take
with
care
kimchi, right? Yeah, right. Man,
Yeah.
there's no telling what that's doing to me.
of you. Yeah. It's probably good for you.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
This is Marjorie Wildcraft, Lynn Gillespie. We'll see you on the next week episode of Adventures in High Performance Gardening. Hey everyone, Marjorie Wildcraft from the Grow Network and Lynn Gillespie from the Living Farm. Apparently I'm the sidekick. Hey, I got really good news. Look, I bought a new garden cart.
You have a toy.
Woohoo! I know one of the cool things about being a home gardener is, you know, like you're not doing this for a living, and so you can buy all the toys, right? And I love all the toys. This one's a really cool cart.
It is nice. I have one like it too.
Uh-huh.
Her name is Lucille.
Yeah, I don't have a name for this one yet. I mean,
Well, you have to name your garden tools, right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you get very intimate with them, and
You sure do. And
they
you
change
know,
your life.
Cars and trucks and tractors, they all need names.
Yeah. So what are you
All
going
right.
to name yours?
No. I'll tell you what, if you would please kindly give me names, suggestions, and we'll have the community name my garden cart, that would be good.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to find her
A naming
personality.
contest.
One of the things I found out about her, though, is my other garden cart.
Is it a girl?
Its
her.
name was, yeah, her name was Mellow Yellow. She was all yellow.
Yeah.
Before she got all kind of rusty yellow, which I guess happens. But
So she's even mellower yellower.
she rattled a lot. And this cart, this little one is this green?
Yes.
Yeah, this cart is very quiet. I've noticed. I like that about her. Yeah.
Okay, so we know it's a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And it's green.
Got that.
Needs a name.
Needs a name.
Needs love.
You know, I don't see green very well, which is an odd thing to be such a plant lover, but that's another conversation. And
Yeah.
by the way, these are, just for your information, these are, I've got a whole bunch of starts of, this herb is called Equisetum hyemale, and not related to the gardening thing. On the back there, I have like a 30 by 40 patch that I'm going to be growing this out as a small crop for income. I mean, I'm a huge fan of everybody having.
Oh, you should have multiple income streams.
Everybody.
Especially off your homestead. That's very important.
You should always have multiple.
Yeah, these are beautiful specimens.
Aren't they great? Yeah. So we're going to be planting those out, and
You're going to do really well.
to keep them like in and out of the sun until they're ready to plant it. It's easier to put them in the cart.
We got to get our temperature to drop. We're in some kind of weird heat wave this week.
I know you were giving me a quiz about when the next frost.
You need to know when your frost is coming. Your first frost.
I was
on average.
I was predicting 5 weeks
Yeah.
away.
3.
And I was predicting 3. Do we hear 4?
No.
Do we hear 4.5?
No.
Do we have
3.
3, 5? I'm thinking 5. Look, I'm here sweating. I'm dripping. I'm in a tank top.
It's hot. It's 90 degrees
I would
out
strip
here.
down and be naked, except for it's not that kind of a show.
No, I'm not doing that. Anyways, 3 weeks. We get Arctic cold front through here.
Did you know about the National Naked Gardening Day?
No, I'm not doing that.
I actually have a photo up on my blog for National Naked Gardening Day, and
You get sunburned in places that should not be sunburned.
it's on the internet, so it's probably going to be up there forever.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know,
No,
right?
You can stand by in the squash. You'd be all right.
But I was doing it in Texas, where we have a lot of big leaf plants.
There you go.
It's very discreet. Anyway, yes, we've got all this wind
There's
happening.
wind, yeah, we get a cold front, Arctic cold front through here. You can lose all your warm weather plants really quickly.
I know, and that's so hard to believe. I mean,
So
really,
your
seriously,
your squash, your tomatoes,
it's good. It's not smell-o-vision. You know, right? Like,
You're fine. You're fine. I'm standing right next to you.
Thank you.
But
Appreciate that honest feedback.
that's got to be on your radar. You got to be thinking about what is your plan to protect your plants if you want to save them.
Yeah.
It's not if it's going to freeze, it's when it's going to freeze.
And the patterns with these guys, like in Texas, it would be beautiful all March, and then bam, on Easter, we'd have a freeze. And then it'd be nice
Yep.
and beautiful all April, and it would just be enough to wipe out everything. So is that what we're talking about
That's what
here?
we're talking about, yeah. We got an Arctic cold front dropping down towards the end of September, freezes everything, and then the warm weather comes in from the California direction, and then October's gorgeous. But at that point, you've lost some of your plants when you could have had crops
coming on.
Yeah.
It's just designed to wipe out those.
Right. So you just need to know when your average last frost date,
Just
first
to kind of
frost date
keep
is.
you on your toes.
And then
Yeah.
just be prepared. Have your wires and your blankets and, be ready to cover them.
Okay.
I cover if the temperature says it's going to go to 36.
Yeah.
I cover because I know it's about 4 degrees off at my house from the weather channel that I watch.
Well, it's also good to have a margin, and that's so you don't have to wake up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Covering plants in your pajamas sucks.
it does.
Yeah.
Big time. Yeah,
Anyways.
been there. So I've been having an insect problem.
You do. We do. We have some squash bugs in the squash. So there's a couple things that we can do.
Actually, apparently I've been having a lot of squash bugs in the squash.
Yeah. So the number one defense of that is to pick them off, put them in the party jar. But
Yeah.
sometimes that gets ahead of you, especially if you're traveling. You miss a week and then all of a sudden they're like, wow, we're having our own party in
Yeah.
the squash.
And then there's other people that just don't see bugs, kind of like me. But anyway,
So the first thing we do is we go through and we trim off
all the junk.
the older leaves and stuff like this. I like to do it just to keep the garden pretty because we get a lot of tours through our gardens.
And yeah,
So this is all valuable.
it certainly
This
is.
is compost. So this goes right into the composter. You're going to make compost to feed next year's garden. So you just want to go ahead and trim every now and again and keep your plants clean.
Yeah.
The other thing we can do is because our night temperatures have been really high, the bugs are multiplying faster on us. So that means we need to increase our offense a little bit faster. So we've been using the Captain Jack's. That works pretty good.
Yeah.
And then I brought you some pyrethrum, which is another organic spray. Both are fine for organic gardens. I will not put anything that's not for organic gardens. And if you look for the OMRI listing,
Omri.
listing, then you know it's safe.
That's not ornery. That's Omri. Okay.
OMRI, Omri, Organics Material Registry Index, I
Well,
believe.
if it was ornery, I would think one of my children
Then it
had,
would be you, yes.
had created that standard.
So anyways, you can find pyrethrum that's OMRI listed, and it's okay to use it. And what you want to do is probably use this twice a week, just in the hottest area, and just get the volume of insects down a little bit. And I know, not everybody's a perfect gardener. Bugs get away from us once in a while, especially when you got this much heat going on.
It's been
And it's going
hot.
to freeze in 3 weeks. But
5.
3,
5.
it's peony.
We'll see who's right.
So anyhow, you could just spray this up underneath in the thicker
Okay.
spots and then go ahead and use your Captain Jack's is fine as well.
Okay.
What we want to do is make sure that the squash bugs don't go dormant on us in the fall and winter over in the garden. So we
Okay.
want to kind of wipe them out now. So there's your homework assignment.
Hey, I wanted to give you a Blockbuster update. We have not yet broken a block yet.
Not yet.
But I'm waiting.
October.
Oh, we got to wait that long?
We got to wait for the carrots to get big.
Yeah.
Now the carrots can take a frost.
You know, I've noticed about this whole gardening thing, there's not a lot of instant gratification.
No.
No.
But there's a lot of gratification at the end. Look how much food you
No, there's
harvested.
tons of gratification. There's tons.
But it's not
Actually,
instant.
I was confessing to Lynn, like we almost grazed on all the broccoli. I had some, actually some of the Grow Network team members were over for this big art and ag tour we had here, and we ate some of that broccoli and it was so good.
Oh, yeah.
And they said, hey, do you got any more? And I'm like, let's go see. You know, when I was cutting off side branches, I probably shouldn't. That would have gotten bigger if I'd have waited a little longer, but man.
That's all right. Did you eat the stalk too?
We did.
Oh, I love the stalk.
You know, it's just like
That's my favorite part.
that taste is just,
That's the nutrients.
you just can't, you know?
And if it doesn't taste like that,
Yeah.
mineralize.
Yeah.
That's what you got to
But
do.
it was like
Yeah.
addictive. I mean, we cooked it up and it was
Great.
good.
So I brought you something.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
I brought you some lettuce starts.
Uh-huh.
These are transplants.
This is going to be our third time if you've been watching
This
a
is
few
how I
episodes.
start my beginners that struggle with gardening.
When Lynn says beginners, that means for total idiots.
You know, it's been hot. We've been struggling with this. So
Yeah.
we're just going to up the game a little bit.
Some
Put in
of
a little bigger
us
plant.
were partying too much, and the little
Yes.
lettuce plants died. I won't say which one of us did that. You'll have to go
Yeah.
back and look at other episodes.
So anyhow, what we'll do is,
We'll
I got your
transplant those
trowel.
in.
We'll just transplant these in. We'll water them. And before we finish today, these will be covered.
We will cover them.
I will check it before I leave for the day.
Yeah.
And we'll be good to go. Because I want you to have lettuce through the fall. Because the lettuce can take a frost. I've taken mine down to 12 degrees before.
Really?
12. If you mineralize and get that bricks up and get that nutrient density, lettuce can go colder than people believe.
Wow.
12 degrees.
We're going to have to measure that too.
Yeah, but we got to have live plants in order to do it.
That's a detail. All right, well, we're going to transplant those. And before we wrap up, we did have a question come in. Actually, we got a lot of questions. We only got time for one.
Okay.
And this is Anita. And Anita wrote in, and actually she's from Arkansas. And she said, what do we think about companion planting? Right? The Carrots Love Tomatoes book, the whole other thing. And I will let you go, and then I'll tell you what I think of companion planting.
I don't do any companion planting. I've done this professionally for 34 years. To me, the work is in the soil. You get the soil microbes, you get the minerals, you get everything in there. You don't need the companion planting, and it takes up space in the garden. And honestly, I've never seen it work really well.
That's
so
about my
I don't do companion planting. It's pretty. I'll do pretty planting, but that's kind of my opinion. What about you?
Yeah, I've never really, I haven't done a ton of controlled studies, but I haven't really ever noticed. And then I've done a lot of interviews and podcasts with very, very experienced gardeners, and none of them really have much to say about it.
Really? Okay.
So most of them say, nah,
It's a nice theory, but...
It's a nice theory. I do have one friend that swears, and he's very experienced, and he swears by the onion family. He says it radiates a kind of a light in a spectrum that we can't see. And he says that really seems to help. He's always sticking little onion things all over the place.
Nice.
But that was the only version of it that I've ever heard of. Yeah. But sticking little onions all over, the little shallots and that kind of thing. That's kind of fun anyway.
That'd be tasty. Yeah. Love onions.
So anyway, Anita, there you go.
That's our opinion, yeah.
That's our opinion. And so companion planting, I don't know. Would love to hear your opinion. Go ahead and put some comments down there if you want to. Go ahead and refute the expert and her sidekick. Or
the expert and the sidekick.
Yeah, you can also put comments down about that too.
Pick. Somebody pick.
Somebody pick.
So, Marjorie, 3 weeks.
5.
You need a plan if you want to save your squash babies.
Well, I'm going to have a plan, but
I'll execute it if you're out of town.
Trust in God and tie up your camel. I'm definitely going to have a plan, right?
But we need to get your plan in place because it's coming.
Yeah.
Whether it's 3 weeks or 5 weeks, it's coming.
It is coming. That is true.
Yeah.
Well, we will be back next week, and you can come join us for this. And apparently next week will not be October, so you're going to have some delayed gratification for the Blockbuster. I'm just so impressed with us. We're going to have a Blockbuster for 89 cents, and Hollywood spends millions.
There you go. There you go. This is better.
This is Marjorie Wildcraft with the Grow Network and Lynn Gillespie with the Living Farm, and we'll catch you next week. Hello everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie with another episode of Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And if you remember last week, we had a bet about how soon it would be before the garden had to freeze. I said 5 weeks.
3 weeks.
And Lynn said 3 weeks. And I mean, it was not like the day after you said that. There was this rain and this cold front, and I woke up the next morning and I was shivering, and I was like,
Colorado.
Dang it, did I just make that bet? Right? So I was cold.
Yeah.
This is hot now, so I'm taking this off. But this is, and look at here, I got this really cute hat, and I'm keeping the tag on it like Minnie Pearl
There you go.
did. Yeah. And if you know who Minnie Pearl is, you're our kind of people.
There you go.
Yeah. So, all right. So Lynn, we're going to talk about protecting this thing. You're right. We got to be prepared. I'm still sticking to my 5-week wager.
You're 5 weeks?
Yeah,
Well, let me tell you something.
Okay.
We had 40 degrees this morning at the house, at the farm.
She lives somewhere else, though.
Yeah, like 3 miles down the road. 3 miles.
Yeah.
And out in the pasture, in the sheep pastures, in the low parts, there was frost in the grass.
Okay.
We didn't get the gardens yet. But
Yeah, but Lynn, I mean,
right
we
there.
got climate change happening.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
getting
it's good.
colder.
No, it's supposed to get warmer or something like that, right?
Yeah, more dramatic. But
I don't know. We should have another episode on whether you believe in climate change or not. I don't know. There's a whole controversy around it. God, it's getting hot out here.
yeah, we get nice warm afternoons.
It's a wonderful kidney wrap.
Yeah, those are great. The
Those
sheep,
are really good. Yeah,
sheep make good wool.
they were made handmade out of
Yeah,
wool.
we make them from the sheep at the farm.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So
anyhow, the garden is on borrowed time, but if we can cover the
we
warm
still
weather
have 4 more
plants-
weeks.
If we can cover the warm weather plants, we can extend that 4 more weeks beyond that because
Okay.
it's going to freeze because we get an Arctic cold front, and then it's going to turn nice again.
Yeah.
So we just want to be prepared for those couple of nights, and then after that, it'll freeze night after night after night after night. That's when you just
Then
like
you're
give
done
it
with
up.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
then
to
you-
get to this transitional period, we'll cover
Just
it.
extend it. So we got the blankets.
So these are the frost blankets. Yeah, these are the
Blankets
ones
are ready.
that we use in the greenhouse. They're
Okay.
they're very thick blankets, but you can use whatever you have. A couple of
Yeah.
sheets. You can use the what are they called? The frost blankets that are thin. Just double them up.
Yeah, the
You can
row cover or
you
whatever.
can steal
yeah.
the quilt off your bed if you're desperate. Sleeping bags, whatever you need.
Yeah.
The key though is to keep your insulation dry.
Yes. So
So-
we have the
You use the plastic.
yeah.
right?
So
you
we got
put
that.
you put your blanket on, you put your plastic on, and you put something to hold it down because I don't know about you, but when it rains at my house, first the wind blows and then it rains.
Yeah, we got. You
Yeah.
know, we're in the Rocky Mountains,
Rocky Mountains, yeah.
and
there
we
you
got
go.
we got rocks.
We got rocks.
They got definitely
Perfect.
got rocks here.
So what you want to do is check your forecast every night, and then
Okay.
if it's predicted to go to 36 or below, come out and cover your warm weather plants. Now,
Okay.
do you know the difference between your warm weather and your cool weather plants?
I do.
That's the quiz.
I do. Yes.
Okay, so you got to know the
Yeah,
difference
so
so
my
you know which
squash
to cover.
or warm weather.
Warm weather.
But broccoli, carrots, lettuce, all cold weather.
Yep.
Other big squash, tomatoes, definitely warm weather.
Cucumber. Yep.
Oh, I forgot about it. The cucumbers
Basil.
were not the best performers this year. The green
Yeah,
beans also not the best. Overall, this garden has been fantastic.
And as we learn it and do more, then we'll hone in on all the crops.
Yeah.
But this is a great first run
Oh man,
for you.
this has been an awesome.
You've been eating all summer, giving it away.
I've been giving
so-
it away. My freezer's almost full of zucchini. Look at this. You know what is astonishing to me is how something like this can hide in plain sight. I mean, I check the patch every day.
3 of them.
I know, right? Like, look at these guys. Like,
But they're still tender and
oh yeah,
good.
I cooked one of these up like this size, and you know
Yeah.
there were some seeds, but even the seeds just cooked up and
yeah,
were soft. They
they're
were
easy,
delicious.
and you can make noodles out of this. You can throw them in the freezer.
Yeah. There's so
Zucchini
much.
ginger soup is one of my favorite soups for winter.
Oh, so
Zucchini ginger.
you take the zucchini
You
and
cook it down with onions
Uh-huh.
and you let that cook, and then you put chicken stock in it,
yeah.
ginger, and then you just put it in the blender and you blend it and you drink it for breakfast.
Nice.
It's so good.
I'm going to do that, and that ginger would be real warming. In
Yeah,
the
and then you
winter.
can freeze that,
Mhm.
and then you can warm it up like in the wintertime. So you can actually freeze your ginger soup. So, yeah, one of my favorite ways to eat zucchini all winter.
Well, I do want to give everybody an update that we have not yet had the carrots blockbusting. We don't have a blockbuster yet, but Lynn is saying we got to wait.
You gotta watch.
And you'll just have to stay tuned to find out whether it freezes. Now it's 2 weeks versus 4 weeks. So we'll see who was right.
It happens.
You know, a friend of mine was like, Marjorie, how long have you lived there? And I said, well, you know, I've been kind of coming and going for about 1.5 years. And they said, how long has Lynn lived there? And I'm like,
In Colorado,
yeah, like
53 years.
53 years. They're like, we're betting on Lynn. Like, yeah, you're smarter than I
A
am.
little experience in
Just a
this.
tad.
Yeah.
So, well, this is Marjorie Wildcraft from the Grow Network and Lynn Gillespie from the Living Farm, and this is another episode of the Adventures in High Performance Gardening. And come join us next week to find out if we have the carrots blockbusters. And I've got to tell you that I have fallen in love. I'm going to show you who I've fallen in love with.
Oh, this is be a good one.
Yeah. We'll see you next week.
Hey.
Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft from the Grow Network, which is the premier community of people who grow their own food we make our own medicine, and we're becoming extraordinarily wealthy. And then I'm here with Lynn Gillespie, who's the founder of The Living Farm. In case you didn't know, I mean, most of you have been following us week after week after week, and now I have got to do the thing.
All right. What are you up to today?
You know when you're right and you're doing the happy dance?
What are you right about?
Well, what was the bet we had on whether we're going to have a freeze or not?
We did.
You did.
We did.
I did not have a freeze here.
Yeah, but it was like this close.
Yeah, but this close only counts in nuclear bombs and stuff. It doesn't count. It doesn't count in gardening.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
3 weeks, I won.
All right.
Yes.
I'll give you that one.
Okay. We do have this gray area because I said 5 weeks and you said 3, and then we don't have any, like, what the heck do we do with the 4th week or something like that. So,
Well, so far it's warm. So
yeah.
Whoever's the closest. We'll put it that
Okay,
way.
we'll put it that way.
Yeah.
So we got another week where it could be touch and go.
We had frost in our squash, lost
Yeah.
about half the squash, and then the corn out in the field took about a third of that.
Yeah.
So we did get we got a pretty good frost one night.
Hey, did you know across the U.S., like, the whole corn crop is really in bad shape? There's just been all this flooding in the Midwest. And you can't get in there and plant. And they got in and planted really late, and it's probably not going to make.
It's not going to make. That's right.
Because we know this, right? You know, but I guess, you know, they got to do what they got to do. They got to try.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see how that works out. But, so Lynn, even though I'm feeling very right, I want to let you know that I have been wrong. So I was, while we were gone, I was off on a trip to New York. I went to this conference on using the mind and intentional thought for healing. And it happened to be right next to this big casino. And I'm thinking, wow, you know, intentional thought, healing, why not intentional thought and winnings, right? So,
Yeah, casino, sure.
you're right. So I go into this casino and I said, okay, I'm going to spend $10 in here, right?
Okay.
And I ultimately put $5 into the slot machines. And that place is, I'm sure they do it this way. It's like so chaotic, and it's so, like, all kind of stuff going on, and smoke in the air, and it's all crazy, and you can't, like, think intentionally when you're in there, right? You know?
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's kind of boring. You just push a button, and then it goes, blah, 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 and then
it takes your money.
it takes your money. And like, I was like,
that was fun.
that was not even fun. I got bored with it after $5, and I was like seriously wrong all the time. Every time I pushed the button, I didn't even I wanted to pull a handle and see things spin around and stuff. And it was such a, like, I'm just not a gambler, I guess, except in freeze dates. I'm a freeze date.
You're a freeze date.
I'm a freeze date gambler. I got a freeze. I wonder if they got a 12-step program for that.
I don't know.
Hi, my name's Marjorie.
All I
and
know
I'm always
is-
gambling on freeze dates.
You better pay attention or you're going to lose your stuff.
You have to pay attention. All right, well, we'll continue
Okay,
them.
let's see when your
see.
garden gets nipped.
We'll see who wins.
Yeah.
We got another week of gray area. Okay. Meanwhile, we'll start a 12-step group for freeze date gamblers, which that could be a whole new.
Those are the people that go out in the middle of the night in their pajamas hoping to save their crop.
Yeah.
You just take the blanket off the bed and take it with you.
Yep.
Hey, that's how it works.
Hey, I've done a lot of those middle of the night jaunts, man.
Yeah, in your pajamas.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's not talk about that.
Okay, let's
But
not.
you know, fruit and stuff like that in the spring, you got to put that burn barrel out there.
Yeah, you got to pay attention. And you got to pay attention in the fall. And we're in the danger zone.
So we were talking last week about a collapse that happened.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think, you know, almost everybody in the Grow Network, none of us would say, oh, we're preppers, right?
Right.
But I do a lot of welcome calls, and I'm in the forums, and everybody in the Grow Network knows that some kind of collapse is imminent, right? You know, financial,
It
economic.
can't keep going up without going down. That's just law.
Right.
Yeah, it makes no sense to just, and if you look at all the curves, they're just a little out of
It's
control.
just how they've kept it up so long is amazing. And then we've got a
They
huge,
print money.
Yeah.
That's how they keep
Yeah,
it
no,
up.
why aren't we near that machine where it comes out? Like,
Maybe there was one in the slots.
right. That's the problem. All money is digital now, right? They just make it up.
They just make it up. Oh, let's just add a couple zeros. Okay. Good to go.
But then there's, you know, weakened immune systems. and the
Yeah.
possibility for pandemic. And
That's
actually,
going to be a problem.
I was talking to a Grow Network member this morning doing a welcome call, and he was like, yeah, well, we're just about on the verge of civil war. And I said, dang, I hadn't heard about that one. I go, who are we fighting
Yeah.
with ourselves about? But, you know, whatever. But we had a collapse in the garden.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
What happened?
The tomato plants, which are, you know, going up, and then they're going over, they're going all over the place, and then one of them just decided to collapse.
Hit the ground.
Right. It
What
was
happened?
Like, wow, I know it's an economic system problem. I don't know. But it was pretty cool because I guess the clips came loose.
Once
or
in a while,
once-
yeah. A clip will pop loose.
Maybe there was some wind or something that did it.
Yeah.
But,
So for safety, you just put on 2 clips.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why put them back
Did
up?
you pick it back up? Did it survive?
I did, but you know, I'm
Okay.
really lucky because tomato branches are pretty fragile,
Yeah.
and they could easily break.
They
in
can
that
snap.
thing.
Unless it's hot. They don't snap as easily when it's hot.
That's true.
So if it fell in the heat of the day, you probably had better luck.
Well, it all went back up. So
Oh, good.
that was our tomato collapsage.
Oh.
So we had a collapse.
We had a collapse, but we
And-
survived.
And just like in the next collapse, which will be involving the entire world. Do you know where I think do you want to go on a tangent? Like we never do that.
Never.
So
All right, what do you want?
in July, Facebook announced that they're going to have it's not a technical cryptocurrency, it's a digital coin called Libra.
Okay.
And Facebook has 2.4 billion users around the world. And they plan on launching this coin in January.
Wow.
And like Facebook could go out to all of their advertisers and say, hey, we'll help you why don't you give everybody a discount of 5 or 10% if they pay in Libra or something like that. I mean, like basically 1/3 of the planet could ditch the US dollar overnight.
Whoa. For an electronic coin.
Yeah.
That sounds really smart.
Well, I mean, don't we pretty much pay for everything electronically even though we think of them as dollars?
Probably.
Yeah. So I mean, what's the big D?
I don't know.
Anyway, this is a huge threat. So what we're about to see is, well, we're seeing actually is this war, which is a currency war, because the existing powers on our planet are the bankers, all the existing financial systems, and now these tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, Apple, and then of course in China there's Alibaba, Tencent, and Baidu, have a user base big enough that they can release their own coins and completely use the yuan or the US dollar or whatever. So
That's going to be
it's
interesting.
going to be fun watching that, and that's the reason you want to have a garden.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, I'm glad food is optional. The grocery store is optional for me because I may not have electronic coins.
I was talking to some friends about you, and I said, I'm like, man, this thing is like, like that. I'm like, I know some people that probably won't even notice it.
Probably not. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
It's interesting what they'll come up with next.
it sure is. It's going to be fun
What's
to
it
watch
called?
it.
Libra?
Libra.
Libra coin.
And you can expect that the U.S. government has already started like doing investigations on Mark Zuckerberg, and they know the danger. And I don't know. It'll be interesting. Like, are they going to do smear campaigns? Are they going to try and But you watch in the media, and we'll see more and more Facebook stuff going on.
Wow.
Because right?
Whew.
Woo!
knows?
We live in some interesting times.
We do. Grow your own food, people.
So, next week, I have solved the squash bug mystery. And next week, and yes, this is a blatant tease to get you to come back next week. Yes, we have stooped that
So
low.
what are you going to do?
I have solved the squash bug mystery.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell everybody why a brand new garden like this could have squash bugs, and so many of them. I mean,
We had a few. Mm-hmm.
there were actually a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're decreasing, but...
Yeah, well,
All right,
depending on whether you believe it's a week or 2 weeks, they're going to die pretty soon here in that freeze. So
Oh no, they're going to go dormant. They're going to wait for next
they're
year.
going to wait for next year.
Yeah.
Shivering, they got their little sheepskin
Yeah,
coats on.
They'll
And,
hide down in the grass
the soil and all that,
soil
yeah.
and yep.
Yeah.
Wood sheds. They like wood sheds too. I find them in the wood shed.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
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 I'm sure they're useful for something.
Feeding chickens.
exactly.
You could totally feed your chickens just from squash
Bugs? Yeah. Yeah.
New chicken food.
Yeah, I meant to do a flock this year and I did not. It was in July when I got so sick from that trip from Mexico was the time that I was planning to set up the chicken flock, and
We get them next year.
next year.
Yeah.
Hey, and speaking of next year, next week we will have the squash bug mystery revealed. This is Marjorie Wildcraft and Lynn Gillespie, and we'll see you on another episode of Adventures in High Performance Gardening. Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft with Lynn Gillespie. And
In the wind.
In a wind. It's a windy day today. Actually, that's making me very nervous. There was some really strong winds out of the west.
Yeah. It's coming.
And it's coming. And I won the what time will it freeze bet. I just want to let
Hey, your farm.
Yeah, I know. That was where this is where the bet is, you know.
Okay.
And we're going to be talking a lot about the winter stuff, but one of my strategies was like I'm not going to harvest anything until the last minute because I want to get the most time growing, right?
Right.
And so Lynn was like, Marjorie.
Have you seen the zucchini? Maybe you need to harvest it before it takes over the entire town.
I didn't see it. It's amazing how a thing like this can be hiding in plain sight.
You need a saw?
Maybe. Let me see. All right. That thing is tight. This is what happens
A baseball bat.
when you forget.
I don't think we should have waited to harvest that.
I don't know. You think that? I bet there's some of that's edible.
Oh, totally edible. You can make a ton of noodles out of that.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Look at
Or
that.
grind it all up and
Man.
make
I can't wait to put this on the
make
scale.
zucchini bread.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
no, we
anybody
eat those.
comes in the house,
Take them out. Yes.
take them out with the zucchini.
It's gorgeous.
So yes, I am. I'm like, these squash are done. So I'm
Yeah.
going to harvest everything in here.
So what's happening is the nights are cold.
Yeah.
And the warm weather plants don't like that.
Yeah.
So we're hitting consistently 40, down the 40s every single night. So they stop blooming. They stop all their progress. So you can pull them out and just mulch this end of the garden and put it to bed.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we'll be doing here pretty soon.
Now, remember the squash bug mystery that I promised to reveal?
Yes.
So like this garden, like these squash plants were just, it was a caucus. Is that what they call it? When a whole bunch of politicians all get together for something?
I have no idea.
Anyway, it was one of them things. It was a big, big gathering of the squash bugs.
Yes.
And Lynn, you were saying, that's really unusual for a first-year garden, which it
Yeah.
is.
Usually you can get away with it 2-3 years before they find your
before they
garden.
find you,
I was
yeah.
really surprised.
Mhm. And I figured out the mystery.
What?
Well, this house was built in 1901,
Okay.
and this spot has been the kitchen garden for this house probably since 1901.
That makes sense.
Uh-huh.
It's a great spot.
It is a great spot. And
Yeah.
actually there's little gravity-fed water ditches that they used to use to irrigate.
So you think they were just laying dormant waiting for your garden?
Yeah. Or,
Probably so.
the previous owners were gardening here,
Yeah.
and, I actually had some squash last year, and,
Okay.
so we had, it's,
Yeah.
it's had stuff going on. So
Makes
that's
sense.
the
That-
mystery. So it's not just a second-year garden. This is like a 118-year-old garden.
That's beautiful. Still making great food.
118-year-old garden spot. Isn't
Yeah.
that great?
That is great.
Yep.
So yeah.
Let's talk about, so tomatoes, I take the green ones and I try to time it like the night before it freezes.
Yes.
And I'll just put them on a sunny window, let them ripen up.
It works totally. Yeah.
We got that going. And then,
so in about 6 days, there's a prediction of a cold front coming down through. I'm thinking on the farm we're going to hit about 24. We may hit about 28 here.
28
But
here.
even with the blankets, you can still damage the tomatoes. So anything 28 or below predicted.
it's
I would
just,
pull
it
them.
would be a waste of time to try and keep the tomatoes.
Yeah, because they're not going to bloom
They're-
and everything. Can you
nothing-
feel the air is so different now?
I can. I'm
Yeah.
thinking of getting a jacket on.
Yeah. Yeah, and the nights are longer. So
Snuggle up with my zucchini
I think that'll work.
and stay warm.
So, but you got a few plants that can take a frost. I do like to cover the broccoli though, because hard frost will actually damage the flower heads.
Yeah. And you're talking about us wrapping this whole thing up in the next couple of weeks, huh?
It's about time. Yeah, the plants are kind of saying, I'm tired, I'm done, the day length is getting short, the nights are going to get really cold. Yeah, so we can get some stuff in the freezer.
Would you grow a winter cover crop in here? Like vetch or rye or...
I don't, because we freeze so hard that nothing grows. We actually are in a permafrost situation for almost 6 months. So instead of doing that, I would grow that in the summertime, compost that, and just put the compost on the garden.
Huh.
So I don't do cover crop, I just do compost.
Right.
Yeah.
So you don't actually cover crop the thing over the winter?
Just mulch over the top. If you got cats, I put wire. So you got mulch, you got wire, done.
Why cats? Because of the wire?
Cats think these are litter boxes.
Oh.
And so you put the wire on so they're not digging in it. Because if there's no plants, it just looks like a big litter box. You don't want that.
No.
Yeah. So mulch, wire, done. And
Okay.
then in the spring, the worms and the microbes can be eating away at the bottom side of that mulch whenever they're active, and that feeds them and keeps them alive and going.
Yeah, got it.
So wow, first season.
So you're not recommending to keep, because I mean, you know, the kale and the chard and
You
that.
can keep those here. You'll get production maybe another 4 or 5 weeks, unless you put a cold frame over them. And then when we start going below 0, they don't like it so
they
much.
don't like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, I find it just easier just to take it all out. Now, if you had a greenhouse, we'd be set. We would be going.
I'm taking Lynn's.
We're gonna go all year.
I'm taking Lynn's greenhouse workshop.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out where to put the greenhouse. By the way, we never came up with a good name for the cart, the garden cart.
What?
I know. Remember that?
Yeah.
We've got Leslie wrote in and said, "What did you decide to name the garden cart?" And I haven't been keeping up with that. So Leslie, we'll talk about that next week.
I think people need to send in some names.
Yeah, they need to send in suggestions. Really. I've been naming, Lynn has been naming, like, she's probably named 1,000 sheep by now.
Yep.
With the sheep she's been
easily.
raising easily. And I've named thousands of other things. So
we name all the equipment too.
Yeah, we name
Like
everything.
A bicycle, it needs a name.
Actually, I was thinking of naming the garden cart Jenny, but I was wondering if you'd be upset because that's like Lynn's daughter's name, you know.
She would be honored.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I love the name Jenny for a garden cart.
It would be.
That would be a good. All right.
A J or a G?
Oh no! Another decision.
I or a Y.
Oh wow! All right, I'll think about that.
Okay.
Anyway, and I wanna show you something for what we're going to talk about next week.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hold this? And I don't get a hernia with that thing.
Jeez.
So Lynn, we're going to talk.
Marjorie.
We're gonna talk about another essential garden tool. Okay? And we're gonna talk.
What do you have there?
Next week. We'll tell you why you might want to consider having a gun when you garden.
I don't know. We got a baseball bat.
You're right. Zucchinis like that, you won't need guns.
The garden grows its
And then
own
you've heard about
weapons.
potato guns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
Anyway, come join us next week. This is Marjorie Wildcraft of the what's my company name?
You're the Grow Network.
I'm the Grow Network.
I'm the Living Farm.
And that's Lynn Gillespie with the Living Farm. Yes, and we'll see you next week.
if we both live.
Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft with the Grow Network and Lynn Gillespie with the Living Farm. And gosh, we're winding it up. Like we're like an episode away from our final episode with Adventures, High Performance Gardening. And you might notice that the big, you know, the whole scaffolding thing is gone.
Why are all your tomatoes in a box,
I know,
Marjorie?
right? Isn't that cool? Because
What happened?
I picked them all green, and this is like the
Because?
last vestiges of summer.
Because
Hey, it was like 2 days short of 5 weeks.
this garden got nailed.
It got hammered.
Oh my gosh, we had 19 at our house.
Really? Well, we've
Yeah.
been at 27, so it wasn't that bad, but yeah, it's definitely looking a little scruffy.
Yep.
Just a little.
And at this point, it gets hard to cover. It's time to say goodbye.
It's pretty soon.
About right.
But
yeah.
you know what, Lynn? I'm thinking about keeping those not tomatoes, the carrots going.
You keep the carrots, and I've harvested broccoli up till after Thanksgiving, so you could actually harvest that for maybe another 8 weeks. Or
Yeah.
not 8 weeks.
Well, I really want that
about another 4
blockbuster
weeks.
video.
The
I mean,
carrots,
and I've
well,
had
we'll see.
such a stellar carrot year. You don't have carrot years like that. I mean, this has been,
So many carrots.
it's been a carrot year.
Yeah.
And we might not have another carrot year and we're
yeah, we
so
will.
close. I mean, we're just weeks away from a blockbuster.
yeah.
I want to
we'll
see it
if
happen.
they grow.
Okay.
But it's happened.
Okay.
It can happen. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Anyhow,
oh, you know what?
this is a good end
yeah,
to
it's
your
good.
crop.
I'm
Yeah.
just putting that in the window and letting it sun out, and
Yeah, just let them ripen along. They won't be as good as vine ripen,
No.
but they're way better than the store.
But you know what? They sell these green things and they call them vine ripened in the store.
Not the same.
Not the same. Yeah, it's what I call clinging on to the last. Hey, remember that ginormous zucchini I had in the last episode?
Yes. Did you eat it?
I ate it and it was delicious, and it was soft and tender and yummy. I mean, really, it was good. It was
they
really
can
good. Ginormous. I'm wondering why didn't I let all of them get ginormous? I would have gotten a huge amount more out of it.
I usually let mine get about that big.
That big?
Not quite as big as yours, but just a little bit bigger.
The thing about that thing was like hiding, and everybody
It
saw
was.
it. Everybody walked by it or watered, or there was like numerous people that just didn't see that
It
thing.
was camouflaged in
It's
with the leaves.
amazing
Yeah.
how those things can hide. Yeah. So we had a question come in from Tom, because last week, and the Grow Network is all about people who grow their own food, make their own medicine, and they're becoming extraordinarily wealthy. And Tom said, hey, did you make a mistake there, Marjorie? And I said, no, I did not, because health is wealth. And teaching your children how to grow food, and working with the family, and being the resilient person in your community that knows how to grow food, that's wealth.
When money is optional,
Yeah, when money
you
is
are
optional.
You are wealthy.
Yeah.
When my pantry is full of food and I know I can feed my family for that entire year, that is wealth.
That is wealth.
It is so much wealth,
Uh-huh.
and it's so much peace of mind. So
Yeah,
it totally fits.
It's real nutrition, real
Oh, yeah.
food. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh my God, my freezer is so full. I've
Mine
got
is too.
dried
My second
food.
one is too.
And your second one is too. Yeah.
And the pantry.
Yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
it's been such a good year. So then I also promised to tell this story about, do you need a gun to garden? Lynn's all nervous because I took the gun lock off.
Yeah.
Boom! Oh my God.
Staying
No.
on this side.
No.
I got the eye on you.
It's not loaded. There's
Don't
no
point
clip
it.
in there. Really. See, and everybody knows I'm like really, really nearsighted. So this is like a 10x scope
There
on
you
it
go.
to compensate for my less than 10th of vision. But so I'll tell you the story. The very first video that I created was called Backyard Food Production. We renamed it to Grow Your Own Grocery because
It's a good one too.
it's a better,
Really good.
better name.
Oh, it's a good video.
But thank you. So we make the video, we're all excited, and I'm going out to local shops around Texas saying, hey, you want to sell this video, because I thought that's how you do stuff, right? We had something online, but I was like doing shops, and I go into this one shop, and the guy behind the counter, the owner, proprietor, says, oh, I'm never going to need that. Don't want that. And I said, come on,
Yeah.
hard
Right.
times, economic collapse, da-da-da-da, you may need to grow your own food. And he says, I am never going to need to grow my own food. And I said, really? Why not?
Yeah.
And in the back of my little evil mind, I was thinking, wow, maybe he has a store of food. I should know about this. That's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, what was even worse came next. He said, well, with this, and out from under the counter, he pulls out some big black handgun, something. I didn't know anything about guns back then. And he lays it on the counter, and he wasn't threatening me. He says, with this, I'm going to get all the food I need from people like you.
Whoa.
And I was like speechless.
I never thought of that.
I know, right? And for
Yeah.
me to be speechless, it was a big deal.
Well,
right?
and the thought of the threat, because we grow our gardens, we're happy people, and somebody could just come and take it.
And I thought, well, it's a one-off incident. And I was telling that story. I've actually told that story a couple of times on radio. I used to do a lot of radio, you know, stuff. I'm going to get back into that again. And I was on this pretty big radio show, and they had a bunch of callers call in, and I was astonished how many callers called in and said, that's my strategy.
Oh, wow.
I was just shocked. I mean,
Just steal.
it was just,
Yeah.
it was really stupid, because if you'd come up to me and you need help, I'll help you. But if you've told me in advance that you're going to steal food from me, I'm just going to shoot you on sight. No, I'm not. I don't know what I'm going to do. I actually used to be the kind of woman that went, you know, I go to the sporting goods section to get my sleeping bag or something, and I just would kind of like pass the gun rack like this, you know, like I just wasn't into it.
Yeah.
And then I was living on 75 acres at the end of a dirt road with my 2 little kids, and my husband was traveling a lot. And I said,
Yeah, that's the mentality of people.
I better like get that force equalizer going. And in Texas, if you ask a neighbor, I said, I'm kind of interested in getting a gun, and they opened the closet, and you know, there's like, you got to try this, you got to try that, you got to try this, you know, like I'm shooting everything. So
Yeah.
anyway, I like the AR-15. It is a very nice rifle, and actually my favorite is a 22. And because I'm trying to raise a really strong little girl, I got to show you something cute. Oh, this is my daughter Kimber. Her first rifle. Look at this. Isn't this the cutest? She had it all picked out. It had to be color coded.
Oh, yeah.
Pink camo. Let's see, where's the opening on this? And then wait till you see this cute little rifle.
Oh my gosh.
Pink with a matching black strap. And it's a little bolt action.
Yeah.
But this
22.
girl got so good with this bolt action, she could almost go as fast as a
Teach her
semi-automatic.
how to respect it and how to care for it. And
Yeah, you could wake my kids up in the middle of the night and say, what are the 3 rules of gun safety? And they would tell you. Yeah,
I think it's important that kids learn these things.
Well, you know, our country was founded on gun rights.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what started,
Oh.
you know, the American Revolution, was the British were trying to do gun control,
Oh,
basically.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Whoa, that's heavy.
it's heavy. I
Yeah.
know, that's not a nice thing to think about, but it's a reality.
Yeah.
And really, I think a strong community is far more important than weapons.
Yeah.
But now I kind of think guns are really sexy. My husband goes, do you think you went a little overboard? I'm like, you know, one is none and 2 is 1, you know. I got redundant ones and all that. So
Oh, goodness. So, what's next for your garden?
So we're going to have to mulch in these guys for the
Yeah.
ones that we're putting to bed for like those areas, right? And we'll keep the greens going for a little while.
You probably got about 4 weeks before it gets too cold to where
Too
they
much work.
just
Yeah.
can't go anymore. And then they're going to get covered in snow and ice and stuff like that. But I know down in Texas, you probably ran your greens all season.
Well, you know, in Texas, it's just starting to get to be good season.
Now, if you had
growing.
your greenhouse,
No,
we would
yeah.
just be planting, and we would be going all season. You get,
Oh yeah, you know, people might be wondering about this, by the way. This is a kidney wrap, if you haven't ever heard of one of these.
oh, they're awesome.
This is a hand-felted wool that Lynn makes. This is hand-felted wool from the sheep that she births and raises throughout the year and
Yep.
shears, and it keeps your kidneys and your adrenal glands, and it just keeps you so nice and warm. It's like the equivalent of wearing a jacket. It's why
It really is.
It's why I'm not wearing
That's
a jacket.
why I got 2 on, and you don't. You
Yeah.
have a kidney wrap.
And I have a kidney wrap.
That's about right.
So
Yeah.
that's it. So anyway, if you get to the Home Medicine Summit in time to watch this, Lynn's got a whole video on it. Or
Oh yeah, we show you exactly how to make them and what goes into it. And
yeah, it's pretty cool.
yeah.
Anyway, next week will be our final episode. We'll have a surprise for you, and we're going to have the final tally of
Oh yeah.
what got harvested.
Yeah.
So
It's been a fun garden.
it's been an awesome garden. I have really, really, really gotten a lot out of this garden.
A lot of food. Your freezer's full.
My freezer's full.
Yay.
I've been giving away stuff.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
And we'll show the final jar, the weed jar and the party jar.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So
Yeah.
you'll see just how little weeding there was in this thing.
Yeah, not hardly any.
It was amazing. It's a
Yeah.
really amazing system that you put together, Lynn.
Thank you.
Hands up.
We
my hat's off
love
to you.
it, and we love teaching it to beginners because they can do it. They can be super successful
And it works.
the first year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the whole goal, is to get them successful. So
Cool. Well, we will, uh-oh, you're supposed to turn that cell phone
I
off
didn't
when
know
we're
I
recording.
had my cell phone on me.
Lynn, that's
I was hoping it would be quiet.
Okay. maybe they'll edit that out.
Yeah. Oh, there's two. Are you sending me texts?
I'm not
Did you
sending
quit sending me
I'm not
texts?
sending you any text.
You just made my phone go off.
How could I send you text? You're sitting here watching me.
Secretly behind your back.
I have people sending you text.
Okay, because
No,
they know
I
we're
don't.
filming.
Oh, well. This is Marjorie Wildcraft, Lynn Gillespie. I'm with the Grow Network. Lynn's with the Living Farm.
Yep.
And we'll see you next week for the final episode with the big surprise,
Oh, yeah.
the tally of production and the size of the weed jar.
It's going to be a good one. Don't miss it.
Hey everyone, this is Marjorie Wildcraft of the Grow Network and with my dear friend Lynn Gillespie of the Living Farm.
Yeah.
And this is our final episode from
it's
the
so
Adventures in
sad.
High Performance Gardening. And I don't
Yeah.
know if you can see it, but I'm already starting to cover some of the garden.
That's the perfect thing to do with your garden for
Yeah.
the winter. You got this nice mulch
got
on
this
it,
nice mulch.
2 inches thick.
I hit it with a shot of seaweed before
That's a
I put
great
the
idea.
mulch on
Put
because
some nutrients down in
I
there.
want something for them microbes to snack on all winter.
Exactly, and the worms. They'll come
And the
up and they'll
worms.
pull that mulch down into the soil.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might
perfect.
even put a little more on there. But so I've got a few things to finish
You
off
got
here.
quite a bit. You got
Yeah.
like over half a garden left of food
Well,
in here.
yeah, there's the turnips, there's the chard and the kale, and I got these, and then I'm definitely going to try and keep those carrots
Oh
going.
yeah.
Because
And if you can't, you can pull them and put them in the fridge for the winter.
yeah,
That's another option.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to try and keep them in the ground, so I'm going to work on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you got broccoli still to eat.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You can eat broccoli probably out of this garden for another 4 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah. It just depends on how hard the frosts come through.
Yeah.
But if you cover it at night, you can keep it going.
I love broccoli.
Yeah, it's so good. And this gets sweeter and sweeter as it gets colder and colder.
You're teasing me, Lynn. So you got some totals here.
Yes, this
It's
is
a good thing Lynn told it because
we're working on it.
yeah.
It's been a really good garden. You
It
did
has
a
been a
great
fantastic
job.
garden,
It's
yeah.
super simple. Oh, in the weed jar.
Oh, we got to get the weed
You gotta
jar.
get the weed jar,
Yeah.
too.
Okay, we'll get the weed jar. We'll show people.
Okay.
It's like less than a pint.
Yes,
Of
of weeds
weeds.
out of this garden.
Yeah.
So the garden was fun.
It was
right.
easy.
So out of all the stuff that we've picked so far, we've picked 224.97 pounds of food
Wow.
that you get to eat.
Almost 225 pounds of food.
20, yep.
Yep.
And if you go with organic retail prices locally here, you saved 1,081.55. So 1,081.55 cents worth of savings out of this little garden.
From this little garden.
And you spent what, maybe 10 minutes a day in this garden?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe less.
Yeah.
And then
Not much.
We just
Yeah.
built the thing.
And that doesn't count the basil, the cilantro, the garlic shoots, and the beans.
You know,
'cause I
that
didn't have
basil and
numbers for those.
cilantro and stuff is really expensive. And I did get
Yeah.
I was counting that. There was like 16 bunches of the basil at least.
But you didn't write it down.
I know. And you know what, Lynn? There was a whole bunch of cherry tomatoes that just never made it to the scale. Because,
Yes.
you know, when I'm out here, I'm like
So-
watering and I'm like, right? Like
So
that.
there's easily over $1,100 worth of food came out of this garden in less than 10 minutes a day, and one jar of
Yeah.
weeds.
And we still have a bunch more food in
A
here.
lot of food left to
So
go.
realistically, like maybe somewhere around 13 or 14, maybe $1,500 worth of food, I would say.
Yeah.
So-
I would say so too.
That's
so-
pretty cool.
Good
and
job.
you know what though? It was like delicious. This was not like $1,400 worth of food. This was like deliciousness
And nutrients.
and nutrient density,
Yeah.
which makes deliciousness. So you really can't buy food.
Nope.
You just can't.
You can't buy food like this.
You
No.
can't.
You gotta
really
grow it.
can't.
You guys gotta grow it.
And I mean,
Do
I
it.
eat food from farmers markets and organic places. And when I travel, I'm always doing the farm to table thing. And I'm going to tell you, it is not anywhere near as good as what I had here.
Yeah, because you got the freshness going right in the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I will keep eating at farm to table restaurants when I travel just to make sure.
Yeah, you got to try it. We're going to have some farm-to-table meals out at the farm this year.
You know what? You got this greenhouse workshop series going on.
We got the workshop
Yeah.
series. We're going to do a world cuisine series. So Chef Mike is going to cook us different cuisines from the farm-to-table food through the
nice.
winter time. So
Yeah.
we're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a solstice party, which is the feature item is going to be chocolate. Everything chocolate. So you'll have to come for that.
Yes, I will. I will have to come for that one.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
December
So,
21st.
Anyhow,
Be here.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, be here.
And we teased everybody with a surprise.
You gonna spill the beans? Are you gonna spill the beans?
All right, I'll spill it. So Lynn and I have been having so much fun doing this.
This is great.
We decided that we're going to take a break, but we're going to actually have a bit of a winter series where we hang out together, and we'll either do it here at my garden or maybe in some of her greenhouses.
Let's do it in the greenhouses.
Okay.
It'd be a lot warmer.
Be a lot warmer.
Your garden's gonna be this deep in snow.
She keeps threatening these things. I don't know. I have a hard time believing
Did you
it.
see last year? It snowed.
It did snow,
Yeah.
but it wasn't like that high.
Okay, that high.
Like, I grew up in Florida. You know, my experience of snow is these were back when they had refrigerators that were before they were frost free.
Yeah.
There was that white stuff up in the freezer.
Oh yeah.
Like that was
snow,
it. That's
huh?
all I ever knew, right? So
It'll
yeah,
snow, believe me.
It's been
coming.
It's been totally fun.
But we'll go in the greenhouses. We can do a whole nother series.
Yeah.
You guys can send in your questions. What do you want to learn? You
Yeah.
know,
Let us
we'll
know.
go through it, and that'll be really fun.
And we'll make up answers.
There'll be something.
You can depend on Lynn for the correct answers.
Oh
Yeah.
goodness.
It has been a lot of fun.
It has.
And you know, really, this is the way to garden. I'm a firm believer of it. It's really the way to go. And I guess some of the stuff we're going to be talking about over the winter is how to really, well, I guess we'll talk about it next spring,
talk
and
about
how
all
to really
kinds
get
of
the whole
things.
thing, you know, jazzed up so it's ready to go again.
Yeah. Yeah. How to
next year,
start it
because
in
we
the
took a
spring.
lot out.
Oh yeah, a lot
We're
of
gonna-
nutrients
we're gonna
out.
we're going to replace
So
that.
I have one question for you.
Okay, just one.
Just one at the moment.
Okay.
Are you going to do this again?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Then we win.
We
If
win.
you got a gardener at the end of the season going, well, next year I'm going to do this and this and this and this and this, then you know you won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually what we're going to be talking about over the winter. Is I have some really interesting ideas for some different things we can do. Some different, like do 2 identical beds and then just change this, that, or the
Oh,
other.
we can do some testing.
Yes,
That'll
some
be
really
fun.
cool tests.
I love that.
I have some really, really, in the deep recesses behind all of this.
It lies. Let me see if I can see it.
Yeah, right. And there's actually a hole in the back where they put the electronics.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that plug.
Yeah, right. Just kidding. I'm all organic. But no, really, I have this really cool set of tests. So we'll talk about that during the winter season.
Great.
But
Yeah.
hey,
That'll be
we
fun.
really, really want to thank you for following along with us. And I really hope that this inspired you.
Please, grow
yeah,
a garden.
Like
Grow some food.
200 and something pounds and $1,200, $1,400 worth of stuff.
And we only miss 10 minutes worth of Facebook a day.
That's all. Really, there was very little weeds and really
Yeah,
little insects.
It's just enjoyable.
and it's
yeah.
really fun. Yeah. So
So,
I hope
good.
this really inspired you. And as always, you can get in touch with either one of us. You know, put in comments down below or wherever
Yeah.
you're watching this. And Lynn and I are super engaged. This really is a worldwide movement, actually.
It has to be.
It has to be.
It has to be.
This is not something that the governments or the corporations are going to be able to handle. And we are destroying our planet. Commercial agriculture is the most destructive force on the planet. And really the solution is right here.
Yeah.
And
Everybody do a little.
Everybody do a little.
Right there in your backyard.
And it's going to taste fabulous. Like, you don't need to do it because it's a good thing. You can do it because you love the taste.
And you got $1,200 you didn't have to spend on food.
Yeah.
Plus you got food in your pantry, the freezer, you
Oh my gosh,
dehydrated.
yeah. It's all over the place.
Yeah,
it's going to be
it's
great.
awesome.
Like, I'm not going to have to do anything this winter.
Yeah. You'll have to add a little. So,
Thank
okay.
you again, and come join us for the winter sequence. This is Marjorie Wildcraft with the Grow Network and Lynn Gillespie with the Living Farm. And we'll see you soon.